Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it.
Goat thriller, back better, iller, pound for pound. Killing these topics with analytics. Silencing all the critics. Trying to bite the style, they get sun like children. YouTube villain, podcast killing. So antagonistic and prolific with the swiftness. Make sure you make weight before you trying to debate. Yeah, I said it, and I never hesitate. Hit them with hooks, cause these rooks took the bait. Start the show, cause goats never hesitate. Ducking smoke, got them sweating at they toxins.
Yeah,
Goat thriller, cleaning up the sport of boxing. Aight then.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. I fucking wait.
I am the greatest.
Yeah, I said it.
Now, before I get into what I'm about to get into, I just want to make sure that each and every last one of y'all hit that like or dislike button. And please don't forget to put some motherfucking Coach K Duke full court pressure on that sub button if you're new to the channel. And please don't forget to ring that noti bell so you could be notified via email each and every time your boy E-Thriller, aka Hamrothstein, aka Goat Thriller, aka the Black Picasso, because I paint these pictures so vividly with my words on the sport of boxing whenever I feel like it. And once again, fight fans, ladies and gentlemen in the Wolf Pack, welcome back. Now, first things first, man. Shout out to everybody that's watching this live stream podcast on my YouTube channel, my Facebook account, my Twitch account, my Twitter account, my IG account, and shout out to TikTok, even though they like to censor it, brother. Shout out to TikTok. Shout out to all my TikTokers, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button as you come through the door. Make sure you drop some threes in the chat to let me know that y'all can hear me, and y'all hit that motherfucking like button if you're rocking and sliding with your boy, E-Thriller, aka the Black Picasso. And also, how can I forget about the playback game? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to all my niggas that's at work right now on a Friday night. Shout out to everybody. I hope y'all had a phenomenal week. Tonight is Friday, so we're going to get into this real shit, man, because I know that's why y'all here. Now, first things first. The Terence Crawford haters are running around here saying that Terence Bud Crawford isn't focused because he's doing way too many interviews. Heading into the biggest fight of his career, which is 57 days away with Errol Spence Jr., aka the Big Fish, right? In Las Vegas, T-Mobile Arena. Make sure y'all get y'all tickets if you're going to the fight. And if not, then make sure you support the pay-per-view. And if not, if you can't do that, then at least buy the goddamn merchandise. Go ahead and get you a cap season shirt, right? And go ahead and get you the Aquabud shirt. Make sure y'all do that, right? But I could have sworn that a lot of you Neanderthals was running around here saying that Bud needed to promote himself. A lot of you Neanderthals was running around here saying that Bud can't sell pay-per-view, so he needed to do way more interviews. I mean, wasn't some of you niggas saying that bullshit? I could have sworn that a lot of you Neanderthals on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, mainly Twitter and fucking YouTube, was running around here with these dumbass narratives, which were, I'm going to be honest, were very valid. Hell, I even agreed to that shit to a certain extent because I feel like in order to go into a level of interest, you know, to promote your brand and the fight that you have upcoming, you have to ingratiate yourself with the general public, aka the casuals, aka the hardcore boxing fans. And then I could have sworn also, if we rewind time, that a lot of you niggas were saying that Bud needed to let his hair down and stop being so goddamn serious all the goddamn time, right? And to make matters worse, I hope y'all sitting down for this in the chat. But we heard his old promoter in Bob Arum. Shout out to the great Bob Arum, who runs Top Rank, saying the same goddamn thing. I mean, shall we rewind time? E-Thriller, let me go ahead and pull up this receipt. Shout out to everybody in this bitch, man. Let me go to share screen. Let me go out to the boxing scene. Now, shout out to Eddie Hearn because he was one of the individuals in the boxing game who was also a promoter as well. For Matchroom, he took exception to what the great Bob Arum had to say about Terence Bud Crawford. And y'all already know the headline reads, Hearn, Arum's comments were so disrespectful to Terence Crawford, right? This was reported on November the 18th, 2020. Now, if we read this excerpt, this is coming from the great Bob Arum. This is what he had to say about Terence Crawford. He said, and I quote, he's got to promote like Teofimo Lopez does. He's got to promote like Shakur Stevenson does, like Floyd Mayweather did, like Manny Pacquiao did. Arum stated in a post-fight interview with the Athletic Lance Pugmire. If he doesn't, then who the fuck needs him? He may be the greatest fighter in the world, but hey, I ain't going bankrupt and promoting him. The question is, do we want to keep him? He also said, I could build a house in Beverly Hills on the money I've lost on him in the last 3 fights. A beautiful home. Nobody questions Crawford's innate tremendous ability by beating a natural bigger guy in Kell Brook decisively. That's a big statement that he's making. The question is, does he pay the bills? Look, you can have the greatest greatest opera singer in the world. If the fans don't support it, you're out of business, right? This is what the great Bob Arum was saying about Terence Bud Crawford, who is the #1 pound-for-pound king in the sport of boxing. Yeah, I said it, and I didn't stutter. And then this article went on to say, shout out to Eddie Hearn. This was his statement in regards to what Bob Arum had to say. He said, and I quote, I thought it was so disrespectful to Terence Crawford. To be honest with you, Hearn stated during a recent interview with Akin Barak. Shout out to them. He said, I mean, you got this guy here who is pound for pound one of the best fighters in the world. And as far as I'm concerned, that relationship is over. You can see that. He said, you can see by that interview, that relationship is over. I believe his contract is up in October or something like that. And then Eddie Hearn also went on to say, I don't blame Bob because he's too old to tell lies. He doesn't care. He just don't care. I just feel like I don't think what Terence Crawford is doing, does he need to do more media? Does he need to be more controversial? End quote. And then he also went on to say, for me, you have to build on a foundation that you have when you're building a fighter, notes Hearn. So let's look at the foundations of Terence Crawford. He's an absolute star in superstar rather in Omaha. He's actually a lot of fun, very funny, very cheeky, and he's always had a very sense of dry humor. He's an unbelievable athlete. He's very, very strong family man, and he's a very good role model. He's an absolute boxing expert. He knows about all fighters. He's probably a historian. You see what I'm saying? But let's scroll back up to what Bob Arum was saying, because Bob Arum basically gave a lot of you fucking Earl-sexuals and a lot of you Terence Crawford haters the playbook to run with by shitting on his resume and by shitting on his pay-per-view sales and lack thereof, by saying that he needed to do this and promote himself like a Floyd Mayweather. He said that he needed to promote himself like a Manny Pacquiao. He also said that he needed to promote himself like a Teofimo Lopez and a Shakur Stevenson. So these are the type of things that was being said about one Terence Bud Crawford. And then, lo and behold, he fires Bob Arum in 2021 of November, right? After he sent Sean Porter to sleep experts, right? And then he started promoting himself, right? He got the deal with BOK Prime. Hold on, stop the presses. Stop the motherfucking presses. Shout out to my guy, one of my day ones, D-Town Blaster, for that Cash App donation. He said, for a Picasso Gang original. Hey, man, I appreciate your love and all of your support, fam. And you already know, I got to get you right, man. Hold on. Let me find my shit. You caught me off guard, man, because normally I don't be looking at my phone when I'm cooking. But appreciate you, D-Town. Hit it.
Get a black, 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 fuck 'em up. Then what? Turn up. Then what?
But yeah, man, anyway, shout out to everybody in this bitch. Make sure y'all hit that like button. I got 47 people in here with 39 likes. Let's try to get the likes up to 100 so I can drop the link whenever I get done cooking and let y'all come on and rock after I read the comments. Y'all already know how we play in the goddamn wolf pack. But let me zoom in on this because I don't even know if y'all can see this shit. Hold on, y'all. My apologies. All right, so yeah, back to what I was saying. So Bob Arum basically gave all of you Earl-sexuals the playbook to run with to pretty much just shit on Terence Crawford's name and his resume and everything that he's worked for in the sport of boxing by being, you know, one of, if not the greatest fighters that we've ever seen grace the square circle. Regardless of what you niggas want to say, the eye test doesn't lie, and that will be proven to be true on July the 29th. Now, I digress on that point. Back to what I was saying. So now that you see the boogeyman on the cusp of his biggest fight with Errol Spence Jr., making his rounds, by going on the likes of $1 million worth of game. Shout out to Gillian Wallow, who did a phenomenal job, who asked all of the questions that we wanted to see them ask Terence Bud Crawford, right? And then they also did a phenomenal job with making Terence Bud Crawford comfortable. See, a lot of people feel like Bud is this mean guy and he's standoffish and he doesn't want to do interviews. No, he's just a real authentic ass nigga, and he ain't gonna fuck with you if you fake. Period. That's what I see from the outside looking in, because you can clearly see whenever he's around some dudes that he rock with, like he really rock with, like deep in the trenches with, he gonna cuss, he gonna let his hair down, he gonna lay back, he gonna pop his shit, he gonna look dead in the phone on FaceTime and say, "Hey, Boots, man, hey, stop playing. Don't be front for Gillian Wallow. You better quit lying. When have you been calling me out?" And then they got the boogeyman on the phone with Danny Garcia. He pulled his card too by basically saying, "Look, man, you got a great resume, but who did you beat at 147? I'll wait. I'll fucking wait." You see, these are some of the things that I always say on my channel time and time again, because we just got to be honest. We have to be unbiased and objective about whatever the topic is at hand. We can't speak with emotion, right? So you had Gilly bringing all of that shit out of Terence Bud Crawford, and then instead of giving this nigga a big old pat on the back and a kudos for making his rounds, doing some media shit, these niggas want to say that, oh, Terence Crawford isn't focused, that, oh, Terence Crawford is doing too much, that, oh, Terence Crawford isn't prepared for the biggest fight in his fucking life. Are you kidding me? I mean, are you kidding me? Please don't make me far from laughing so hard. Pretty please, because this shit makes absolutely no sense. Because point number one, when have we ever seen Terence Bud Crawford out of shape? That's point number one. I mean, if somebody can drop something in the chat and let me know if I'm using any hyperbole or if I'm bloviating or hyping up the great Terence Bud Crawford, because I've never seen Terence Crawford look out of shape. Hell, I've never seen a man with a gut. I've never seen his face looking full. He's always looking slim and trit and ready to go and get into the mix in the ring. I've never seen that shit. I'm just saying. Maybe y'all can point to me, because once again, I say this on all my goddamn live streams. And this is for anybody that's new to my channel. And if you're new, can you please hit that like button and sub up to it at once? And my new channel. I'm going to tag my new channel in a little bit, right? But I don't know everything about the sport of boxing. So maybe I'm missing something. Maybe y'all see something that I don't see. That's to the aerosexuals or any of my naysayers that come on my page every goddamn day telling me I don't know shit. You're right. I don't know everything about the sport of boxing. But one thing I do know is this. I've never seen a man out of shape. I've never seen him looking pudgy. I've never seen him having man boobs like I've seen Errol Spence. I mean, I'm just saying, tell me where I told a lie. Tell me where I told a lie. I mean, we've seen situations with Errol Spence. The man was looking a bit fat. He was looking a little fat. Hell, Bud even told him he was fat when they met face-to-face at the Maurice Hooker fight in Oklahoma several years ago. Facts, C-Thriller, facts. But I digress on that point. And another thing I want to know is this. When has Terence Crawford never been dedicated to his craft? I mean, when have we ever not seen this man in the gym? We see him making his rounds with Shakur. We've seen him in the gym with Devin Haney. We've seen him in the gym with Keyshawn Davis. We've seen him sparring and training amateurs and all kind of crazy ass shit at BMB. So what in the flying fuck would lead y'all to believe that Terence Bud Crawford would be heading into his toughest test with Errol Spence Jr. not being focused, all because he's doing some shit that we've all practically begged for him to be doing for the entirety of his career? To me, it doesn't make sense. You see, a lot of you niggas are showing your hand for being a Terence Crawford hater, and it's okay. If you hate Bud, just come out and say it with your chest. Just take your shirt off, poke your chest out, put your taco meat, do whatever you got to do with that shit, right? If you got the taco meat on your chest, and you want to make a fucking salad or some shit with some shredded cheese and some guacamole and all that good stuff and sour cream, just come out and say, look, man, I don't like Crawford because of X, Y, and Z. Or I don't like the man because he's too goddamn good, because he is a generational talent. See, the man is transcendent. The man is doing some shit that we've never seen before. And it comes with the territory. I'm not sitting up here trying to be a Terence Crawford apologist, but a lot of the criticism that y'all give this nigga is totally unfair and it's uncalled for, because the man conducts himself like a champion inside of the ring. And the man also conducts himself like the model citizen outside of the ring, right? Well, I mean, what can we point to with Terence Bud Crawford? He doesn't have any out of the ring issues. He's a family man. pretty much see him playing Call of Duty and shit like that on IG, shooting his guns, kicking it with his homies, bowling and different things, going fishing and shit like that. No pun intended. No pun intended. You know, he's a chill, laid-back, cool guy, right? Who fuck with who he fuck with, and he don't fuck with those who don't fuck with him. To me, that's real. I can respect the dude like that. But y'all would much rather see him running around here doing goofy shit, getting into, you know, traffic violations or beating on women and all kind of goofy ass shit that a lot of these boxers do who shall remain nameless, because I really don't like to go that route on my channel. I just like to keep it strictly boxing, even though it would be very easy for your boy E Thriller, aka the Black Picasso, to pull the receipts to back up my claims, right? But I just don't understand the level of vitriol. No, scratch that. I don't understand the level of fervor in your belly, in your heart, the animosity that you have towards a guy who does right by the sport of boxing. To me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The man only fuck with you if you fuck with him. He only talk shit to you if you talk shit to him, right? The man is a model champion, man. I mean, he embodies everything that we would want a champion to be. And then let's not even talk about his personality and his mentality, because the man dares to be great. The man wants to be the best. If you feel like a guy is the guy in or around his division, then he's going to take it upon himself to pull up on you, because we know the boogeyman, he's back outside. Oh yeah, he's back outside. And he's lurking and he's popping all this shit. And we know he is very Kobe Bryant-esque. He is very Michael Jordan-esque with using certain things as motivation, because you believe you me, this nigga is watching YouTube. Oh yeah, that's a fact. He is looking at any and everything, whether it's articles on Twitter, whether it's niggas dissing him in his comment section, whether it's niggas shitting on him every day like they love to do on YouTube by making up these fictitious ass, clickbaiting ass thumbnails and titles. You best to believe that all this shit that y'all doing is only adding fuel to the fire, because whenever July 29th come around, he is going to inflict all of the damage, all of the name dragging, all of the name calling that all of you imbeciles have been doing to him for 5 fucking years on Errol Spence Jr. And I cannot wait. As a matter of fact, I got a new hashtag, and I think I'm going to create some shirts, and I'm going to sell these hoes. So if y'all want them, y'all let me know. But it's going to be hashtag the shag has got to go, because I've been saying it from day one. I got Errol Spence getting knocked the fuck out in my smoky voice on Friday. I got him getting knocked out. I do. I see it going rounds maybe 10 or 11. I said it before and I say it again, and I ain't backing up. As a matter of fact, it may be a little sooner, because I've been watching Errol Spence fights all day on YouTube in slow motion. Right now, I'm on the Jordanis Ugas fight yet again. And I'm watching this fight. It's in round 8 as we speak. And he's fucking Ugas up right now. But in rounds 3, 4, and 5, Jordanis Ugas was landing a lot of body shots on Errol Spence Jr. And I didn't like how Errol was responding to the body shots, because it looked like he had to fart whenever he was getting hit. It looked like he didn't like that kind of contact. And we all know that everybody loves the call Errol Spence, this fucking big time body snatcher. But wouldn't it be funny and ironic if Terence Bud Crawford were to go in that ring and stop Errol Spence with a motherfucking body shot? I mean, oh my God, Becky, look at her butt. Tucci, you motherfuckers is going to be real sick. And I said it before and I say it again. Whenever I go live before that motherfucking fight, during that motherfucking fight, and right after that motherfucking fight, it is mandatory for all of you imbeciles who've been on my page, who've been talking all this shit in my comment section, who've been telling me I don't know shit about the sport of boxing, who've been saying that Bud isn't what I think he is. Yeah, I said it. To come on my goddamn panel, cut your camera on, and face the motherfucking music, because y'all boys going to sleep. He's going to sleep. But I digress on that. Back to the topic at hand. I don't see the problem with the man going on the MMA show promoting the fight with Errol Spence. I mean, somebody got to promote this fucking fight, because it's obvious that Errol Spence is nowhere to be found. I mean, where the fuck is the big fish that y'all love and claim that he's such a big star. Oh, he has so many more followers than Terence Crawford. Oh, he doesn't have to do anything, E-Thriller, because he's from Texas. He's backed by Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. He ain't got to promote the fight. The fight's promote itself. But if Terence Bud Crawford was running around here doing the same shit that Errol Spence is doing at this present moment, you silly, goofy motherfuckers would be saying otherwise. Facts, E-Thrillers, facts. You niggas are professional goalpost movers. And I'm getting so sick and tired of it because why can't we just call a spade a spade? Errol Spence is nowhere to be found. Now, maybe the man is locked in. Maybe he's really focused on training. Maybe he has to burn way more fat than Terence Bud Crawford because, again, to my point earlier, Bud is always in shape. It looked like he's ready to fight next week if need be, right? So Errol Spence, maybe he's not mentally there, or maybe he's just not giving a fuck about promoting the fight at this present moment. But why are we getting on a guy for trying to maximize his potential earning dollars? The same guy that y'all said that don't know nothing about business, who doesn't have any business savvy, who really didn't get the $10 million guaranteed from a BLK Prime, who was being offered a zero guarantee with zero transparency from the great Al Heyman. And I say that sarcastically. The great Al Heyman, right? They was trying to fuck Terence Bud Crawford into taking a shitty ass deal that a lot of you niggas wouldn't take, because I can rest assured that everybody, whenever y'all get paid every 2 weeks or every week, however you get it from your job, I bet you deep down, unless you just rolling in a lot of dough, all y'all niggas is checking your pay stubs before you get paid or right after you get paid, right? So I don't understand what was the big problem with Bud saying, look, man, I'm willing to take this no guarantee, but my nigga, Al, you got to work with me here. Can I get some sort of transparency? Because you got me working off the net. So I don't know what, I mean, I can see the gross numbers, but what is the net after you pay everything out to this person and that promoter and this vendor and all this extra shit, right? And these site fees and all this going on. I just want a little transparency. But that's neither here nor there. The man was able to negotiate, once again, negotiate a much better deal than he was offered the previous 2 times in 2022. But are we going to really sit up here and act like that Terence Bud Crawford wasn't pushing for this fight? Because a lot of these fucking narratives are still floating around here that Bud did nothing to make this fight. I mean, never mind it taking 2 to tangle. It takes 2 to tangle because, to y'all point, if Terence Crawford was ducking this fight, then Errol Spence doing his part wouldn't have fucking mattered if Bud really didn't want the goddamn fight. So it's pretty damn obvious that now, you know, that we are here in our heart of hearts that both of these fighters wanted to fight now. And I don't see how y'all niggas can sit up here and say that he didn't want the fight when he personally called his man and said, look, bro, I got these 2 hedge fund companies giving us 50 million, 25 million apiece, right? And what did you say? You got to talk to your people. You had to reach out to Al. You never hit up Bud, allegedly. This is all coming from Terence Crawford, not for your bro E Thriller, aka the Black Picasso. So what did the great Terence Bud Crawford do? He reached out to Al Heyman and said, look, man, I got 2 hedge fund companies. They claim they know you. What's up? They trying to give us $25 million apiece. What did Al Heyman tell Terence Bud Crawford? Allegedly, hey, man, I'm not letting nobody else touch this fight. This is what he said. So I don't even know how you niggas can even sit up here and keep running with this dumbass narrative of Terence Crawford trying to duck somebody where he's doing any and everything, jumping through hoops, riding roller coasters and shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? Running through hell with gasoline draws just to try to make a fight that he's been wanting to make for 5 years. Because once again, a lot of you niggas love to negate the facts and don't want to bring this shit up because y'all claim it's past tense, but y'all still want to bring up the pay-per-views and the live gates and how much Errol Spence sell compared to Terence Bud Crawford. So fuck all that. We gonna take it there. Errol Spence was the nigga that came out and said that he had to clean up his side of the street. So that leads me to believe, and he said it on ESPN, I can pull up the receipt. Whenever Stephen A asked him, hey man, what in the hell took this fight so long? Errol Spence didn't even want to answer the question. Because deep down in his heart of hearts, he know Bud was waiting on him. It had nothing to do with Bob Arum. It had nothing to do with Top Rank. It had nothing to do with the other side of the street and all this bullshit. It could have been Al Heyman's plan to begin with, and Errol Spence probably just spoke out of turn. Why he would do that, I don't fucking know, because if you're dealing with a nigga like E Thriller, aka the Black Picasso, who is very meticulous and pays attention to every single detail that I'm looking at, I was going to part 19 your ass time and time again. I got the best series on YouTube of here's proof that Errol Spence is ducking Terence Bud Crawford. Facts. Big facts, E Thriller. So I'm just saying, I don't even know why he would do that shit. Why not just keep it real and be like, hey, man, I got to fight all these dudes before I can fight you, bro. Why didn't you say that from the jump? And then a lot of you goofy ass niggas want to pin it on Bud that the fight didn't happen. Never mind that Earl got into multiple car wrecks that was, you know, heading into this possible matchup. Never mind that they paid what was his name? Standing on a step aside money just so Earl can fight fucking Yordanis Ugas instead of pursuing a fight with Terence Bud Crawford, you know, for that third strap. I mean, if it's all about strap season and not cap season, then why in the fuck does it matter in which the order that you collect the belts? I wait. I will fucking wait. And speaking of strap season, was it strap season when you fought little old Mikey? No, scratch that, E-Thriller. Was it strap season when you fought Danny Garcia? And I already know what some of you imbeciles are going to say. Oh, he fought him coming off the car wreck. Oh, Bud said that he didn't want to fight him coming off the car wreck. Well, would you believe me if I were to tell you that Earl Spence Jr., the man that claimed it was strap season and not cap season, right? He was going to fight Danny Garcia anyway because he was his mandatory, for one. And two, he came in the ring and called out Earl Spence before they even had the fucking car wreck anyway after the Sean Porter fight. Just go back and fact check me. When Danny Garcia came in the ring with the suit on, with the loafers and shit like that, basically saying, look, I want to fight. And what did Earl Spence say? My ass, the tables turn. You feel what I'm saying? Am I lying? Y'all let me know in the chat. Tell me where I told a lie. I'll fucking wait. As a matter of fact, while we waiting on that, it's 74 people in this mug with 61 likes. I got 13 people in here just peeping Tom, just sightseeing on what the Black Picasso talking about. So can y'all do me a favor, since you done pulled up to the function anyway? Can you hit that goddamn like button? Because I don't want to hurt nobody. I'm only here to speak the truth. I'm a man of the people. I really am. And when I get done popping my shit, which is the absolute truth, I'm going to read the comments and then I'm going to drop the link for anybody who wants to come on and give me their take on this topic. But with that being said, can y'all please hit my goddamn like button? Damn.
Nigga be all online, have y'all laughing and shit. You don't even want to spend $9. You don't want to buy one song for $128. Get the fuck right now. But you always want to come on my live and look at me. But you always want, but you can't spend $1.50 on a song.
Word to Boosie, man. Can y'all put some pressure on that like button? And then also, I mean, if you want to donate to the channel, as a matter of fact, let me remove this. The Cash App is always available. I no longer have a super chat because I got reported by some fuck nigga or some lame. I don't know who it was. I got a lot of haters. So if you would love to donate to the channel, because believe you me, it helps it go the long way and it helps keep these panels open, because contrary to what y'all may believe, it costs to have panels, right? I have to pay StreamYard for this shit. But anyway, the Cash App is the Black Picasso 209. I repeat, the Cash App is the Black Picasso 209. Now back to what I was saying. So Earl Spence had all that shit going on, right? And then he was going to fight Danny Garcia either way, right? And we all know what happened. I just explained what happened with the Yordanis Ugas situation. And Lord behold, now we're here. Even though, you know, on the behalf of Earl Spence, Tom Brown petitioned, you know, the motherfucking WBA to, you know, step aside so he can fight Keith Thurman at 154 for the WBC title. Well, really all the belts on the line, right? But not for the belts. I don't know how that shit works with Mauricio Suleiman. I don't know why they would make that special exception. Hello. Maybe it has something to do with money, Thriller, aka the Black Picasso. I don't know. Maybe it's money under the table coming from Al Heyman and the PBC. But anyway, the shit didn't happen. So now here we are. So let's not sit up here and act like Earl Spence hasn't been doing anything to stall this fucking fight. That's been moving the goalposts time and time again, saying that he can move up the fight. I can move up the fight Canelo at 160. How soon do we forget that shit? This man went on a DAZN platform pandering for a fight with Canelo Alvarez, right? And whenever he didn't get that fight, you know, maybe he was like, well, shit, fuck it. I guess I might as well go ahead and fight, but I can't cash out with Canelo and move up and get my fucking jaw broke, right? Because we all know what Canelo Alvarez would do to Earl Spence. His style is tailor-made for a banger like Canelo, who is a counterpuncher as well. I think Canelo would eat Earl Spence's lunch. Now, I would be rooting for Earl Spence to win, but I don't think he has a chance in hell to beat Canelo, even at a catch weight. That's just my personal opinion. But hold on, I just got a notification, which is always great. Shout out to my guy, Slide Tendencies, for sending me a Cash App donation. I really appreciate all of your love and support, fam. And y'all already know, I got to get you right, fam. Hit it!
Get a black, 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 fuck 'em up, get what, turn up, get what,
Yeah, man. Shout out to my nigga, man. Slide Tendencies. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this shit up real quick. Where my shit at, man? All right, hold on, y'all. Make sure I got my shit right. All right, bet. All right, so back to what I was saying. Shout out to my guy Slide Tendencies again, man. That goes a long way, my brother. Appreciate that. Now, So we're not going to keep sitting up here and acting like that Terence Crawford was the reason that this fight was being held up for the last 5 years when Errol Spence was doing any and everything to collect the belts, to beat all the niggas on his side, to try to fight Manny Pacquiao. How can I forget that? But also Terence Crawford was trying to fight Manny Pacquiao, but for good reason, because he couldn't fight any of the other motherfuckers on the other side outside of a Sean Porter who didn't really want to fight Bud until he lost his belt to Errol Spence. Right? So we all know that context matters in these fucking debates and these topics. But a lot of you niggas love to admit certain shit and tell half truths to spin a narrative to make Errol Spence look way better than how he's supposed to look. And it is what it is, man. So at this point in time, man, I just feel like a lot of you niggas just nitpick with Terence Crawford so much. Just the shit. I don't get what is it about Bud that y'all don't like, because in the ring, he has to be one of, if not the most exciting fighters in the sport. I mean, you have a Gervonta Tank Davis, who is very exciting, who is the superior A-side in my BFB Master Q voice, right? And General Big Fish. Shout out to the Davis brothers. They say he is the superior A-side, and I totally agree. But back to what I was saying, you got dudes like Gervonta, who is super exciting. You have fighters like Deontay Wilder, who is also exciting, right? You have guys like Terence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez, David Benavidez is very exciting to me, in my honest opinion. But I'm more of a sweet science type of guy, so I like pure boxers like Shakur Stevenson as well. Like, a lot of people don't like seeing all that defense, but I do. I don't mind it. Hell, my two favorite fighters of all time is the great TBE, Floyd Money Mayweather, shout out to Money May, and Bernard Hopkins, the X-Man, the Alien, the Executioner. Those are my two favorite fighters, and we all know everybody thought Bernard Hopkins was boring, and a lot of people thought that Floyd Money Mayweather was boring, right? But different strokes for different folks. So I say all that to say, Terence Bud Crawford not only gives you the sweet science in the ring from being able to go from orthodox, switching to southpaw, being able to have both pop in both hands, having elite and phenomenal footwork, being able to use a great jab, having power with an uppercut and a left hook and a right hook and all that kind of shit, right? And not only that, he can embarrass you with the sweet science, but he's getting his opponents out in tremendous fashion. This man is on a welterweight streak of stopping every single opponent he has stepped in the ring with, whether y'all niggas want to admit it or not, whether y'all think it's a lack of competition or whatever the case may be. But the point is, he makes it look that way. He makes these good fighters look extremely ordinary, because we're dealing with some shit that we have rarely seen before in the sport of boxing. And I know a lot of niggas hate it because Errol Spence don't have the same skill set as a Bud. He's not as flamboyant. He's not as athletic. He can't do the shit that Bud do. He's more fundamental. He's more basic. He's coming in behind the jab. He's trying to get on the inside with the left hooks and the right hook up top. We know Errol Spence's game. It's very repetitive. It's very basic, very fundamentally sound, outside of him not really moving his head a lot. Shout out to Blair Cox for making that point on the goddamn interview that I did with him, right? But outside of that, Errol Spence is a very fundamental fighter. But he ain't fucking with Bud, which is why I'm picking Terence Bud Crawford to win this fight once again. But that's pretty much all I got, man. Can you niggas, in conclusion, can some of you Neanderthals make up your motherfucking mind? I mean, what do you want them nigga to do? I mean, it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation if you Bud Crawford, because when he wasn't promoting, y'all say, oh, man, he's an asshole. Oh, he don't support his people. Oh, he don't want to do interviews because he's a hater and all this goofy ass shit. But now that the man is promoting his fights, now that the man is opening up and being more, open and honest with the public, ever since he did that IG Live disclosing what was going on the first time around during negotiations, everybody said, oh, you shouldn't have did that. Oh, you said too much. Oh, you're pillow talking this. Oh, man, you ain't going to never get that fight now. Well, look what the fuck has happened. This man and Terence Bud Crawford, the same nigga that y'all said wasn't going to be able to get the fight after doing all this quote unquote pillow talking about what was going on in negotiations, telling, his side of the story, doing some shit that we would have loved Errol Spence to do outside of that goddamn interview that he just did about a couple of weeks ago on his lady's channel. Shout out to her, right? But it took Errol Spence, 4 to 6 months to come out and say what he said. But it's like, well, goddamn, like, what the fuck? Y'all niggas are never satisfied when it comes to Terence Bud Crawford, and I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Just like I don't get how y'all still not hitting my like button. I got 13 peeping toms in this bitch that won't hit my like button. Can y'all please get the likes up to 100 so I can start reading these comments, and then I'm going to drop the link once again. But, yeah, man, the hate for Terence Crawford is at an all-time high. I've done several shows on this shit, but it looked like the shit ain't getting through. So god damn it, I gotta keep doing the same shit. If I gotta do that to, do what is right for the sport of boxing and shut down all these fucking clickbaiters and these haters who just need to come out and say, look, I don't like the guy, and that's cool. Because if you're new to my channel, I'm gonna say this again, but I said this before and I will say this again. Everybody knows who I don't like. I don't like Teofimo Lopez. And I cannot, no matter of fact, scratch that. I can't stand Teofimo Lopez for obvious reasons. Because this nigga was running around here parading, acting like he was already the goddamn undisputed champion at 135. Knowing good and goddamn well, Devin Haney had the fucking regular belt. He was waiting for you to unify. But what did you decide to do? You wanted to lie to the general public and say that you was already undisputed. And then you wanted to say, oh, well, we can go fight George Kambosos in Australia for $10 million, which was bullshit, right? So you ducked Devin Haney. So I have a lot of reasons as to why I don't like Teofimo Lopez. That's just a short few. Now, the next motherfucker I don't like is Ryan Kardashian. Oops, I meant Garcia with his capping ass. Because we know he went on a whole world tour for several years. Tank, I'm going to knock you out. I want to fight you, Tank. Only to double back and try to get a fucking exhibition with the great Manny Pacquiao? Really? I mean, really? And it got so bad to the point where Tank was like, man, this dude ain't serious. I'm about to go about my business because he don't really want me to knock him the fuck out anyway. He just capping. You feel what I'm saying? So that's one of the main reasons why I don't like Ryan Garcia, although I have earned a tad bit more respect for him after going in there and fighting Tank, because I never believed that fight was going to happen. I'm going to be honest. I never thought they would make that fight for Ryan Garcia, because I just felt like it was a mismatch, and I was proven to be right about that part of it, but I was wrong about the fight not ever happening. Kudos to y'all. But anyway, the third fucking fighter I cannot stand, and it's really the third and the fourth. I don't like the Charlo brothers. I'm cool with saying I don't like nothing about the Charlos. I don't like nothing. And it's mainly because I didn't like how they was hating on Adrian Broner at the time, who was the man, who was the main event. And I think they was on the co-main event or some shit. And they was trying to shit on Broner by saying, oh, well, every time he's the goddamn main event, he always lose, or he always embarrass black people and all this other goofy ass shit. And then, of course, we all know about the big spat that they had with AB and Tank at that same press conference and shit like that. So I don't like them for that kind of reason. And then all the shit that they be saying about Bud, when really this whole little competitive thing that's been going back and forth between Errol Spence and Terence Crawford is between them. So, yeah, we know that y'all are quote-unquote brothers with Errol Spence. But all you got to do is keep it G, like Bud said on $1 million worth of game. Like, hey, bro, I rock with Errol more. I was cool with Bud at one point. But shit, y'all already know where my loyalty stands. Instead of saying, oh, we gonna smoke Bud, oh, we gonna knock him the fuck out and doing all this extra shit with my nigga. I thought we was cool back in the day, right? So I can understand why Bud ain't fucking with that nigga no more, and I don't fuck with the Charlos. But that's basically all I gotta say, man. Y'all niggas need to make up your mind. Do y'all want this dude to promote the fights, or do y'all not want him to say shit? Because if he wasn't saying shit, I'm pretty sure there'll be a plethora of videos, a multitude of videos running around here saying, oh, Errol Spence is doing all the heavy lifting in promotion. Errol Spence already fought all the hard competition, so why isn't he promoting the fight? Why he not helping Errol Spence do all this shit, right? But now that the shoe is on the other foot, now a lot of you niggas want to switch your tune. Now y'all want to say, oh, well, Bud is doing too much. No, nigga, Errol ain't doing enough. Errol Spence is not doing enough right now. Why isn't he helping? Because I'm going to be honest with you, man. I think this fight can do more pay-per-view buys than Ryan Kardashian and the great Gervonta Tank Davis. I do. Call me crazy, but it's going to take the right level of promotion to surpass those guys, because we already know they are huge social media influencers, so to speak. We all know that Ryan is a goddamn TikToker, and we know that Gervonta Tank Davis is a big-time hip-hopper. He got the hip-hop game on lock. Like, all the rappers fuck with Tank. Meek Mill, Lil Baby, Moneybag, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of motherfuckers fuck with Tank. Tank got that part on lock. Ain't nobody touching Tank when it comes to that shit. And then he aligned himself with TBE. So he just has a certain level of mystique and cachet about him, right? So if you're Errol Spence, who isn't really that talkative, and if you're a guy like Terence Bud Crawford, who is very similar to Errol Spence, you got to do something to spice up this fight. Now, I get it. This fight does sell itself to the general, like to the hardcore boxing fans, but to the casuals who really don't know who Errol Spence is and who really don't know who a Terence Bud Crawford is, y'all got to do something at this press conference next week that is being rumored, I think, on Thursday or Friday. Shout out to my nigga. Is that Stephen Brimley? Is that Stephen Brimley for providing me with that information? But once again, I can't confirm that. That's coming from my dog Brim. But anyway, y'all gonna have to do something at this press conference. I don't know if it's gonna be Bomac that set the shit off, which I think that's who it's gonna be. I think Bomac is gonna be the motherfucker that set the shit off. And then I think he gonna end up saying something that's gonna get underneath Earl Smith's skin, that's gonna bring that dog, that alpha male out of the big fish. And then whenever the big fish start popping his shit, lo and behold, guess who's gonna be coming, swooping in? Terence Bud Crawford, aka the boogeyman, aka the illest nigga from Nebraska, aka the pound for pound king. Yeah, I said it, and I didn't fucking stutter. They gonna be popping that shit, y'all, but y'all gotta do something, because right now, Bud is doing any and everything. He's doing every fucking thing to promote this fight. But Earl Spence is nowhere to be seen. I mean, we've seen him on his lady channel. I mean, kudos to them for doing that. But to me, that ain't enough. That didn't do enough for me, for my taste, right? Because you got to sell me on it. You got to make me want to go buy these t-shirts. You got to make me want to go buy this fucking fight. You got to make the casuals want to go buy this fight. Because once again, this has the potential to do way bigger numbers. I repeat, way more numbers than Gervonta and Ryan. But y'all got to put in the work, because Ryan was popping his shit in the press conference, and so was Tank. And Tank ain't really a great talker, but Tank tries now. I got to give credit to Tank, but also a lot of you motherfuckers in my chat and a lot of you niggas on YouTube also need to start putting some respect on the TBE's name. Because ever since TBE done took a step back, even though we know he's not really promoting Tank anymore and shit like that, but we got to give credit where credit is due, because we used to Floyd being all up in the videos. We used to Floyd being all up in the spotlight. We used to Floyd doing all the fucking talking in the interviews and basically just sunning Tank. But now that Floyd is taking a step back, hell, Floyd don't even show up half the fucking time to Tank press conferences and interviews and shit like that. Hell, this time around, he just showed up to the fight. And even after the fight, he congratulated Tank. He had his hat on with the fucking bling bling and the big ass necklaces and the piece and chain and shit. And he took a step back and said, hey man, this your moment. You got it. I ain't gonna say, I don't even think I saw an interview from Floyd. I didn't see it. Can somebody drop something in the chat? I'll wait. I'll fucking wait. And I'm still waiting to get my likes up to 100 before I start reading these comments. I'm about 6 likes behind. There's 108 people in here. Shout out to everybody. I appreciate y'all for rocking with your boy. But can y'all hit the like button so I can read some of these comments? And then I'm going to drop the link once again so y'all can come on and speak y'all piece on this topic at hand. But anyway, man, like I was saying, y'all got to start giving Floyd some credit for taking a step back and letting Tank grow into the superstar that he has become, because Tank is one of the biggest draws in the sport of boxing. So kudos to TBE, kudos to Leonard Ellaby and Al Heyman for allowing Tank to do something great. Now, I'm not happy about what just happened with Tank the other day. It is being reported that he violated his home arrest shit or something like that. I don't know what he was trying to do. I think I read a report about him supposed to be living with Coach Calvin Ford, but he was living in his mansion or one of his condos or some shit like that. So he violated probation. God blessings to Tank, man. I hope he gets his head on together, because he has a very bright future, and the stars is the limit for Tank, because he can be the face of boxing as he claimed to be if he take the fights that we want to see. Tank, we want to see you fight Shakur. Tank, we want to see you fight Devin. Tank, we want to see you fight Lomo. Tank, we want to see you move up the face of Regis. Tank, we want to see you fight a Frank Martin. Dare I even say a Frank Martin, who really ain't done enough to earn a fight with Tank. But what in the flying fuck did a Rolly Romero do? I mean, please don't make me fart. Pretty please. So I stand corrected on that. So the least you can do, Tank, whenever you get out, because I seen what you said the other day, and I'm going to do a show on this shit tomorrow. But he told Devin Haney, shout out to the champ, who is undisputed at 135. Yeah, I know a lot of people feel like he really lost to Lomachenko, but that's besides the fucking point, because Devin Haney is a gangster. He was willing to go into the ring with a guy that Tank ain't really wanted to fight for these past 4 or 5 years. Facts. So I got to give credit where credit is due, just for getting in the ring with a Lomachenko when he really didn't have to, because he had every built-in excuse known to man to move up to 140, because everybody saw what he was looking like at the George Kambosos weigh-in the second time around. It was memes going around that the nigga was looking like 50 Cent in that one movie when he lost all that goddamn weight. It was looking real sick with the bald head and shit. You feel what I'm saying? So we got to give credit where credit is due. So I don't understand why there's a lot of people running around here saying that, oh, if Devin Haney decides to move up to 140 to fight a Regis Prograis, will be ducking a fucking Gervonta Tank Davis at 135 or Shakur Stevenson. Are you fucking kidding me? Because I can make an argument. Regis Prograis, I know he ain't that popular. I know a lot of you casuals don't really watch his fights, but that man is very dangerous. And one thing about Regis Prograis, he gonna come to fight. He ain't gonna get in there and lay down and let Devin Haney come in and pop that jab and do whatever he want to do. No, he is going to pressure Devin Haney. He's going to make Devin Haney fight on the inside. He's going to make Devin Haney bite down and show that he has a little bit of power because we have yet to see it. But for all you ignorant motherfuckers running around here saying that Devin Haney will be ducking Tank and Shakur if he moves up to 140, but you same dudes will turn around and give Tank a pass for ducking all the hardest competition for what, how many years now? It makes no sense to me. It makes absolutely no sense. But back to the topic at hand. So yeah, man, y'all got to make up your mind. Do y'all want Bud to do interviews or not? What do y'all want Errol Spence? That's what I want to know. I got a question for the chat. Anybody that's opposed to what E-Thriller, aka the Black Picasso, be kicking, can y'all let me know what do y'all want Errol Spence to do? Do y'all want him to promote this fight? Do y'all want him just to stay focused and just be shut off and cut off to the world and just be in camp and training for the, because it's obvious this is the biggest fight in both of their careers. So I can kind of get Errol Spence being focused, but at the same time, whenever we used to make those points for Terence Bud Crawford, y'all niggas weren't trying to hear that shit. Y'all kept saying, hey, man, it's more to the business of boxing outside of just getting in the ring and kicking ass. You got to sell yourself. You have to be like a Floyd Money Mayweather. Hell, I've gotten into it with some of the Bud buddies that used to come on my panel all the time because I was one of the dudes that was agreeing with Bob Arum. I was the one that's saying, look, Bud, I don't want to hear no shit coming from nobody else. I want to see you promoting this fight. Or I want to see you popping your shit. I want to see you doing these interviews on all these other platforms. I don't want to hear it coming from a third person or a third party. I want to hear it coming from the boogeyman's mouth. Yeah, I said it. And I took a lot of flack from that, but I don't give a fuck because I'm not the nigga that's going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm the nigga that's going to tell you what you need to hear on YouTube. See, that's the difference between E-Thriller, a.k.a. the Black Picasso, a.k.a. Goat Thriller. I'm not the nigga that's going to pander to a particular fan base or a fighter. I'm going to tell the absolute truth and my honest opinion on whatever I'm assessing at the motherfucking moment. And if you don't like it, then fuck it. I mean, it is what it is. Niggas get mad every day. Niggas get mad every day. Hey, you'll be all right, nigga. You tough, right? In my Rico voice. Niggas get mad every day. But the facts are the facts. And shout out to Highboard Turk because I cannot regurgitate this enough. He had the quote of the year in 2022. Make sure y'all go check out Drink Champs. But Highboard Turk said, and I quote, telling the truth ain't hating. So whenever Bob Arum, even though I didn't like the way that he did the shit, even though I feel like he could have done that shit behind closed doors whenever he was shitting on Terence Bud Crawford, right? But what he said was true. Terence Bud Crawford did need to do more interviews. Terence Bud Crawford needed to ingratiate himself with the general public. Terence Bud Crawford needs to be more open and honest and you know, with the media and his fans and shit like that on Twitter and IG and YouTube. Dare I even say YouTube? Now, he doesn't owe it to us, but I'm just saying in order to maximize your potential earning dollars, it will be wise for you to promote whatever the fuck you got going on because I'm going to be honest, ain't nobody going to promote yourself like yourself, right? I can't depend on another motherfucker to promote my boxing channel because guess what? I got to do that shit. I got to pound the pavement. I got to put that work in, right? I can't expect for none of my other niggas that come on the panel and, oh man, make sure y'all share. No, I got to do it myself. You feel what I'm saying? Now, you can put people in place to do that. I'm pretty sure Bud has a team around him now to do that. But there's nothing wrong with the man for promoting his biggest fight in his career because isn't that what y'all wanted? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I ain't telling no motherfucking lies. But anyway, man, my comments is, hold on. It looks like I got a lot of comments. Shout out to everybody in this mug, man. I got 114 people in this mug with 106 likes. Can the other 8 people please hit the like button? Can we get the likes up to 100? I appreciate everybody for rocking with your boy E-Thriller. But back to the comments I go. Starting from the top, man. Starting from the top. But I want y'all to drop some in the chat. What do y'all want Errol Spence to do? And hell, what do you want Terence Crawford to do? Because it's obvious he can do no right. I mean, damn, the man can't even sit on the toilet and take a shit and fart and wipe his ass without criticism. I mean, it's getting that bad. Can the man even fart? God damn. Back to the comments I go. Let me see, man. Hold on, y'all. Starting from the top, I'm gonna try to read as many comments as I possibly can. Let me see, man. I'm gonna try to get everybody as much as I can, and then I'm gonna drop the link if y'all want to rock. But before I get started, man, I want to give a special shout out to my bro, Lewis Contra, aka Contra Combs, for lacing me up with that new intro. Hey, bro, I really appreciate all of your love and all of your support. And I know it's a lot of people that's in here, man, that didn't get to hear my new intro. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and play this. And this is just a snippet because I think he's working on another one. I'm just gonna put that out there. But I appreciate you, Country Combs, for making me another intro, bro. Let me roll this shit. Here it is.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it.
Go thriller, back better, iller, pound for pound. Killing these topics with
Yeah, I
analytics. Silencing all the critics, trying to bite the style. They get sun like children. YouTube villain, podcast killing. So antagonistic and prolific with the swiftness. Make sure you make weight before you trying to debate. Yeah, I said it and I never hesitate. Hit them with hooks cause these rooks took the bait. Start the show cause goats never hesitate. Ducking smoke, got them sweating at they toxins.
Yeah, I
Goat
said it.
thriller, cleaning up the sport of boxing. Aight then.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. I fucking wait.
I am the greatest.
Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, man. Shout out to my brother, man, Contra Combs, for lacing me up once again. But back to the comments I go. Y'all drop some fire emojis. Y'all drop some threes if y'all fucking with that motherfucking new intro, man. I think that's just a snippet because he ain't even finished. He said, hey, go Thriller. I got some more shit for you. So I appreciate it, fam. Appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, man. But shout out to my guy, G Money in the building with E Thriller, man. He said, pardon me, he said, which one is it? Before we got the fight, they were saying he don't sell. Don't talk now. They saying he's talking too much. These guys here are something else. I hope Bud beats the dog shit out of Spence. Facts. I mean, the infatuation with, at this point, bro, this is beyond fantasizing or romanticizing with them. This is worship. They worship Errol Spence. I mean, Errol Spence can do no wrong. Let's not even talk about all his out of the ring issues because I'm one of the niggas that never talk about this shit. I just get on Errol Spence for ducking. But it's a lot of people that come on my panel that bring it up. I can't stop them from bringing that shit up. It is what it is. But I just can only speak for myself. But it would be so easy for me to go in and say that he don't do this and he isn't disciplined because of that. And you feel what I'm saying? But I don't even go that route, and neither do they. See, they never give any constructive criticism to Errol Spence, right? And that's my biggest problem. But they got all this smoke for Terence Bud Crawford, who is a fucking prototypical champion. He is a model citizen for being a competitor. He does everything by the fucking book. By the book. I don't get it, bro. So I'm with you, fam. I'm lost. I really am. Shout out to Steele, man. He said saludos from Nebraska, but about to Mantis Shrimp, spins right back to Texas. I am ready for this shit. Hey, man, I appreciate you for tapping in, my guy.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. What up to my guy Steele? He said hit that like button. Pretty please.
Yes, sir.
What up to I am you? He said we here. We all here. Bud can't sell because he doesn't know how to promote. I mean, Bud not focused because he's too busy shining in the limelight. Laugh my ass off.
Yes, sir.
I don't get it, bro. I don't know what they want the man to do. Shout out to my dog. Is that Stephen Brimley? He said, new joint. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. You wasn't ready for that shit, huh? Y'all snuck that in on y'all in the wood pack. Y'all let me know if y'all fucking with it, man. Y'all let me know. Country Combs gonna lace me up with another one. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't know when it's coming, but he one of them dudes that's like me. He do shit in one take. So it don't take much, man, for him to get his bars off. But yeah, shout out to my nigga X-Man.
Yes, sir.
He said, salute E3 and the wood pack was popping. What up, Dre? He said, we in here, Team Bud. You already know how we rocking.
Yes, sir.
You already. He said, homie spitting. I appreciate it, man. Shout out to Country Combs, man. As a matter of fact, in the playback session, I am going to pin his album. Make sure y'all go support him on all platforms. He on Spotify, iTunes, whatever the case may be, man. Anywhere you get your streaming services from, Amazon, his latest couple of albums on there. Y'all make sure y'all go support my boy Country Combs and tell him that Goat Thriller sent you. I'm going to pin that shit in the chat. Don't worry about it. Yeah, man. Yeah, I said it already. Shout out to my nigga, man. Yeah, shout out to my nigga Young Moolah, baby. He said, E-Thriller, what's up, bro? What's popping? How are you, con, sir? It's one of my day ones, man. He never folded on me. He never folded on me. What up to Lash Puma, man, from the DMV? He said, what it do, E-Thriller? And the wood pack was popping.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let me see, man. What up to Strata? I see your boy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the wood pack. Shout out to the pack. Shout out to all my brothers that come on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. What's popping? Shout out to the BFB Master Q, a.k.a. Quentin Brantley. Shout out to my dog, man. What's popping?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. The Ring Master Q, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my favorite Errol Spence fan. And it ain't even close. The shit ain't even close. Because he the nigga that make the most sense out of all you imbeciles, out of all of you. He's the only one that really talk with some sense. And yeah, my brother too, General Big Fish. Sometimes he talk with sense, but I don't never agree with Big Fish. See, I kind of agree with most of the shit that Q say, but I never, and I repeat, ever agree with the General Big Fish. But shout out to my bro in real life, man. What's popping? What up, DNG? What up, Brim? Y'all dropping some threes. What up to my nigga Brandon House? I see you, boy. Yeah, who haven't I got? What up, Miles? Is that you, man? Shout out to my dog, Miles. Where you been at, boy? Yeah. He said it's a difference of Errol fans and Bud haters. What you mean, man? Drop something in the chat. Drop something else in the chat. As a matter of fact, you need to come on, bro. You ain't been on my panel in a minute, man. I hope the pack ain't ran you off. I know my niggas didn't run you off, bro. Holla at me. Shout out to my nigga Miles, man. He fuck with Errol Spence heavy. I fuck with Miles, man. He be on my ass every day. Shout out to Miles, man. What up to Boxing Nerd 101, my brother from Canada? I see you.
Yes, sir.
He said, what's good, E3A, man? Just paint these pictures so vividly. Strata said, nobody's more focused than a man that everyone hated his whole career in his biggest fight against one of the two people he want to hurt the most. LOL. Hey, bro, let me like that comment. That's one hell of a fucking comment, my brother. I ain't about to argue with you, fam. What up to Sam Elf? He said, I'm Crawford all the way, but I'm a Spence fan too. I think Crawford will have to stop him to win. Okay, I feel you.
Yes, sir.
We gonna see, man. It's all gonna come into fruition on July the 29th. All our opinions, all these breakdowns that we've been doing, all this banner that we've been having back and forth on my channel and other channels and various platforms on YouTube and beyond, it's all gonna come into a head on July the 29th. We gonna see who was right and we gonna see who was wrong. And I cannot fucking wait. I can't wait, man. I done already put my man. I can't wait, bro. I can't wait for the press conference. I can't wait for the weigh-ins. I can't wait for all access. I can't wait. That's the best way to sum it up. I can't wait. Pardon me, y'all. Excuse me. Didn't mean to burp on y'all. But shout out to my nigga Woo36. I see you, boy.
Yes, sir.
He said, why aren't we hearing Spence say that he's going to beat Crawford at his own style, like he said about Sean, or that he's going to box Crawford like he said he would Mikey? Damn. Hell of a point. I'm pretty sure somebody's going to spin the narrative or come up with something after Errol Spence come up short, in my honest opinion, because I said it before and I say it again. And if you're new to the channel, this is something that I always say. I've been saying this shit from day one. Now, everybody knows I coined the phrase, sleep experts. But this is going to be a special occasion. And I live in Dallas. I'm from Dallas, contrary to what a lot of people may or may not believe. You know, I used to rock with Earl, but once he started doing all that ducking shit, I said, fuck that. I got to hold you accountable. I like niggas like Kobe. I like niggas like the Mamba. I like niggas like Michael Jeffrey Jordan, Allen Iverson, just to give y'all some basketball references. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. You feel what I'm saying? In boxing, Floyd Money Mayweather. You feel what I'm saying? Bernard Hopkins, who didn't duck no smoke. Roy Jones. The list goes on and on. Andre Ward. You feel what I'm saying? But for this special occasion, Terence Bud Crawford is going to send that motherfucker to Nebraska Furniture Mart for some bed frames, for some sheets, some pillows. I'm talking about it's going to be a blowout sale on July the 28th. That whole weekend, you can get all bed frames for half price off. The coupon code is going to be hashtag the shag gotta go. Facts. Just wait on it. But shout out to my nigga Woo, man. Hold on, let me like this. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get used to my new computer. Hold on. I bet. What up to MPB? Bam, no. I ain't never seen you. I apologize if I'm fucking up your name. I ain't never seen you in my chat before. Salute to you, fam. I see.
Yes, sir.
He said July 29th, I'm frying fish and smoking bud. All right, that's a bit. That's a bit. Already. So you ready? LOL. Appreciate you, man. I see. Already. Anybody going to the fight? I know I'm not, man. I ain't going to the fight, bro. Let me see. What up to my nigga C's, man? What's popping? Yeah, what up, brand new? I see you.
Yes, sir.
He said E3 my brother and my fellow bud buddy. Salute. Yes, sir. You already know. Team Crawford, we in the motherfucking building. And we poking our chests out. Nigga, we want all the smoke. This is what we've been waiting on. We've been waiting on this moment. You feel me? Sales, I think I'm not going too far from Vegas. Okay, y'all just going back and forth. Let me see. Who haven't I got? Hold on, y'all. What up to my guy Fotex, man? I see your boy.
Yes, sir.
He said, sup, y'all was popping. How are you, kind sir? What's shaking? Shout out to the General Big Fish, man. He said, E3, I'm happy Crawford finally got a big fight after 15 years. See, there you go. There you go with that bullshit. There you go. Shout out to my brother, man. Shout out to another Earl Spence fan, man, Walter Trent. He said, when Crawford looked ordinary, can't wait to hear his fans' reaction. Now, you know, Terence Crawford has never, when has Terence Crawford ever looked ordinary, bro? That is blasphemous to even utter those words. Like, nothing about Terence Crawford inside of the ring is ordinary, fam. But I can say that about Earl Spence because his style is very ordinary. I mean, he's just a nigga that throws a lot of value. He throws everything behind the jab, and he likes to pushes the pace and fight on the inside. I mean, what is extraordinary about Earl Spence? He really isn't a flashy fighter, but there's nothing extraordinary about him. To me, I can make that point about Earl, but to each his own. That's just your opinion, but I'm entitled to mine too. Shout out to my boy, though, Walter Trent. I see. I appreciate you for popping in on me. It's popping. Let me see, man. What up to my guy? They know. He said, how come Bud ain't getting that Daring to Be Great label going for 2-time undisputed? LOL. Hey, man, because they never wanted him to be able to have this opportunity, fam. I mean, the facts are the facts. The proof is in the pudding. They never wanted this moment to happen, bro. Some of these niggas really didn't want this fight to happen because they know deep down in their heart of hearts, it's levels to this shit. And I don't know how many times I'm going to say this, but it is what it is. Proof is in the pudding. What up to QT? He said Earl not promoting because he's drained from all that weight. He got to go drop just to make a weight cut. Damn, so you think he weight drained? Okay. Well, I mean, Earl Spence was the one tweeting that, it was hard to make weight and Terence Crawford was procrastinating and he could have took a fight in November and all this extra shit. So maybe just and then he also said it wasn't easy to make weight and he might move up and all that type of shit. So I don't know, man. You might be on to something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I'll tell you one thing. I don't want to hear no excuses. Because Earl was the nigga that said he don't do tune-ups. Matter of fact, I don't know why he ain't made that shirt yet. Earl needs to make a strap season shirt that says hashtag no tune-ups. So I think that shit is very catchy. I think he can sell a lot of shirts with that shit. But yeah, man, I don't want to hear no excuses once he get his fucking shag knocked off. I don't want to hear nothing. Nothing. And the same goes for Terence Crawford fans. I don't want to hear no excuses. If Bud lose, I'm not going to make any excuses. None whatsoever. What up, Sanctus? He said Earl Sexual is exhibiting false energy. Them dudes are petrified as fuck. This fight actually came to fruition. All that hard work to kill the fight, and their worst nightmare is reality. Wow. Laugh my ass off with the laughing emojis. Shout out to Sanctus, man. I see. Hey, man, it remains to be seen. We gonna see. We are definitely going to see, my brother. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Who haven't I got? What up to young Shorty Guap? He said Bud had one belt at the time and injuries. Watching Earl collect all the belts. Yeah, I mean, it was in the cards for Earl Smith to go the easier route, bro. He told us Al Heyman didn't have Terence Crawford in his plans. He said he was going to fight Mikey. He was going to fight Sean, maybe Keith Thurman, Pacquiao, maybe. I don't know if he said Ugas. Did he say Ugas? I could be wrong. I don't know if he said Ugas at the time. But you get my drift. It was never in the cards to fight Bud at the time. That's what he said. So yeah, Bud, I mean, how the fuck was he gonna get the belts when all the belts was on the PBC side? That don't even make sense. And even if he would have left Top Rank, who was to say that he was going to be able to position himself to get another belt? Because then that would go against the plan of becoming the fucking A side of in Earl Spence. That was Al Haymon's whole plan, to position Earl Spence, his client, the guy that he's advising, to be the A side in the biggest fight that the sport wanted to see, right? So why would he allow Terence Crawford to come over there if he would have went over there and get another belt so it could be 2-2 and then they split it 50-50 down the middle? Shit don't make no sense, bro. But hey, to each his own. What up, Sly? He said, what about the Earl? He said, what are these Earl sexuals talking about? Nothing, bro. You got niggas saying that Bud ain't in shape. He better be in shape. And just all kind of guru. When have we ever seen Terence Crawford not in shape? I mean, I'm just saying. But we seen Earl Spence not be in shape. But one thing I won't say about Earl Spence, because to me, see, this would be hating. Me hating on Earl Spence would be like, hey, I done seen Earl Spence get tired in fights. I've seen Earl Spence don't have good conditioning, because that's a bullshit ass lie. Earl Spence never gets tired, y'all. To me, that's his best attribute. Earl Spence, as the fight progresses, Earl Spence gets stronger. He's like a fucking locomotive coming at you. He's like a fucking train. He just keep chugging and chugging along. Chick, 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 chick. Two. Earl Spence is like that, bro. And if you let Earl Spence do the same thing over and over and over again, Earl Spence is going to beat the fuck out of you. Earl Spence is like the nigga that you play on Madden. Shout out to all my gamers that, play on the Xbox and PS5, because I got both. And I got the gaming laptop now because I'm on the Undisputed. If anybody want to smoke, just hit me up. But anyway, yeah, man, he's like that nigga on Madden that run the same cheap-ass play that is very hard to stop, that has unlimited options, whether it's a skinny post going across the middle or a streak with motherfucking playing with the Packers. What's the nigga name? Damn, I forgot the dude's name, bro. But with Aaron Rodgers and shit like that, or he's running some cheap-ass RPO play that's extremely hard to stop. You got niggas like that on Madden that will milk a play until you figure out how to stop it. Well, to provide proper context, that's Earl Spence in the boxing ring. So Terence Bud Crawford is going to have to make Earl Spence think and make adjustments on the fly, or else he could be in for a long night. I hate to even utter that, but hey, man, I just got to be honest. He has to make Earl Spence think. He cannot allow Earl Spence to get into a rhythm, because Earl Spence is a rhythm fighter. He going to keep doing the same shit over and over. I'm telling you, I'll go back and watch his fights. I'm watching his fights right now. You fighting Sean Porter right now. I'm watching this shit in slow-mo. He do the same shit over and over until you stop it. But yeah, shout out to young Shotty Guap. He said easy fights to make. See how long this fight took to make, but okay. I don't know what you're trying to say, but it is what it is. What up, Gas Network? I ain't never seen you. Make sure you sub up to the channel, my guy. He said that's because he got options. Who you mean, my brother? He said Bud don't. Okay, so Bud doesn't have the option to exercise his right as the WBO champion to move up to 154 to challenge Tim Tszyu, since Charlo is out with an injury. He don't have the opportunity to move up and wait to fight a Charlo if he were to get past the Tim Tszyu. Shit you saying don't even make sense, bro. See, this is the confirmation bias that a lot of us Bud buddies like to get on the fucking Earl sexuals about, because to sit up here and say that Bud has no options, I bet you was one of them niggas, right? They were saying this before he signed to fight Avenesian, because didn't nobody see that fight coming, let alone for $10 million. I bet you was one of them niggas that said, oh, well, Terence Bud Crawford ain't got no options. He ain't got no choice but to take the zero guarantee. He ain't got no choice but to bow down to a fucking Earl Spence because he's the A side. And then, lo and behold, this man ended up making $10 million with a starter company, y'all. What a starter company. But hey, if you want to keep running with that narrative that Bud can't go fight X, Y, and Z, then hey, have at it. Have at it. Shout out to you, though. We can agree to disagree. Okay, y'all just going back and forth. Who haven't I got, man? Let me see. I'm trying to get somebody I ain't got. Shout out to Fotex. He said Tank being a star in jail right now. Yeah, man. I mean, it's hard to feel bad for him, because if it was in the fucking details or whatever they call that shit, whenever you get in trouble, because I ain't never been in trouble. I don't do stupid shit. That's just me, right? But whatever the terms was from the judge to Javante, why would he do what are you thinking, bro? Sit your ass down somewhere. Just sit down somewhere. Get you a PlayStation 5 if you don't already have one. Play some goddamn Undisputed on a PC. I mean, you got the money to go buy video games. I wonder if he can have lady friends in this fucking. I don't know about that part of it, but bro, how do you get in trouble for living in the wrong house? So that shit just don't make sense, bro. It doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm praying for the brother because I like Tank. I just don't like the fact that he said on $1 million worth of game that, I ain't never asked for no big fight. Tank said that. He said he's never asked for a big fight. I've had a sour taste in my mouth for Tank ever since then. I've been holding him accountable because it's like, well, damn. I was the nigga running around here looking at my guy, Floyd Money Mayweather, a certain way because I thought it was Floyd and Linda Ellaby that was saying, you're going to fight X, Y, and Z. But for you to not even give any pushback to say, look, man, I want to fight Devin. I want to fight Lomo. I want to fight a Shakur. I want to fight a fucking Josh Taylor, who at the time where Leonard Ellaby said whenever he was going into a fight with Mario Barrios, who was the regular champion, please don't make me fart. He was running up here saying that, Josh Taylor has nothing to offer Gervonta Tank Davis, even though he was undisputed at 140. So for Tank not to give any pushback, that's why I started saying, well, damn, I got to start holding this nigga accountable as well because he's a grown-ass man and he knows right from wrong. Facts. It is what it is. All right, man, so let me do this. I've been talking long enough. I am going to go ahead and drop this link if anybody want to come on the rock with your boy E-Thriller, a.k.a. the Black Picasso. But as always, I got to go over the panel etiquette and the rules on my panel before y'all click my link. Let me go ahead and drop this link. Let me pin it so y'all ain't got to keep asking for it. All right, man. So, as always, let me pull this shit up just so y'all can see it on the screen before y'all click on my link. Here's the panel etiquette rules. Rule number 1. Please turn on your camera so I can authenticate you because I've had situations in the past where dudes was coming on and doing weird ass shit that I'm not going to say what he was doing. It is what it is. Make sure you cut your camera on so I can authenticate you. And once I say, hey, I see you, you can cut it off if you want to. If you want to keep your camera on, that's totally up to you, right? Rule number 2, please mute your audio until I introduce you. You're going to have 5 minutes to speak in rule number 3. You can pop your shit. You can come on and say, you Thriller, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a bud, buddy. I can't stand you. I hate your guts. I hate your channel. I can't wait for you to delete your channel after July the 29th. Whatever the case may be, I'm not going to say a motherfucking word. I want to let you speak for 5 minutes, uninterrupted. Rule number 4, and probably the most important rule on my panel, please don't dominate the show. Because if it's a big panel, if you got 5 to 10 people on this bitch, everybody want to make their points. And if somebody got smoke with another person, you got to kind of feel the room and see, oh, okay, they got something going, so let me fall back. And then I'll be able to jump in here. You feel what I'm saying? Everybody want to make their points, so please be respectful. Pretty please. And rule number 5, which is probably the most important rule, please don't mention any other YouTubers on my fucking channel. I don't give a damn about all these other channels. I ain't got nothing to do with them. They ain't got nothing to do with me. So if you have any issues or hangups, whatever the fuck they saying on their channel or they live streams and videos, they ain't got nothing to do with E-Thriller, aka the Black Picasso. But if you want to mention the channels, it's cool. But you're going to have to cash out me because that's free paid promotion, right? That's paid promotion. So please don't mention nobody. I cannot regurgitate that enough. And last but not least, rule number 6, please respect the host and my guest. Please be respectful. I know we like to get, a little rowdy and wild, but there's certain things you can and can't say to another motherfucking grown man because you wouldn't say this shit if we was face to face. So let's just be mindful and respectful. We can have a good time. We can go at each other without being super disrespectful, right? All right, but shout out to Boxing Nerd. I see you. I saw you, champ to the realest. All right, going out to my guy. Is that Stephen Brimley? You're live in the chat of the pack. Holler at me, man. What's poppin', fam?
Man, you already know what it do, bro. How you feeling this wonderful evening?
Hey, man, happy Friday, man. I'm feeling a little bit better now. I done got that fucking shit off my chest about all the fucking unnecessary hate for Terence Crawford. But what's your take on the topic at hand? Go ahead. The floor is yours. 5 minutes, my brother.
I already knew he was. I'll call him. Hey, so it is kind of shameful because it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Because when he wasn't promoting, which we've been saying for eons that Bud and Spence doesn't promote as enough individually as their brand.
I see you, Sean.
They use that as a talking point against him. But now that he's promoting, if somebody said that, I've seen a couple people say that, and I think that's just pure, pure hate. You know what I mean? It's like confirmation bias deluxe. I kind of would just ignore them in the sense of that, because one thing about Bud is he always ready, so he ain't got to get ready, and we know that. He always stay ready. So for anybody to say that, that's kind of fugazi, man. I almost don't even want to talk about it because it's just so stupid that somebody would actually try to use that as a talking point. It just gonna make me shake my head.
Mm.
But on that topic, that's all I got. Because I mean, that that don't get more than 2 minutes of me talking. Like, are you serious? Give me a break.
Mm.
That's all I gotta say about that. But we got a lot of other things to chop up about.
So let me
You know-
ask you this, Bram, since you don't want to talk about that, let me flip it on you. Do you feel like Errol Spence needs to be promoting this fight with Terence Crawford? Now, granted,
Absolutely.
I'm giving him credit. He did the ESPN thing. It was a phenomenal interview. I love what both fighters were saying. They both seemed confident to me. Credit to him. But do you think he could be doing a little bit more like Bud, or do you think I'm reaching with that? Go ahead.
You're not reaching, but there is some time left. So I'm not going to jump out the window yet and say, oh, Spence ain't doing enough. But as it stands right now, yes,
Mhm.
Bud is doing a lot more, and he has been doing more since since he became a promotional free agent. He has done more, and I don't want to hear they say, oh, Spence is already a superstar. No, Spence did better numbers than Bud. There's no debate. But Spence's numbers has went down every single fight. Spence is not a superstar. He's a star. He's solid. He did some pretty respectable numbers. But if they want to drive this fight home and hit the casuals the way they need to, he's got to go out there. He needs to hit some casual platforms. That's needed. But I mean, he's probably focused on getting himself in shape so he can be ready for the fight. But after next week's press conference, train and you got to make some time in your training camp. You can do a satellite. It's 2023. The digital era is here. There's ways you can do interviews without having to fly to the location. So, make it happen, brother. That's it.
Already, man. You still got 2.5 minutes, Brim. You good?
Only thing I say is, boxing nerd, we coming for you. Kicking shit with boots. Test coming soon.
Absolutely. We got to test him tonight, bro. I'm glad you put that test together for my brother, boxing nerd.
No
hey,
doubt.
Hold on, y'all. Hang tight, bro. Hey, Gas Network, I see you backstage, bro. You got to cut your cam on, fam. Cut your cam on. I got to authenticate you. Then I'll bring you on. You got to wait your turn. All right, man. Going out to my dog, Boxing Nerd 1-on-1. You're live on the chat with the motherfucking pack. Holla at me, fam. What's popping, bro?
It seems that I'm the most wanted man on the live.
I see you, Gas
today.
Network. You cut it off, fam. Appreciate it.
What's good, E3? How you doing, man?
Hey, man. Happy Friday, my brother. It's the weekend. I'm happy, bro. How are you?
I'm not too bad.
I see you, Mr. Golden.
I'm glad you're on live today. So
Appreciate it. I'm glad to be back, my brother. Go ahead.
I have a little beef with you because you're talking about my favorite fighter, but we'll get back into that later on in the show.
I'm for all the beef. Go ahead.
I'm gonna try and test out my debating skills again, going up against the GOAT. A loss won't be. It's just a learning experience. I don't think a loss is gonna be too bad for my record. It's still a perfect one. Oh man, Terence is doing an amazing job of promoting the fight. I feel he's doing a lot more than Mr. Big Fish. The Big Fish is in a different pond right now. I don't know what he's doing. I'm not sure what sea he's at, but we need him at our sea. We need him in the boxing world. We need to see his face, not on his girlfriend's panel, not on his girlfriend's YouTube, but here, like all of us, so we can see what was going on with the fight. But other than that, there's a couple points about Boots that I want to get into. Also, Tio.
I see you, Dre.
Fought Cambosis because he was his mandatory. That's another thing.
You can cut your cam out, Dre. I see you.
I don't think he was ducking Devin Haney. I think he was fighting Cambosis because he was the mandatory at the time for the IBF, and the IBF don't play. If you don't acknowledge the IBF, they will strip you like they stripped Canelo in record timing. So, also when it comes to Regis and Devin Haney, Regis will ruin his career. I don't feel Devin has the power to keep him off of him. I don't feel Devin has the defensive acumen to be able to stop or get out of the way of what's coming at him as well. Okay. All because Regis, not only is he powerful, but he's a boxer puncher. I seen what he's He's done in the ring. He's very slick. He doesn't get hit too often, but when he slugs, you know. And Taylor hasn't looked the same since he fought Regis too. So his career is still up for grabs, and we need to see how he looks against Teofimo. And one thing I have to say about, I know you don't like Teofimo, but you have to give him his props. Ever since he went, I think it was 16-0 or 15-0, he fought Lomachenko, he fought Kambosos, he fought Sandor Martin, who retired Mike Garcia. He fought Pedro. I don't remember his name, but he's been fighting monsters.
My hate for Teofimo Lopez has absolutely nothing to do with his resume at all.
You know what? We share the same. We share the same anger and frustration. And he said no. The other day he said he wanted to kill Taylor. I'm like, bro,
he's a goofball, bro. He's a goofball.
Man, like his mental is just all over the place. But one more. How much time do I have left?
I see you, CO. Let me see. You got about 2 minutes, bro. Keep cooking.
All right. So
I see you, CO. Cut your cam off, bro.
I want to talk about your.
I see you, Mr. INT.
Cut
your cam off.
About Mr. Boots. You said he was fighting another journeyman. It would seem.
No. Don't mix up my words. I said exhibition.
Even worse.
Exhibition. That's what I said. But go ahead.
Okay, exhibition.
Exhibition, absolutely.
Against Roman Villa, who's looking like
the same. Wait a minute, the same guy that was getting outboxed by Rashida Ellis for 10 out of the 12 rounds before he hurt him and stopped him.
Is a stretch, sir. I feel like
I believe Rashida Ellis was winning that fight with ease.
I believe so, but the 12th round, he was getting bobbled off the canvas. He was getting beat from pillar to post. He was getting beat like he was
one round, bro. So you mean to tell me you think he's gonna be able to do that with Boots?
No, but here's the thing: it's what you've done for me lately. And when it comes to their performances, who looked better?
What you mean? Who looked better than who?
Did Roman Villa not look better than Boots on the day when it came to him versus Rashidi and Boots versus Karen? Who got criticized more?
No, I don't think he looked better than Boots, bro. He just had one good round, bro.
One good round. He was one good round on the body of Rashidi Ellis. But we'll get back into that later on in the show.
Yeah. You already know. Yeah, we definitely. I need to do a show on Boots.
I'll be right there to defend his honor.
All right, man. Appreciate you, boxing nerd.
E3, I appreciate you, man.
No doubt, my brother. Waiting. All right, man. Going out to Champ the Realist. You're live on the chat with the pack. Holler at me, man. What's popping, bro?
What's good, E3? It's your boy, the Expert Genius. You know,
man, you changed your name up on me. What's popping?
Yeah, I let you know in the chat that I was getting ready to change the name of my channel to Champ the Realist.
Bro, my bad. I ain't see that shit, bro. My bad. Go ahead and pop your shit. You got 5 minutes.
Man, I don't really got that much to say, but I just want to give a shout out to Bud, you know, for the narrative that was going around for a few years that he can't promote himself, he can't do this, and he's doing everything that everybody said he couldn't do, plus more. And when it comes to, I gotta go with what Boxing Nerd just said about Villa. He did not look good against Rashidi Ellis. Like you said, he had that one good round, and that was it. But that one good round compared to what Boots' last fight, cut it. Like Buster, cut it. Don't do that. Cut it. And that's all I got. I'll wait for open panel.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody was acting like I was tripping on my community wild, bro. I don't see what they seeing in that Villa guy. Like you just said, he had one good round, bro. And really, I can make an argument if Rashidi Ellis had any type of power, he probably would have stopped that dude because he was walking into clean shots all fight.
Yeah, Boots is gonna stop this dude, bro.
I think so too, bro. I think it's gonna be an early night for sure. But anyway, man, I appreciate you, my guy, Expert. All right, man, going out to Sean T. You're live on the chat with the pack. Holler at me, fam. What's popping, bro?
Hey, what's going on with it? Peace and love to the panel, to the chat. You know, man, I was listening to you before you opened up the panel, man, and you were saying stuff like the problem you had with Earl is that he had been ducking and yada, 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 and so on and so forth. But, you know, my question to you is, like, shit, man, didn't he sue Bob Arum for not making the fight, meaning Crawford?
No, that's not why he sued Bob Arum.
Could have
He sued
sworn.
Bob Arum because he was supposed to be he was supposed to have 2 fights. I believe it was the year where he fought Igis Kavalauskas, and he didn't want to fight Igis Kavalauskas. But Bob convinced him to fight Igis Kavalauskas. So whenever he made that fight, he wanted to get another fight. So he owed that man another $4.5 million or some shit like that.
But what did he promise him? What did he promise him as far as the Kavalauskas fight? When he didn't want to fight Kavalauskas, Bob Arum promised him the Spence fight. That's what happened. He said, if I don't get the Spence fight, then I'm gonna have to pay you
the $1 million. Correct.
Exactly.
He never paid him for it. So that's why he sued him for it.
Okay. But what I'm saying is you can't say one man is ducking when this dude broke his promise about making that fight.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Shanti. How was Bob really going to make the fight if Earl had a plan to clean up his side any fucking way, bro? That doesn't make sense.
Then you shouldn't have sued Bob Arum for not making the fight. That's all I'm saying.
No, you're mixing it up. He sued Bob Arum because he put it in writing. If I can't get you this fight, I owe you X amount of dollars. That's what was said.
All right, well, we'll agree to disagree. But I'm gonna say this. So let's say my man did say I'm gonna clean up my side of the street, which he did say that.
He did.
He said I'm gonna get these 3 belts, right, and then I'm gonna get that 4th one. Correct?
Yep, that's what he said.
Did he not stick?
2 or 3 times,
but did he not stick to his word?
He really didn't, bro. To be honest with you, because wasn't he trying to? He was offered on a buffet platter for a Canelo fight. If Canelo would have took that deal, Earl Spence would have been moving out of the weight class he said he was never going to move out of before facing Terence Crawford. Is that not a fact?
That's a fact. But wasn't he also offered a Thurman fight too?
Yeah, he was offered a Thurman fight. Matter of fact, wait a minute. Tom Brown petitioned to fight Thurman at 154 with no belts. But go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, just like he could have accepted a Canelo fight, he could have accepted the Thurman fight if indeed he was a duck. For a man to sit out over a year waiting for Terence Crawford, which, like, I'm happy that they make the fight. You feel me? Like, I got my tickets and everything. You feel me? And when it comes to Terence Crawford, it's like, man, he's doing a hell of a job right now with promoting himself. Now, if you go back in the past, who's the guy who said that he doesn't want to promote himself? It was Bob Arum, right?
Yeah, I showed the article earlier. Yep, that's a fact.
Yeah,
and I agree with Bob. Yep.
I mean, well, here's the deal. Like, to keep it 100, neither one of these dudes are great with promoting themselves. You know what I'm saying?
I said it earlier. Facts.
But with Crawford going out there doing the job that he's doing, you cannot do anything but applaud him. I applaud him for signing the contract. You feel me? Like, I guess what I'm trying to allude to is this, man. Like, I'm a Spence fan through and through, but like, we respect Terence Crawford.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
You do, but there's a lot of niggas that don't.
Well, you know well, they may be unfair, but all I'm saying is, whether you like him or not, you gotta agree that he's a hell of a fighter. You dig what I'm saying? The only gripe that I might have had in the past is, if you're going to call someone pound for pound, then he should fight better opponents. That's it. That's all. You feel me? Now, the guys he fought, he beat them. The only one who I really don't give him credit for is David Avanesian, because he shouldn't have been in the ring with Crawford. You know what I'm saying? But if that was a tune-up, then so be it. He was the tune-up. But
so let me ask you this, Shanti. Who do you give him credit for, if you don't mind me asking?
Who do I give him credit for? I give him credit for everyone he's fought up until David Avanesian.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because I got a lot of people that come on my panel who don't give him credit for shit. So I'm just trying to make sure. Go ahead. Well,
listen, the man is gonna fight who the promoter puts in front of him. You dig what I'm saying? Now with the David Avanesian, it's kind of like they went out and found this guy from some fucking well. You know what I'm saying? I didn't respect that right there, because we all were waiting for the Spence Crawford fight. But as I look back at it, I'm just like, well, you know what? That could have been a good thing, to keep it 100, because that started a lot of talk amongst the casuals about Crawford, people who didn't know about him. So it kind of helped build this fight up right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess you kind of look at it that way. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of look at first I was like, man, he ducked. But then I'm like, well, you know what? We don't even know what happened behind closed doors if they thought that the fight wasn't big enough. You feel me? Hey man, go
And
ahead. And,
to add to your point, it is a blessing in disguise because they had zero guarantee in them first two offers, but now they're getting guaranteed of at least 10 figures. So really, Crawford did them a favor by not accepting those terms in 2022.
Listen. If Crawford got his 10 mil, Spence got his 10 mil, and they're gonna get paid on the back end. I'm not mad at none of that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm happy to see both of these brothers, goddamn it, get paid and paid well for the simple fact they putting their lives on the line. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoever come behind me and give their little talk or whatever, like they may try to, point fingers at one fighter or the other. But me, I'm ecstatic that, man, we got two of the best fighters, man, about to get in the ring and show us what they made of. Straight up.
Hey, Sean T, are you going to be able to hang tight for open panel? Because I want to ask you another question about the fight.
Oh, yeah. No question.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
right.
I'll be around.
Okay, bet. So let me go ahead and pass the mic to Gas Network. You're live on the chat with the pack. Holler at me, fam. What's popping, bro? Gas Network.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's popping, fam?
What's going on, E3? Just want to say shout out to the channel. Shout out to the chat.
Thank you.
What you doing? My only question is, are we going to give Bud the credit now for promoting the fight? I see people giving him credit for making this fight so big. And I'm like, this fight was already big before any type of promotion. And I'm starting to see that people are saying, oh, Bud is promoting the fight. Are we going to give Bud the credit for making this fight so big? Is he going to get the credit now for being this amazing promoter?
It don't look like it, bro, because from what I've been seeing and reading on social media, that they saying that he's not focused.
Not focused? No, he looks focused. He's gonna always be focused. I'm not worried about that.
Got your cam on, Mr. INTJ.
I'm not worried about what people saying on social media. He's happy.
Okay, I see you. Thank you, sir.
He got he got the fight of his life. He's happy. He should be happy.
Yeah, he look real happy. Yep.
Right. He's happy. So I'm not saying he's not focused. Bud is not gonna ever not go into that ring focused. Right. I'm actually a Bud fan. Because a lot of people think that I'm a Bud hater. That's another critique that I have. Every time somebody critiques Bud, they all of a sudden an Errol fanboy or a Bud hater. We like Bud. Our only critique for Bud is that he hasn't fought anybody. Gotcha. We want to see his amazing skill up against real good competition.
Okay. Oh, are you asking me like, what am I giving him credit for? I don't understand your question.
No, I was asking the question of, are we going to give Bud the credit for promoting the fight? Is he going to get all the credit? Because I see everybody's giving him all this credit and praise for promoting the fight and saying Errol is not doing enough to promote the fight.
So are you saying he shouldn't get any credit for promoting the fight?
I don't think the credit goes to both of them because they made the fight. This is the biggest fight in boxing. So why are we giving him credit now? This is a fight that didn't need to be promoted. Right?
Yeah, I get where you're going. I mean, that's fair to say, but my thing is, why is people getting on Bud for promoting the fight, for doing some shit that we've been practically begging for him to do his entire caire? I don't get that part about it.
I'm not getting on Bud for promoting the fight. That's business.
No, I'm not saying you specifically, but I've seen people say this whole goddamn week that this dude is not focused because he's doing too many interviews. But we was the same niggas that saying, Bud, you need to do more so you can sell more pay-per-views, so you can garner more interest and level from the goddamn casuals in the boxing public. That's what we were saying. I was saying it, and I'm a Bud buddy. People call me a Bud buddy.
I'll play devil's advocate.
Okay.
And say that maybe he's not taking this fight as serious as he should. And now that this is his greatest moment in boxing history, he's kind of enjoying the limelight, and it's kind of showing his true nature and that he just wanted to be famous. And part of the reason why he never liked Spence was because Spence was getting all the credit that he wasn't getting. So now that he's finally getting the attention that he deserves and wanted this whole time, he's kind of like basking in it. And that, to me, that lets me know that the type of character of a man he is. And then you have the question, does he really care about this fight? Or does he care about the attention?
So you think, so wait a minute. So you think, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. So you think Bud is jealous of Errol Spence?
Do I think? I can't say that, but it would seem that way.
Okay.
It would seem that way not Errol Spence, particularly like the man. I'm talking about Bud, as in he's done so much in his career, and he does not really get any attention.
But can we really say that though, Gas Network? Because I've never once. Hold on. Let me make my point real. I'm gonna let you finish. But can we really say that? Because I've never seen on anybody's pound for pound list that does a list like a legitimate, credible source in boxing have Earl Spence over Crawford, even though everybody claims Earl Spence's resume is way better than Crawford. I've never seen Earl Spence number 1 or 2 pound for pound on anybody's list over Crawford, bro.
Okay, so can I speak frank?
Yeah, go ahead. Shoot it.
Bob Arum. Bob Arum got strings that he could pull to make people go on the pound for pound list. That don't have nothing to do with selling fights. So notice he got on the pound for pound list and then he left Bob. He got what he needed from Bob and he was out. Once he got on that pound for pound list, he was gone. Wrap it up.
So you think Bob Arum is the reason for Terence Crawford being on the pound for pound list, bro?
100%.
The same. Hold on. The same promoter that has been shitting on him, bro, ever since he's been with him. You think he would really put Crawford in that position?
No. You got to give Bob a little bit more credit. That this is a great promoter. Bob has cherry picked a lot of good fights for all of his fighters to make their stats look really, really. Bob knows what he's doing when he's putting fighters up. So give Bob his credit. And Bob said it out of his own mouth. He said, I lost a lot of money off of Crawford.
I read that article earlier.
Right. I'm hearing
what he said. We don't know that to be true, but that's what he said.
Okay, that's what he's saying. But what I'm hearing is, when I hear that, it means I promoted this guy. He didn't promote himself, right? He didn't do his legwork, which he didn't. We know that he didn't do that. And he didn't become the star that he was supposed to become. He didn't. Terence Crawford is now getting the most attention he's ever got in his life now that his name is being mentioned with Errol Spence.
His name, wait a minute. His name been mentioned with Earl for years, bro, leading into this fight, to this moment.
That's not what I said. I said he's getting the most attention now that his name is being mentioned with Errol Spence. Can we agree to that?
No, because which one of Errol Spence fights was as big as this fight now, bro? The same can be said about both of them. This is both of their biggest fights. We don't know how big
this fight is going to be until the numbers come out, so we can't even speculate. But
wait a minute. So we don't know this fight is going to be bigger than any other fight Errol Spence has been in.
I think this is going to be. I think this is the biggest fight in boxing, and this is history being made right now.
But you just said we don't know that until the numbers come out, bro. You contradicting yourself.
No, because you're speculating. I get what you're doing. I get it, and I agree with you. But I'm also saying let's stay on the facts. The fact is,
I got you. Fair enough.
The facts is we did not hear Terence Crawford's name as much as we hear it now. Once his name was paired with Errol the Truth Spence. Manny Pacquiao had a name
Hey, bro, it's been 5 minutes, but let me ask you one question before I pass the mic.
Sorry.
Do you watch YouTube, bro? I'm not trying to be funny, but do you watch YouTube every day? Or do you look up boxing news on YouTube every day?
Do I look up boxing? Yes.
Okay, and who do you see the majority of the time being talked about?
Both of them.
So can you really sit up here and say he's never had his name talked about this much?
His name was not being talked about when he was in the other divisions. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, man. Appreciate you guys, network. All right, going out to Mr. Maceo. You're live on the chat with the pack. Holler at me, fam. What's popping, bro?
What's up, fellas?
What up, Goldie Low?
Not much, man. I got some problem with the rules you got up there.
How you gonna have problems with my rules?
Because my name is Mr. Golden.
This nigga here, man. Go ahead, Goldie Low, man.
I'm on the way to come on and talk about another guest on the panel. I have the right to do that. So where is Stephen Brimley? Is Stephen Brimley on the panel tonight?
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
Hey, Stephen, how you doing?
Hey, Golden Grams.
Are you doing all right tonight?
I'm blessed and highly favored. How about yourself, my good brother?
Oh, hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. I'm blessed too. Now, I want to talk some shit. Mr. Gas. Mr. Gas, how you doing, sir?
How's it going?
I'm doing good, young man. You high test or regular gas? Which
Huh?
one are you?
High gas, regular gas? Oh, I'm just gas. The fuel that you need to keep going. That's it. I'm just that.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Then that gas you been talking just then was some bullshit.
Well, gas stands for God always saves. That's what gas.
Okay. That gas for that. Okay, I thought
we need.
I thought you were talking something like gas that have you constipated or something.
No. You could just.
Oh, okay.
All I said is facts.
No. Especially that part. I mean, my brother tried to scrape you out a little bit on that part till I blew up and suing Bob Aaron.
Appreciate that.
You feel what I'm saying? My brother had to scrape you out a little bit because a lot of people get that assumption wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't with Gas, Mr. Golden. That was with Sean T. Gas, he didn't make none of them points.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gas. I'm sorry.
Hey, Gas was just talking about the popularity aspect.
Oh, okay, Sean T, where you at? What else, Sean T? That's the one right before Gas.
Man, I'm in the house, man. I'm in the house with my ears wide open.
Mr. Sean T.
What's up, brother?
How you doing, sir? My name is Mr. Golden.
I know who you are. I heard you before. Yes, sir.
You heard me before. You know I'm kind of special, right?
Definitely.
Okay. Long be established last, but I do pop my shit every now and then.
Mr. Golden, take it easy. Hey,
Mr. Golden, man, you burning a lot of time, fam. You got
look at man.
Go ahead.
Look, I got 25. Look, man, I got 25 minutes, man.
No, you don't. You got 5 minutes like everybody else.
Okay. I'm gonna say this part here, then we pass it on.
Right,
I want to get the brother corrected about that lawsuit thing.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? The situation is a lot of people get out of assumption that he's suing Bob because he couldn't make the fight. No, the contract, when he re-signed that contract, Bob guaranteed him 2 fights a year. That was on his contract. Now, if you notice, he sued Bob for $10 million. For 3 years, Bob only get his man 1 fight a year. Okay. So Bob owed his man an additional $3 million per year that he did not fight. Well, bring it up to $9 million. After he sued Bob for $9 million. You feel what I'm saying? So it had nothing to do. And the extra $1 million came in when Bob guaranteed him, after that Mean Machine fight, I guarantee you, when I say $900,000, when I say $1 million, that I can get you the Earl Spence fight. He's suing Bob for breach of contract because he didn't live up to his end of the bargain far as that contract. That's why he was suing Bob Aaron. It wasn't because he couldn't make the Earl Spence fight. He was suing Bob because Bob owed him an additional $3 million per fight that he missed. It's in that contract. When he renegotiated his contract, that's what the contract was for. So I don't know why everybody told me he's suing Bob Aaron for not making an Earl Spence fight. No, he was suing Bob Aaron to get his money that he owed him. Okay? That's what he sued Bob for. Now, I just want to get that clear because I'm tired of everybody coming on and coming up with the assumption that that's why he was suing Bob Aaron, because of Earl. And another thing I'm saying here, if Bob was losing money off of Bud, why did Bud want to resign this man here after that Porter fight? Why did he want to make another fight with Josh Taylor after the Porter fight? And he, to the day, he still is willing to work with this man? Now, that's something we need to think about. If I'm losing money, so much money off a person, why do I still want to deal with this person? Why do I want to do this and do that? Now, I'm going to mute my mic and let him go home and say something that an open panel with Shante. I'm quite sure I ain't going nowhere. I got Stephen Brimley on here tonight.
Can you hear me?
I'm definitely going to rebuttal some of that stuff you just said, but
I understand.
But I'm going to sit by and let everybody else cook. You feel me?
Sir. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
E3, can I have 10 seconds?
No, this is next man.
No. Come on, chill,
Go
please.
ahead.
And just the last thing I want to add, because we was on that point. The reason why Bob Arum said that was partly sour grapes because Bob Arum wanted Bud to take a pay cut because he's fighting Kell Brook in a stadium with no people during the pandemic, and Bud told him,
Thank you.
"Hell no, you're gonna pay me
Right.
what we agreed to." That's why he
So
did
true.
that. He wasn't
So
losing
true.
any money until the pandemic started. That's where the issue is. That was more sour grapes. I digress.
And not only that, a lot of people don't forgot about this in here too. If it wasn't for Bob and wasn't for Bob would have never got a contract with ESPN. He got that contract solely on a point where he's supposed to promote Bob, push Crawford.
Stop it.
No, that's why he
He
got
wasn't the
that
only
contract.
reason, but he was the most important
That's
factor,
the
though.
most important reason why he got that contract for
You
Bud.
could just say he was one of the biggest stars, Mr.
Thank
Golden, but he
I
wasn't
said,
solely the
I
reason
said,
ESPN
but
gave them a deal. I wouldn't say that. That's a
what Bob
stretch.
should have did, Bob should have went and signed Wilder.
Ah, shit, get out of here, Mr. Golden. All right, man, let's pass the mic. Let's
The kid's behind off, man. Man, listen, you need to slide out and go get some back
Moving
end money
on,
on that.
going out to Dre the Southwest. You live on the chat with the pack. Talk to me, fam. What's popping, bro?
Yeah, I'm in here, man. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to my nigga Nerd, man. You already know how we coming.
That's good.
Chilling. Yeah, this is Dre from Southwest Philly, man. You know, but shout out to the whole country. Anyway, it's so much stuff I want to touch on, and I'm glad I got 5 minutes, man, because I gotta take these points real methodically, if you like. So, first of all, I'm 34 years old, and I mentioned my age for a reason. Just turned 34 not too long ago. I've been following boxing probably like really, really closely. I'll say for like maybe the last I want to say 12 years. And I don't know how long these guys been around, but certain articles I've read, certain people I've talked to real intimately about the boxing history. And I can tell by the way a lot of people on here who say Terence Crawford isn't really that popular and he may be envious of Errol Spence. These guys couldn't have been fans no longer than 2 or 3 years, because if we look at when Terence Crawford fought Gamboa in 2014, not only was he the fighter of the year, but that fight was the most watched fight on any network on television, period, on any cable network or free tele or free.
Not because of Crawford.
Sir, please stop cutting me off, sir.
It's his 5 minutes. It's his 5. Let him speak, please.
Hold on, y'all. I got it.
I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna write it
Hey,
down.
5 minutes of uninterrupted time. Panel etiquette. Go ahead, Trey.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So when Terence Crawford fought Gamboa, he had the highest ratings of anybody on network TV or free network TV. Now, some people may say, well, that was for Gamboa. Well, I give a person another one. I give the panel another one. Another one was when he fought Jose Benavidez. Benavidez was not a known fighter. He was pretty much an obscure fighter. Terence Crawford in 2018 had the highest ratings, period. And Errol Spence fought on Showtime that year and only brought in 600,000 views. Crawford had higher views than MMA, UFC, etc., off of ESPN. Now, some people may say, well, that's ESPN. You always have high ratings. Not true. We see Shakur Stevenson, who is a very good fighter, but when he fought against Oscar Valdez, he averaged 1.5 million views. We saw when Beterbiev fought against that Russian guy in a unification match, the undercard where Kavalauskas fought against Ray Robertson, they only amassed 900,000 views, and that was in 2019. So for people to keep sitting up here disputing Terence Crawford popularity, the numbers totally belies their point. Because people want to say Gamboa, but Jose Benavidez was not a known fighter and still really isn't a known fighter. So that's just one point. Secondly, my other point is a lot of people really, now I don't know who made the statement, whoever doesn't study history is doomed to repeat it. I don't know. I think it was Frederick Douglass, but I'm not too sure. But it's so true. You can clearly see people ignorance on here. People keep saying Terence Crawford hasn't fought anybody, but this man has beat 4 champions. Now, I hear a lot of people give Errol Spence credit for beating Lamont Peterson, but that was a Lamont Peterson who had already been stopped at a lighter weight at 140. Who, when he had one loss, he never been stopped until he fought Matisse. Well, guess who was the first person to stop Matisse after Matisse stopped Lamont Peterson? An undefeated Victor Postal. when he got that WBC title. And guess who beat an undefeated Victor Postal subsequently after that fight? A Bud Terence Crawford. So for people to keep saying this man hasn't fought anybody, let's take a walk down memory lane. Now, you have Vernon Forrest. I don't know if a lot of these new fans even know who Vernon Forrest was, but you had a Vernon Forrest who was the first man to beat Shane Mosley, drop him and all that. He was a really good fighter with an educated jab. The brother passed. He's from Atlanta. Now, he went into a fight with Mayorga and got stopped by Ricardo Mayorga the first time, then lost the second time. If anybody know anything about Ricardo Mayorga, they know Mayorga lost every big fight he fought. He lost against Shane Mosley. He got knocked out. He got knocked out against Trinidad. He got knocked out against Oscar De La Hoya. But he fought against a very good fighter in Vernon Forrest and was able to beat him. Now, if you go back to Donald Curry, who's out of Texas, to my Dallas brothers, to my Houston brothers, I hope y'all know who this brother is. He was undisputed. You know, he beat McCrory back in the 80s. He was damn near consistent pound for pound number one. He lost against Lloyd Lunningham from the UK. Nobody had Lloyd Lunningham to beat that man, but he came in and he beat Donald Curry.
Lloyd Hunnigan.
Lloyd Hunnigan. We could look at Adrian. What's the other brother name? Amir Iman. He was pushed heavy in like 2009, 8, around that time. He fought against a fighter, Adrian Granados. Nobody thought Adrian Granados was going to beat him. Not only did he beat Adrian Granados, but he stopped him. I'll give y'all another one. People say Cotto was elite, which I believe he was to a certain extent. But he got in there and got blasted out by Austin Trout in 12 rounds. Austin Trout, who didn't go on to really win no big fights after that. I mean, I thought he might have beat Jamal Charlo, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. But on paper, he didn't get any big wins. So Terence Crawford is constantly getting in there with guys who are a higher caliber of fighter of a Mayorga, or a higher level of fighter of an Austin Trout, or Amir Iman. And he has consistently been beating them guys for damn near 10 years on the championship level. So to say he hasn't fought anybody is a flat out lie. And it shows that people doesn't know the history of the sport. And that's all I got for now, man.
I appreciate you, Jay. I mean, Dre, my bad, bro. All right, going out to COE Films. You're live on the chat with the pack. Talk to me, fam. What's popping, bro?
Yo, what's up? What's up, people?
What's good, my brother? You all right?
Yeah, man, I'm good. So you know, just to go on what the topic is about Crawford, you know, promoting and everything, is he not focused? So I want to put this out there. Crawford has been carrying this fight or this promotion for years now. And when I say that, I'm saying it's simply off the facts that when you look at him coming to the fights, confronting Earl, you know, calling out, tweeting, we can even go about when he just doing interviews, you know, up all the way up to now. So for people saying that he's not focused, and you know, with him carrying this fight, Spence, he only promoted the fight when it was necessary. You know what I mean? He's been promoting it simply by, you know, kind of rebutting with things that Crawford say, you know, shoot lit tweets here, shoot lit tweets there. But he haven't been promoting like Crawford, you know. So when people say he's not focused and, you know, the man ain't selling, he ain't promoting himself. I heard somebody say that Bob Arum, you know, didn't want Crawford because he had to do more, which I agree. He should do more. But now that he's doing more, even trying to get this undisputed fight, he always catch the heat and catch the backlash. And, you know, now that this man coming out, clearing up the air about everything, they still want to find something. You know, I heard somebody saying that Crawford ducked boots, you know, for the WBO championship. I'm like, if he done dunked him, then tell me this: why didn't Ortiz take the fight when he was the number one? And for the WBO, did he activate the mandatory? No, he did not. He passed. So Boots come along. He's supposed to be number 2. Now, if I remember correctly, Bozy in and said on an interview that they went the Spence route. They went the Spence route. So when you get to saying WBO, that Bud ducked Boots, no, he didn't. He didn't duck him. That the Mando wasn't activated, and we heard Solomon say that like Bud can activate the WBO going up to fight Charlo. So all those people that saying that he ducked Boots, he's not ducking Boots, y'all. He just told you on the interview. The man is straight up. He said to your face. He told Danny Garcia, man, you ain't about that life. You ain't whooped nobody at 147, so you can't be considered. The man is straight up telling you the truth, all right? So I just want to put that out there. Now, when we get to talking about if Bud, is he on the pound for pound, who he fought, what he done did, man, the accolades speak for itself. Who was in front of him when he fought, that can't really be debated because it's all a chess game. Boxing is a chess game. You got to move a piece here in order to get a piece there. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Al Heyman been kind of doing. And with the fight not being able to be ready, when the first time they went to negotiations, it wasn't the fight. It wasn't that Bud was stalling and this and that there. Y'all got to understand, this man just did what Mayweather did, y'all. He did what Mayweather did, but I think he did it at an older age. What he did, he went to top rank, got some fights, got a name for himself, did what he needed to do, and then guess what he did that Mayweather did? Left top rank. And when he left top rank, when Mayweather left top rank, he got the biggest bag of his life. Okay. What Crawford do when he left top rank? He got the biggest bag of his life with Avanesian. They can say Avanesian was scared and all. I mean, was number 6 and he wasn't ready for the fight, but he was the only one that stepped up for the fight. But Boots went the other way. So when you get to talking about that this man was stalling fights, no, it's chess, man. He went and got that $10 million evaluation. So now when he come back to talk to Al, because how they tried to screw him the first time around, he was like, no, I ain't going for that. And I'm pretty sure Mayweather probably told him, shit, don't go for that, man. Get your paper. You know what I'm saying? And because you seen Bud whispering in his ear at a couple fights. You know they're conversing, but I'm just saying, he did what Bud did. I mean, he did what Mayweather did. He left top rank and got the biggest bag of his life. And now he finna fight Spence and get an even bigger bag. So I think Crawford played chess just well, and the pieces is coming together. He finna be undisputed in 2 weight classes, and then he gonna activate that WBO and go up there and be undisputed like Clarissa Shields. And that's playing chess at the highest level. I feel like Bud, he playing chess out here, and everybody else playing checkers. But at this point, Al Heyman already knew I gotta get his man his money. Because if I don't, Spence gonna hate me. And like Spence tweeted out there, I feel like I'm getting played. So he gotta make this fight in order to keep that money rolling in. But if y'all wanna see where I'm going with that, you have to go back to a couple shows before where I had to break that down just to show you why this fight had to happen, right along with Ryan Garcia and Tank. Had to happen. It had to happen. So yeah, I'm gonna just end my little session right there, man, and let y'all have the flow.
Appreciate that, CEO. All right, we got 2 more, man. Going out to Mr. INTJ. You're live on the chat with the pack. Talk to me, fam. What's popping, bro?
Hey, what's going on? Shout out, Thrill. I appreciate it. Been watching your podcast for a minute. So
yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate you, and I respect the panel. pretty much looking at this. I'm pretty much in strength and conditioning. I know like you're talking about the fight, but I was kind of pretty much looking at this from like Bud and them. I don't think people realize how many hours. It ain't just Bud, but I'm saying like I'm pretty sure people realize how many hours they have to train. Like it's not even like realistic. Like a 14, 16-hour day for some of. I don't know how people work or not. They have 9 to 5s, but to be doing most of that training, you're doing 2 or 3 days to get enough sleeping. And I guess some dudes being grumpy moves because I've been around training camps for certain boxers. They get cutting weight, and you start seeing them getting certain moves. But it's kind of like some of them are not want certain cameras in their face, and you got certain media that be smiling in their face. So there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that like some of them fighters like Bud, I'm not gonna really speak on. You know what I'm saying, behind the scenes, but when they're around their people, just like Tank them, they're gonna speak their mind. You can see they genuine people. But for the aspect of this fight, like I know a lot of people kind of twisted on saying pretty much, who should be promoting the fight. But like we said, I mean, what's coming down to it now, they're gonna have to fight. Both of them boys gonna have to get in there. And from my only aspect, like I said, I was neutral at first, but now, like I said, I'm team Bud, period. I ain't gonna sit there and be front about it. Like I'm team Bud. But from a strength and conditioning standpoint, what I know a lot of people that are looking at this fight don't understand. They don't understand the substance that Bud is right-handed. They don't get that. And what that means by him being right-handed means that's his dominant hand. So as good as EJ is with his right hand, Bud is right-handed. So that means him throwing his jab, he's been able to break everybody with. Bud is right-handed. So him going his jab, which neutralize everybody, that's his dominant hand. So it's kind of like everybody's going there thinking this man's going to walk him down like they're assuming. That's why I'm kind of leading toward him. The only reason why I had any respect and I gave EJ, I started thinking he was ducking too because the first get a belt, then you got to do all this. Then Mike didn't have a belt. He didn't do nothing to 147, called him out and got a straight fight. These are the reasons why I started looking at EJ differently. Then it was man down. Then when he couldn't get the guy there, it was strap season and Mike never belt. It's just too many, red flag for me to, keep supporting him. The only reason why I even supported EJ from the get-go, like I said, I have a strength and conditioning background. It was because of Blu-ray. And I already know that, the type, we doing 2,000 push-ups before we even begin a workout. So I'm knowing that he had EJ in top shape. That was the only reason why. But when he started doing the drinking and all the other stuff, like this promoting the fight. This is his lifestyle. You gotta realize it's gonna be like a movie. Him in an car accident, I was gonna play off to them clashing. So it's kind of like somebody on the A game. But I know like Bud, him standing on his A game in the gym 24/7, and somebody that just not getting back in there trying to get their body back to where they was, and he polishing his. It's like his fight ain't gonna be like people think it's gonna be, in my opinion. So like I don't want to say too much, but like I'm saying from the standpoint of everybody got their beliefs, but I'm not picking it. I'm not like doing this. I'm a Bud fan. I'm going off actually. What I'm going off strength and conditioning, not off who I want to win. Yeah, I want Bud to win, but if EJ was like in top shape or whatever the case may be, him staying in the gym focused with Blu-ray the whole time, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't pick Bud. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a Bud fan. I'll be honest, but in this case, the way stuff is right now and how focused Bud has been without taking no lapses in his training and him being focused, not really focused on the media and trying to, what I'm saying, you have to fight now. So all this, what he's saying, when they come to the ring, you got the captain checks on the 29th. So I'm saying, like, I'd rather not even hear all this shit else Bud until this fight. It's time to fight, in my opinion. Like he was a reporter. Just go ahead and let's get it. Because all this talking ain't gonna do no lead up to people start making excuses. Oh, this person they wasn't warmed up. They didn't have it's gonna be excuses. So it's like, nah, I'd rather them just go ahead and we can do the shit talking for them if it comes to that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tie that up and I ain't hold the panel up and I appreciate you all the moment. Appreciate it.
No doubt, man. I appreciate you for tapping in, my guy. All right, man. Going out to Loyal to the Game Boxing. You're live on the chat with the pack. Holler at me, fam. It's popping, bro.
Hey, what's good with you, family? How you doing?
I'm doing well. My brother, it's Friday. How are you?
I'm good. I can't complain, man. Yeah, I don't agree with Bud not being focused because he promoting the fight. I mean, you can't have it both ways. I mean, but they have to sell the fight. And when he was with Gillian and Wallow on the podcast, one of the first things they said was like, "Damn, you in shape." So I mean, that's what I'm talking about with the extremists, with the fan bases, that where stuff is just said for the sake of talking, and it doesn't even make sense. I try not to even, like listen to any of that stuff, but I think Terence Crawford is doing a great job of promoting the fight. Hopefully, we'll see Errol Spence get out there and do some promoting as well, and that'll be that. And that's what I got to say on a part of the promoting the fight. I mean, it's like these fighters they can't win for losing. I mean, anything they do is high criticism. I mean, that's just, to me, that's just plain stupid. To be honest, and the last brother who spoke, I really respect his point of view. I thought of things kind of in the same regard with Errol Spence and Blu-ray and him not him having those lapses and getting out of the gym. And if that would have if that combination would have stayed together, I think this fight really wouldn't be a 50-50 fight at all. I have Errol Spence just mauling Terence Crawford. I think it's closer to a 50-50 fight now since since the change of trainer, accident, pandemic, not being disciplined in between fights, and Terence Crawford just having that momentum going straight through. But what I will say is, from watching both of those guys fight, I don't think Terence Crawford, I feel, is a better pure boxer than Errol Spence, but I don't believe he's a better fighter than Errol Spence. It's a difference. There are people who could box, who are pure boxers, and there's some people who are fighters. And Terence Crawford is absolutely a fighter. I just don't think he's a better fighter than Errol Spence. I see holes in his game. I see holes in Errol Spence's game, but I think the biggest thing is the durability between both of them, the chins between both of them, and just the stylistic matchup and the size. What I seen Terence Crawford having issues with people with good jabs, and I think again it's going to turn out to be an excellent fight. The fans are going to win on both ends, but I mean that's my part. I don't need the whole 5 minutes. I mean that's just my piece right there.
Already, man. If anybody else don't really have nothing else to say, man, can y'all politely drop off so Q and General Big Fish can come on and pop their shit for a little bit? It'd be greatly appreciated, fellas. All right, the panel is now open, man. Y'all go ahead and rock, man. Go ahead and get
I
it
just
in.
wanted one rebuttal.
Who there? Go ahead, Gas Network. Is that you?
That's me.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Here's the reason why most people think Bud hasn't fought anybody, from my perspective. Bud is usually the bigger fighter, and he has a longer reach on almost everybody he's ever fought in those divisions. So this is why when people say, "Oh, he hasn't fought anybody," is because he has the skill, he has the talent, and he's also way bigger than these dudes and outreaching. These are small little guys. If he was the same size as Gamboa, you think that fight would have went that way? That's the reason why people are saying we want to see your skill with somebody your size.
Who is your size? I thought Porter was a pretty big fella. Didn't he come in at 168?
Porter is small.
You talk about reach. He talking about reach and skill, and I understand exactly what he's saying in regards to that. I mean, if you take a look at Sean Porter stylistically, I said that fight was going to be a knockout because Sean Porter's stylistically is very similar to Felix Diaz. Got a lunge in to connect shots. Inside fighter. So I understand exactly. I understand exactly what the dude is saying. 100%.
I don't, because Floyd Mayweather, when mostly everybody Floyd Mayweather fought against, he always had a longer reach than them. Now he might have fought guys who was bigger than him with mass, but not reach. And to say that Crawford hasn't fought anybody bigger than him when Bradis Prescott was far bigger than him, Jeff Hearn was far bigger than him, Kavalauskas was bigger than him, Jose Benavidez was damn near 6 feet. He was bigger than him. It's a nonsensical argument. Like, do you guys watch boxing? It's like y'all just talk the talk.
But what we're also saying in regards to being
did you believe did you believe that in any of those fights Bud wasn't going to win?
No, I didn't.
We can say the same about Errol Spence fights, though.
Yeah,
bro.
but I think
Floyd Mayweather.
Wait a minute. Let me ask a question now. What 50-50 fight has Errol Spence had?
Kell Brook.
That
was
wasn't
no
50-50. That's bull crap.
That was not 50-50. How was that a 50-50 fight?
Because he had to go over the pond knowing that he had to get a knockout on a big Kell Brook. If y'all remember, Kell Brook was a very big.
He was drained for
Yeah,
coming out.
he moved down 2 weight classes. You're right. He moved down 2 weight
wasn't
classes.
drained.
You're
Here's
right.
my rebuttal to that.
With a cracked eye socket.
Yes, here's my rebuttal to that. He went and fought Triple G because he knew Errol Spence was coming. So he
No,
said,
he did not. He went to.
Oh my goodness, are you serious?
Loss, because Canelo's doing it right now.
Bro,
take my first loss
Gas is
in
correct.
greatness with Triple G, then lose my belt to Errol Spence.
Right.
That's bullcrap.
Gaston
Oh,
That's
said
why
that
he.
ain't
That's why he
bullcrap. That's
refused to
the
give his
truth.
belt up and fight him in
That's
the next
fact.
fight, right?
That's
That's
the
fact.
truth because he was when he fought Triple G, he was Earl Spence mandatory.
exactly.
Aspect was his mandatory.
He was his mandatory,
Earl
and
Spence was his mandatory, sir.
they were
Earl
both
Spence
man.
was his
Whoever
mandatory.
mandatory, they was
Exactly.
both
So he went over
mandatories. He was supposed to
You
fight
guys
Earl
don't
Spence.
know boxing, man.
Let me go get
My
this.
goodness.
This dude is scary.
Yeah,
It's amazing. EJ started off at 154. It's like he's beating up on guys that all moved up from 140. Like the Mikey Garcias, the Danny Garcias, the Bundus, the Algiers. These are all 140-pound guys moving up. And he came down from 154 when he started off. And LaGreco was the guy off the couch.
First of all, that narrative is so false. Errol Spence, just like Keith Thurman in the amateurs, fought at 152. When most fighters, even like when Bernard Hopkins started their career, a lot of guys fight at catch weights when they first become pros to work their way down in cutting weight. He and any of those fights that you're talking about, he never weighed 154 pounds. And matter
No,
of
I said,
fact,
what weight did he start off? He just started off at 147. That's what I said.
yeah,
So
but
you
you're
arguing about
making it
something
seem
pointless.
what you're doing is you're making it seem as if he was a 154-pound fighter. He
No, I'm
wasn't.
stating facts.
Well, check this out. I don't think with a fighter being just big, going into a fight determines on if they just gonna be a winner or not. I feel
No, it does not. I agree.
right because let me tell you why.
E3, I'm gonna drop off for Mr. Quentin.
Okay, appreciate you, boxing nerd. Appreciate that, fam.
Okay, because I'm gonna say, Bud is an exceptionally strong and a deceptively strong fighter, and the reason why I say this, everybody that he's fought, everybody that he's tussled with, they all say the same thing. He's not getting bullied in that ring like they thought he was gonna do. And when you look at why when Bud fight these guys, why they say it and they think he's bigger, is he has a longer reach, but the thing about it is Bud get him out of there with both. That man is strong in both hands. That's the only reason why these fights be seeming one-sided, and they try to say he ain't fought nobody.
Hey, let me say something real quick, guys. Before y'all say anything else, then Q comes on. At the end of the day, this is the facts. When it comes to Terence Crawford and Errol Spence, they each only have one fight that is the debatable 50-50 fight for them. Every fight they've been outside of that, they've been the clear favorite. So in regards to Terence Crawford, it was Bradis Prescott because he was fighting on such a short notice, and that was a bigger man. And it was Errol Spence fighting Kell Brook because he was going overseas and he was fighting for the title. Outside of that, every fight that they both had, they were the favorite. So
No, hold on.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Thank you. And regards to Terence Crawford, he's not fought anyone as physical as Errol Spence, and for Errol Spence, he's not fought anyone that is phenomenally footwork like Terence Crawford. So they're both facing someone they've never faced before, and that's why the magnitude of the fight is where it's at.
I agree with
Now,
the latter
Steven,
part.
now, Steven, hold on.
Good.
Bud wasn't out the favorite when he went overseas and fought Ricky Burns.
Yes, he was. He was the
No, he
favorite,
wasn't.
bro. Yes,
No,
he
he was
was.
not.
Yes, he
He
was.
took- no, he was
I'll show
not.
you that later on. I'm not going to do that right
was
now. I'll
not.
go to the computer and I'll show you. He was the favorite against
He
Ricky
wasn't no
Burns. He was
favorite
the
of that
favorite.
shit.
Yes, he was. Yes,
Shut
he
that
was.
soft ass shit up. He wasn't no goddamn
No,
favorite.
he was the favorite, bro. I'm sorry.
Shut that
I'm
soft
gonna
ass
keep it
shit
a
up.
bean. You being a butt buddy like you always are. It's
That
okay.
man was
It's
not the
okay.
goddamn favorite. Did he not?
Yes, he
Crawford
was.
not the favorite.
Yes, he
He went
was.
over there and
If
beat.
anybody wants to pull it up and show it gold and wrong, so he
went.
can.
He went.
I'm doing it now.
He
He
did
was
the
not.
same
Bud
thing.
was the
He
favorite
did the
against
same
Ricky
thing.
Burns, bro. He was the
did the
favorite
same
against
thing
Ricky
Earl
Burns. I'm
did.
sorry.
He went overseas to kick a motherfucker ass and got his belt.
Yes, he
Cut that shit out.
he did do that, but he was the favorite in the fight, though, bro. I'm
He
sorry.
wasn't no
Sorry to
favorite
give
in
you the
that
bad
goddamn
news.
fight.
He was there's
There was
only
Ricky
one fight
Burns.
he's ever been the underdog, and that was
Hey, somebody
against
audio
Prescott.
messing up,
That's it.
man. Check your audio, man. Somebody audio fucking up.
That brim with that weak ass auto.
No, it's probably because I'm outside with my headphones. I'm
Hey,
at work as always. I'm sorry. I apologize.
hold up. So you mean tell me that his toughest fight, a 50-50 fight, was what you just said? I think
I didn't say it was his toughest fight because that's a matter of an opinion. I'm just saying based off the odds
Here go the
There was
odds
only,
right
No,
here.
no,
there was
I
only
don't know
one
this,
fight.
bro.
There's only one fight that Terence Crawford was an underdog in. That was against Bradis Prescott. And there's only one fight where there was a 50-50 fight for Errol Spence, and that was Kell Brook. Every other fight, both fighters were the favorite.
What about
Look, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Y'all look at your phones or your computers or your laptop devices, whatever y'all on. I have the betting odds right here for Kell Brook and Spence. Kell Brook was a plus 175 and Errol Spence was a minus 205.
Was the favorite in that fight too. So he's never been the underdog.
That's what I'm saying. So can we really sit up here and say it was a 50-50 fight? That's my point.
What makes him
These dudes just want to hate Bud just to hate
It's not
Bud,
no
man.
50-50
That
fight,
sounds like
man.
a checkmate to me.
what makes it
Wasn't nobody predicting Errol Spence. And at the time, I was a huge Errol Spence fan. I thought he was gonna knock Kell Brook ass out.
To say
Nobody
that,
saying Errol was gonna lose that fight, bro.
but
They talk about
history.
he's so strong, but I'm like he's not a one punch hitter. He's conditioning. It's like got nothing to do with his one punch power. If that was the case, he would have hit Mike with everything with the kitchen sink, threw over 1,000 punches, and not drop him.
He wanted to show that he could outbox Mikey because
Stop the cap. He got interview of him saying no. He got interview of him saying he's trying to get him out in the round 9. I was there. I was at the fight.
Wait a minute, hold on. To that point, what's wrong with showing that you can box and still knocking a motherfucker out? Because that's what Terence Crawford do all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You can
definitely.
welterweight. You can do both. Two things can be true. But go ahead.
He wanted to show that he was the master boxer.
I got you. But you can still knock a nigga out, is what I'm saying. You can still do that.
It's not needed. He did that as a
It's
stamp.
not needed.
But he admitted
overtime in boxing, bro.
Bullshit.
But he admitted
he tried to get him out of there. He
For
admitted
Errol Spencer,
everybody to show that he was a master boxer.
Hey, Brim, I need that test, bro. Brim, I need the test, bro.
Man, listen,
Earl Spence.
man, listen. Earl on the floor. Everybody over there in PBC. Earl have not stepped outside the boxing for anybody.
Yes, that's how they do it over there because nobody.
But guess what? All them hand-picked fighters. Everybody he fought
I see
over
you
there.
loyal to the game.
Everybody he fought over there had a loser fucking record. Had already lost a fight.
Hey, can I ask a question then, since you want to say that? So,
go ahead, Shanti.
yeah. So when Timothy Bradley had the belt, like, what was Bob Arum doing? Were they keeping that in-house? You know, fighting Pacquiao and the rest of them?
100%.
Yeah, they did. But I guess what? After Tim Bradley left, they were making fights with PBC. That's how Felix Diaz and Bud fought. And they PBC.
That was a little.
Wait. And Felix Diaz.
Felix Diaz with PBC.
No,
And Joey Molino and Terence Crawford. That was
but let's
PBC and Top
clear
Rank.
that up. Let's clear that PBC stuff up with those fights. Those two fights with Molina and Felix Diaz came after the lawsuit that happened between Bob Arum and Al Heyman. And if you look at the time, they came to an undisclosed settlement. Those guys. So during that lawsuit, they had a settlement, and once that settlement happened, they made two fights together, and that was it. And as you saw, go check it out because
that's what we're saying. We're trying to say that after that it started happening, but then when it came to Bud,
it was another one too. Remember when Superman fought the Russian dude, the Russian dude that knocked him out and took Donna Stevenson title?
Yeah. I can't think of his name. Y'all know you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
Around that time too.
That's the
so
one.
3.
That's the one that retired Superman.
Yeah, I forgot his name, but yeah.
Russian dude. I seen that fight. That fight hurt my heart, boy.
The guy that Baturbiev knocked out in the unification match. Yeah.
Now, which one of these guys was talking about they've been watching boxing for 12 years? They went down a whole little soliloquy of,
that was me, brother. That was me, the Southwest Phillian, man.
Okay, Southwest Philly. Now dig this, man. Like you talk about 12 years, and then you talking about like anybody who really knows boxing know who Vernon Forrest is. But like if I ask you, have you ever heard of Yori Boy Campus?
Nah, I've never heard of him.
All right, Yori Boy Campus, man, once had a record of 56 wins with 50 knockouts. You dig what I'm saying? He stepped up and fought Felix Trinidad, got his ass whooped. You feel me? Anybody can look this up right now.
He split him open. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You ever heard of Alex Stewart?
Hell yeah.
No, I'm talking to my man. Have you ever heard of Alex Stewart?
Wasn't that Emmanuel Stewart, brother?
No, Alex Stewart was a heavyweight. He had 25 wins, 25 knockouts. You understand what I'm saying? Got in the ring with Evander Holyfield, and he got split open. You dig what I'm saying? But my whole point is, like, look, bro, you really messing with some of these guys including myself, who really know boxing. When you said Lloyd Hunnigan, remember I had to tell you Lloyd Hunnigan? Then you had to talk about Marlon Starling. You had to talk about Michael Nunn. You had to talk about James Toney. You feel me?
Sir, I think
Milton
you're missing my
McCrory.
point, though, sir. I think you're missing my point. Not to cut you off, but you're
Go
missing
ahead.
my point. My point is that we've seen people who've been deemed highly level skill fighters multiple times over who've lost to guys that nobody even thought that they were in the same atmosphere of the guy. Like, y'all give you one example, and it's a big
No,
name.
hold on. Let me interject real quick. A perfect example is James Toney with Michael Nunn. Michael Nunn was highly talented at that time. You understand?
Right.
But man, James Toney, that's how James Toney got his name. He flatlined.
Yeah, no doubt. James
Michael
Toney that
Nunn.
was losing that fight until he stopped him. No doubt.
Absolutely.
James Toney was losing a lot of his early fights. He would always come back and win. I remember watching him as a kid. James Toney was losing a lot of his fights. And he got knocked out in the
But
round.
my whole point was my man was like, I could tell some of these guys only been watching boxing for like 2 or 3 years when, you know, I would really like to dispute that. You feel me? Because I'm not just talking about myself. I'm talking about some of these other brothers on the panel as well.
Nah, my whole thing was if it doesn't apply, let it fly. What I'm saying is that history is shown. This was my whole point. To say Bud hasn't fought anybody when there were guys who are considered all-time greats who lost to people who Bud had beat, who had the equal amount of skill set or less skill set than Bud has beat. That shows that that's a moot point. That was my whole reason for saying that. Can we not agree to that?
Okay, but I think that what people are really saying, we can go back to, like, say, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was known for knocking out guys like Pinklin Thomas, Buster Mathis. You know what I'm saying? He was
Tony Tubbs.
Tony Tubbs. He went twice with Razor Ruddock. Now, I'm saying that to say this. Yeah, he was known as a monster back then until he stepped his game up and got in the ring with Evander Holyfield. You dig what I'm saying? Lennox Lewis.
Buster Douglas.
Yeah,
Buster Douglas was supposed to be a cherry pick because Buster Douglas had quit against Tony Tucker, who Mike Tyson had went the distance with and took his belt. So Tyson looked at him as if, man, if Tony Tucker, if he quit against this dude, God damn it, I know he gonna quit against me.
It was the perfect storm.
Exactly.
He was getting
Do anybody know who David Love was? Anybody know who David Love was on this panel?
Yeah, I heard David Love. Yeah.
Hey, Mike was up doing coke and fucking hookers in Tokyo back then too.
And Buster Douglas was fighting for his mama.
Hey, Sean T, let me ask you a question.
What's going on, my brother? Speak.
Sean T, let me ask you a quick question about Mike Tyson, about your point about the Evander Holyfield and Lennox Lewis. Do you believe Mike Tyson was the same fighter around that time after the death of Customato?
Of course not, because it wasn't even just the death of Customato. It was the point of that he removed Kevin Rooney from his corner. You dig what I'm saying?
I agree with you 100% on that. I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah.
Because if he would have kept Kevin Rooney had him focused. Okay. But see, a lot of people got to realize, even though Buster Douglas quit on Tony Tucker, but a lot of people forgot Douglas had the belt. That wasn't Douglas' first time winning the title when he fought Tyson. Tony Tucker took Buster Douglas' title from him.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But here's the deal. Like, Tyson wasn't supposed to fight Buster Douglas. He pulled out of Evander Holyfield fight claiming a rib injury. Then he said that he was going to take a tune-up, which was overseas. You dig what I'm saying?
He knew Holyfield already beat him before. That's why. He knew Holyfield already had a number. That's why. That was foolish.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Tyson didn't make the Olympics. Holyfield did, but they used to work out. You know what I'm saying? They used to all train together for the Olympics.
I think Holyfield would have beat him when he fought the first time.
Oh, definitely.
He would have. He's the greatest cruiserweight ever. Holyfield the greatest cruiserweight ever.
Before Tyson claimed that injury.
Well, here's the deal. Like, this the thing. What people don't know. Like, this is how I rate shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I looked at number one with Mike Tyson. He once broke down before a fight, and Teddy Atlas had to stroke his ego and rub his shoulders. This motherfucker was crying, but he went out there and knocked the white boy out in one round. You dig what I'm saying? But my point is, he had a fragile ego, similar to like Teofimo Lopez right now. You dig what I'm saying? Like, you can't have a fragile ego, because when you get in there with somebody tough, your ass gonna fold like a blanket, straight up.
Right. Hey, I like that, that context y'all cooking on. I before I get off here, I want y'all to talk about this right here, man. The fight with, the deal with Tank Davis being locked up right now for 90 days. What do you all think happens with Devin Haney now? Is he? I mean, right now, would you say he the top man right now that's just out, and he can get any fight that he want to right now?
You better stay away from Shakur. I hate to tell you that.
I'm just saying.
Fight Shakur. Him and Shakur ain't gonna fight right now.
Well, Tank got the
Stay
picture.
away from him.
Because listen, Tank got the picture because if 90 days is June now, right? So we're gonna say June, July, August.
Yep.
Okay.
September.
Now, let's just say September. He get out.
No,
now,
he's getting out before then. He gets out. The latest he'll get out, unless he gets in trouble, will be the second week of July. You're not doing the full time on it.
Right, he's not gonna do the whole time.
That means he's not gonna fight until probably the end of this year. The reason why I said that from a strength and conditioning standpoint, him being in there, him not being isolated from no training.
Guess what, y'all?
That's where I was going.
Hold on, fellow. Dealing with that Tank thing.
That's crazy.
See, it's a catch-22 to that. You know that, right?
What's that?
Now, y'all know the judge can go back and resentence him, right?
No, I didn't know that. But
yes,
yeah.
See, a lot of people felt like, realize, Tank could go do it. See, Tank got to go to a probation revocation first. Okay. Tank he got house arrest 90-day house. He still got papers that he have to do. Okay, so they could go back and violate a year or 2 years of his probation. He don't have to just do the 90 days, you know. When you're on probation, you got to have a damn to call a probation revocation.
Right.
Okay. Either you can sit for them 90 days, or they could come back and revoke your probation. They have a thing that you either can fight that or you can sign a waiver. Okay, a waiver that means you plead guilty to whatever the charge that you're up against, and they can revoke so much time of your probation. See, they never told us how much time Tank gonna have on papers. You feel what I'm saying? He's gonna be on probation. That's part of the plea bargain deal.
Yeah.
He's gonna have papers. So what they can do, judge could go back and say, okay, you violated probation already. You ain't been on probation the whole month. So I'm gonna revoke so much of your probation. I'm gonna give you 2 years. I can give you a year. See, that's the thing that people fail to realize.
So
Tank gonna do the 90 days, he'll be right back out. It's up to the judge whether she revoked that probation or not. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. I got you, but my question was about Haney. Do you think Haney is in position now to get any fight that he want to?
Yes.
Yeah, well, take out the way here, yeah.
I do. He the king at 135. He got all the straps. He can move up or stay where he at. I think he gonna move up.
But if he moves,
his best interest to move up.
If he moves up, then now you got to deal with heavier hitters. You got to deal with Regis Prograis. You got to deal with Sabril Matias. Jack Catterall.
Right. That's what he's calling out.
Yeah, he's calling them out. But I'm just saying, like, shit. Let's say he should outpoint Regis. Shit. Now you got to deal with some other motherfuckers who hit just as hard as Regis or even harder.
His resistance may be stronger though because he's going up in weight though.
Yeah, it is. Because he walked around like 160 something.
Beneficial for his health though, bro.
Yeah, he walked around 160. That ain't healthy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he known for really packing a punch to keep those big motherfuckers off of him?
Nope. Nah, he not.
Timothy Bradley wasn't, but he can still fight his ass off though.
No,
Timothy Bradley wasn't though.
He'll have a little more power. He'll have at 140. He'll have a little more zip on his punches, but he won't have the movement that he got at 135. But he'll have a little more snap on his punches. But I don't know how he'll take a punch like that weight. He's walking around 160. I saw him at the last fight. He probably walking around like maybe 160ish when I saw him. And it's like I was surprised he can cut down to that. Like I'm still surprised. Like I don't know what the fuck he does to cut down that small. Like that's crazy.
Haney's durable though. He doesn't get a lot of credit for being durable.
No,
I mean the same dude that,
Like he's in shape. Like him, honestly, probably him to me, honestly, him and probably strength and conditioning, and because of the size, I don't think it's probably like only probably people I can say that go probably grind as hard as him is like Shakur and them like me for his condition long runs. Like That dude, that's why he don't have power. People don't realize he don't have power because he's conditioned to go long. That's the reason why. It's like Earl. Earl don't have power because he's more conditioned to go long. Like anytime you trade in muscle for slimness, well, not in every case, the wild enough punch power, but I mean, for example, like if you look at what's the guy name? I'm trying to think of the fighter. I can't think of his name right now. But basically what I'm saying is, like, Haney frame, walk around 160, he's cutting a lot of muscle. He don't have a lot of fat. You see what I'm saying? He's cutting a lot of muscle to get down to that weight by draining, sucking himself down. It's like him trying to hydrate back up to 160 in a day or two. Like, that's bad for your body. That's bad for your liver and everything.
Man, that's what's up, fellas. Listen, man. Hey, I enjoyed y'all, but I'm about to get up this live, man.
Appreciate the COE, man. Appreciate you tapping in with the pack,
I always enjoy debating, man, talking boxing, bro. You learn something new every day. You know, you like the gentleman earlier breaking this shit down, man. Hey, I love that, man. Y'all stay, man, getting that knowledge and spreading that knowledge, man, and keeping this boxing shit alive, man. I'm about to get up off here, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of your night.
Salute.
You too, fam.
My man.
Right on.
Oh, can I make a point also?
Hey, hold on, y'all. Let Boxing Nerd make a point. Go ahead, Boxing Nerd.
I think it's COE that just left.
Yeah, he just left.
He said Terence and Clarissa will be the only three-time undisputed champions, but the difference is Terence will be the only 3-weight undisputed champion in boxing history, I think, in history.
In the 4-belt era?
In the 4-belt era. Because Clarissa did it 2 times in 160, I believe. So she reclaimed her undisputed status at 160 twice when she beat Savannah Marshall.
The only thing about Clarissa Shields is because the pool is so small in regards to the higher weight classes with the women.
And she the woman she's fighting not that good, and
because the pool is so small. It's a
am I the
pool for
only
the heavyweight
one
classes.
thinking that she's getting a little bit irritating, just a little bit?
Because nobody supports her in the United States. She has to go overseas to get her real money.
She has to
That's
become the
another
bad guy.
conversation.
I understand.
I look at her skill set, man. She's a bad motherfucker, bro. I look at her skill set.
No doubt.
And they say she don't have power. Well, she don't have power, but she keep a high output of punches coming.
Would she be saying stuff like, "I could beat Rolly in a fight"?
I don't know about that shit.
Rolly walks around at 168, bro.
Yeah,
like,
she
walks around at 170. She's like, "Oh, he's too small." Are you crazy? Yeah.
But y'all seriously think that Terence Crawford? Now I can see you thinking about that he might be able to beat Earl, which is still baffling. But you think he can move? You think he can move up and fight Jermaine?
How's that so baffling, bro? Explain it.
How is it baffling?
Baffling about this statement?
Man, listen, man. Like again, well, here's my thing, right? So, as you know, like, man, I really like the first fight that really turned me on to boxing, like avidly, was Evander Holyfield Kwawi, the first fight. Now, before then, I was a casual. All I cared about was Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Hearns. Other than that, I wasn't really watching it. After I watched that fight, then I started studying it. So that's how I won a little bread off of Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson. That's how I won some money off Evander beating Tyson. How I won some money off Tarver beating Roy Jones. You dig what I'm saying? Because I'm studying this shit. So what I'm saying is Crawford, with his fight with Sean Porter, the man threw a little bit more than 300 punches in that entire fight. Errol Spence threw, 100 punches against Ugas in 1 round. So my point is, what is Crawford gonna do? He can't afford to come out with that collecting data bullshit with a man who's coming out throwing that many punches at you. You dig what I'm saying? With Sean Porter, he landed 3 punches in the first round. You dig what I'm saying? You think seriously he's gonna be able to get in the ring with Errol Spence and land 3 punches?
How many times did Earl get hit when he fought Sean Porter? How many times did Earl get hit when he shot Sean Porter?
Earl got fucked up.
I'm just asking how many times did he get hit?
I'm talking about Terence Crawford. What are you talking about? Like with Sean, hold on. Listen, we talking about 2 different things. We talking about Sean Porter, who came out from round 1 like throwing punches, wild punches. Did he not?
No. What I'm saying is this. This is what you're saying. You're saying that from a standpoint. Like I actually boxed in the military, so I know from first stand. So if you coming from that standpoint, I know from first hand about boxing.
I boxed too. I boxed too, though. Straight up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I got, like I said, and like strength and conditioning. Like I said, if you want, we can exchange some information when we get off here. Like I can show, like I can back what I'm saying. So in fact, we just change information.
Yo,
We just change information we get off here.
I mean, just you continue. I'm listening.
Fellas,
You know what I'm
fellas,
saying?
what I think we're missing is that I think we're missing two things, and I'm gonna make this real quick. One thing I think we're missing is that when you have a person who can move, like I'll give you an example, like when Pernell Whitaker fought Cesar Chavez, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was a great forward pressure, cut the ring off type of guy, but he couldn't do that against Sweet Pea because the angle Sweet Pea was giving him in his foot movement, like how slick he was. What I'm saying is when you fight a guy like Errol Spence, who's heavy on the front foot, who's a lot of times lunging and literally falling off balance when he swings, Crawford is a master at cutting off angles, forcing guys to reset while he's spinning out, hitting them. So Errol Spence, in my opinion, he won't be able to find like the range to punch because first of all, Crawford had a longer reach than him. Secondly, when he goes southpaw, that jab would be negated because his lead, he won't have lead hand advantage like he would against an orthodox person. Now, I want somebody just ask the question about can Crawford, do we believe he can go up and fight Jamal Charlo? I'll make this real quick. It's a video on YouTube where Terence Crawford, Terence Crawford sparred. All you gotta do is just type in Terence Crawford sparring video.
The dude who stopped. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, he wobbled Carlos Adames. Now, some people may say, "Oh, well, that's sparring," but we have heard videos of like top fighters literally getting knocked down and knocked out in sparring. He wobbled a middleweight, bro. So yes, I believe he can go to 154 and beat Jamal Charlo. Definitely.
Okay, but here's the deal. Now, the first thing you started off with was Pernell Whitaker and Julio Cesar Chavez. In that fight, Pernell actually backed Chavez up. He wasn't doing all that boxing, what you're talking about. He actually beat him in the pocket. You understand what I'm saying?
That was like the 6th or 7th round, my brother. The first 5 rounds, he was moving. You can watch that fight. He was moving for like the first 5 rounds.
What I'm telling you is he took the fight to Chavez and he outgutted Chavez and they gave him a draw. It was a robbery. Now,
yes, he beat the shit out of Chavez's ass.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He beat the shit. They robbed him.
Sean T, so let me ask you this, bro. So you think it's basically going to be the volume is going to be too much for Terence Crawford to handle? Is that essentially what you're saying?
This is what I'm saying. Terence Crawford cannot afford to come out there and fuck around and play with his food like he was doing with.
Y'all agree?
Hold on. Like he did with Kell Brook, because Kell Brook had success when he was jabbing Crawford. He even kind of fucked his eye up a little bit in the first 2 rounds.
When Crawford went to southpaw, he didn't.
No. But my point is, if a fighter should come out and fight differently, like Deontay Wilder, his last fight with Tyson Fury, he came out moving quick. He was jabbing, doing shit that he's not accustomed to.
Right.
So like I told my son, I said, man, he's fucking up because he's gonna run out of gas. He's finna get his ass whooped again, straight up. So
hey, man, I'm talking about my boy like that.
Hold on. I ride with Wilder. I don't care.
Hey, man, ignore him. He's
just being honest, Mr.
Go. I'm speaking from somebody who just studying the sport like that.
I'm talking shit, man.
Right. But I'm just saying, like with Crawford, either you're gonna come out there and you're gonna try to move quickly, because in my, you know what I'm saying, observation, since he's been at 147, the only time I saw him really moving around was when he fought Jose Benavidez. Otherwise, he was bringing it to people and he was stopping them. He was playing the aggressor. Wasn't all that foot movement shit.
He moved in the Porter fight, in the David Avenesian fight.
He uses foot. It's not like he's moving his footwork, moving around the ring, but he's utilizing his footwork in regards to lead position and to strategies into being able to counter. It's not the same.
Now, I'm now, my man, Steve, my man, who just talk. Who that was just talking?
Sean T, man, from Chicago, man. You hear me? Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Ask you a question.
Inglewood.
Okay, you talking about Bud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think Earl is going to come out and fight the way he fought everybody, pressing Crawford off the rip?
They believe that.
I definitely.
Do y'all really believe that shit?
That's how he fights.
He's gonna be very hesitant.
The respect will be there.
Fought Bud came out there and fought Bud at a different style than what they know. Sean Porter, he didn't come out and fight Bud like he fight everybody else. jumping everybody else's chest.
Hold
Because
on,
you can't do that.
Mr. Golden, dig this,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Listen, man. Now, if Earl decides to come out on some other shit, he will get beat. He knows he cannot let Terence Crawford download any fucking data. You dig what I'm saying?
First of all, to me personally, I think Crawford already don't download the shit before he got in the ring. Before he get in the ring, he already got Earl down pat.
We talking about it.
It's still different. You actually feel it. But I ain't gonna lie.
It's
It's
different
different.
when you win there.
Earl cannot come in there and rush into Crawford like you do everybody. Because Crawford gonna step back and counter that nigga ass and catch him all night long.
But I don't. You know another thing we underestimating, brothers. You know another thing.
I'm listening.
You know another thing we underestimating. We're underestimating Bud's ability to come forward and how strong he is in the clinch and moving dudes around. Listen, bro. Y'all can say whatever y'all want about Jeff Hearn, but Jeff Hearn finished at middleweight, and when he fought Bud, he was damn near a middleweight. How big he was, like the muscles and mass he had. Bro, Crawford threw that. He was literally throwing them off of him to get in position to stop him. He did the same thing with Kavalauskas and Sean Porter. It's my contention, and I will believe we'll find out on the night of the fight, but it's my contention that Terence Crawford is the more experienced and stronger fighter in this match, bro.
He already says you can't get him out of there.
Hold on real quick, panel. I'm going to let y'all get back at it in just a second. My brother, the General Big Fish, has just rolled in the ring. Holla at me, fam. What's popping, bro?
P3, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. How are you, my brother?
I'm good, man. I'm sitting here and enjoying the show. What's up, Big Golden? What's up,
Big Fish? What's up,
my
boy?
right brothers? Boxing nerd, Lord.
Yes, sir. How you doing, my fellow right brother?
Oh man, sitting here.
What the bullshit.
Chilling, man.
Salute.
Yes. I'm happy for Terence Crawford, Thriller, man. He finally getting, his just due, man. He getting a big fight finally. After 15 years, this moment has come.
I know he come with the bullshit, boy.
So he done been on Gilly what's his name? Gilly the
$1 million worth of game.
$1 million worth of game.
Yeah.
Philly shit.
One of the biggest podcasts in the world. Yep.
Philly shit.
He done been on there. He done been on Ellen. He been chilling with Jay-Z. He been chilling with Warren Buffett. He sitting back talking to Al Heyman, calling him every day like, "Hey man, I'm a good businessman, huh? Yeah, you like that? I got that guarantee." So yeah, it's a great thing for boxing. All my buddies, they're happy right now, and I cannot fucking wait. Thriller, you are going to hear it. I am going to gloat. I am going to gloat.
Man, you're going to disappear like you did before the fight.
Mr. Golden,
33 seconds.
Mr. Golden, it
What?
is my turn, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let me speak, please. Hey, Brimley.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I need to get a test for you, man.
Oh yeah, we got a couple of tests on deck.
We got some tests.
Today
is going to be a test day, so the Brimley segment will come a little later on.
I need you to help me mold it, but this is kind of based on this. Like, what guys that get mad at you because you don't like the other fighter, or you're a fan of a certain fighter, like, that's got to be some kind of like psychological, error that we got to highlight in boxing, because it's ridiculous, man, that people get mad that I'm an Earl Spence fan to the point where I get called the Earl sexual.
You is.
I mean, you are ill.
It's the stuff that you say, though, Big Fish.
Do you
It's the stuff that you say, Big Fish.
I'm a Earl sexual, Thriller.
Definitely. If I'm a Bud buddy, you are for sure Earl Spence. Hands down, pound for pound.
Damn.
You ain't number one though, but yeah, you up there.
You talking about that earlier today, innit?
Yeah, he's Earl sexual.
A part of my opening 15 minutes, Thriller. A part of my opening 15 minutes, Thriller. I want to ask a question. Like, what makes you a real boxing fan? Do you have to Google and know the C-level fighters and D-level fighters and F-level fighters to make me prove that I know boxing, or that I should just shut up and sit back because I don't know Francois, Jose, Gonzalez, Zulu. Like I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. So you want to insult me because I don't know that, and because I don't know about a guy who is 75 and 104 like Brimley. Oh nah, Brimley got a perfect record. Brimley is 0-50. He has a perfect record.
Yeah. More bullshit, Trump. More bullshit. More bullshit from Big Fish.
Hey, but yeah, it'd be like y'all want me to know boxers that's a champion. Like, and then this another thing, E Thriller. Like everybody talk about belt this, belt that, belt this, belt that. Indongo was the champion, not impressed. Rolly Romero is a champion right now, not impressed. So don't talk to me about that belt just like I gotta automatically assume that the champion was good. He like somebody said earlier, Bob Arum can put people in place to do whatever he wants as long as he put the money up. Al Heyman, Eddie Hearn, anybody can build up a fighter and make them seem like they're this and that. Lomachenko is the perfect example. He lost his first chance and then backdoored and got another chance right after that. So they
beat the dog shit out of Gary Russell. So stop.
Hey, excuse me. Still my turn.
All right, sir. Continue. I'm gonna let you speak, please.
These niggas rude, Fish. Go ahead, man.
But to get back on topic, E Thriller, I know Terence Crawford is getting whatever he deserved coming to him, man. He been styling this fight out. He finally sat down and did what he was supposed to. Now we getting the fight that we want to see. So I don't want to hear it. And the last thing I need everybody on this panel to do is apologize to Earl Spence for any insults you heard his way. With it 15 fucking months for this dude to go fight an exhibition that nobody wanted to see. We had to see that low quality production on BLK Prime. E Thriller paid for the fight and got his money back. They said, yeah, this shit was so bad, we gonna give you your money back, E Thriller. You remember that shit. But that's all I got, E Thriller. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Those were facts. Those were all facts. All facts.
Panel, man. Y'all go ahead.
Hey,
all facts.
Hey, Big Fish. Big Fish, you there?
Yeah.
You know you full of shit, right?
I'm here.
You know you just cold, hollow, full
No, I
of
ain't.
shit.
I know, Mr. Golden.
Hey,
let's go ahead and get this bed out the way. Big Golden, let's go ahead. Go give me I'm gonna take $100 bet with you. We can go and make that happen now. I want you to
Man, they not gonna bet, man. They not gonna bet. I want to see you.
I want to see you press the cash out button.
Who ain't gonna bet? He don't know me doing this. Shit, nigga, we can bet that shit. Shit.
Okay, bet.
Bet. I ain't scared of you, motherfucker.
I don't want to hear shit about no judges.
I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear shit. I don't want you to do like when Boy beat Porter ad, come on 33 seconds and we ain't seen you no more for 2 weeks.
I want you to say, gentlemen. I'll seriously, gentlemen. I was wrong.
Man, y'all get EJ a mouthpiece. Y'all get EJ a new mouthpiece for that fight.
Yeah, he gonna need one.
I don't want to spit out no new mouthpiece.
Definitely gonna need one.
And listen, he better tell the people put some Gorilla Glue on the teeth too.
I don't want to spit out no mouthpiece.
Come out. I don't want to hear none of that shit.
When Bud take that knee like he did with Kavalauskas, goddamn, you understand? This time he gonna have somebody on his ass. Straight up.
I feel you.
Bud go to backing his ass up.
What Bud do when he got up though? That's the question. What did he do when he got up?
What the fuck gonna happen when
maybe EJ can raffle off some kisses to his favorite fans like he did Yellow Beaver.
Hey, Earl ain't Bomac with them down little swimming pool.
Answer my goddamn question.
Mr. Golden, it's gonna be
what's the question, Golden?
Bud go to backing his ass up. When Bud go step forward to his ass, what he gonna do? Fold his ass up.
Man, we gonna listen, can I get in on that bet? Shit, what's happening?
I don't want to hear that.
I don't even think. Hey, Sean T, me and you can make something happen, Sean T. I'm looking for it.
Let me know. Let me know what you're trying to do. Make it easy on yourself, you hear me?
I got 200 on it.
Oh, okay, 200. That sounds good. Shit,
That's
I
good.
thought you was talking about 500 or something, but okay, 200. We can do
I got
something.
food stamps too. Shit.
No, you
Sean
say,
T
hey,
about to
shout out, you
lose
say
his
you doing
money,
500?
man.
Whatever. You say you
Sean
doing
T about to
500?
lose his money, man.
Man, listen, I don't lose. Listen, first of all, if I should lose, I don't get mad when I lose. I just grin when I win. You feel me?
No doubt, my
I hear you,
brother.
Shantae.
You definitely donating though.
Shantae, come
What's
on, man.
happening? What happened?
I'm doing you a favor, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna cash out you $400 food stamps, okay?
Nah.
Cause I want you to be part of the fish fry. Cause we gonna fry that nigga ass so good.
Hey man,
lemon
that's
pepper
your
on
story.
that
I'm gonna
man.
let you tell it straight up.
I'm gonna let you.
No, all jokes aside though, like honestly though, if Earl would have stayed with Blue, I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't bet on Bud. I ain't even gonna cap. I
Man,
wouldn't.
all that don't mean that you what. Y'all ever saw the fight with Vasily Giraffe and James Toney years ago when James
Yeah,
Toney
absolutely. Yeah.
when James Toney beat the undefeated
That was
Vasily Giraffe?
cruiserweight. That was
Yeah,
cruiserweight.
now check
Go
this
ahead.
out. Now check this out. It was said when they was talking, announcing the fight and all that. Vasily Giraffe swims 3 months. I mean, 3 miles away from the coast. So if you think he's going to get tired, then don't. He's not going to get tired. And what Emmanuel Stewart say? He said, "Yeah, I understand that, but one good right hand to the chin can end all that, man. All that conditioning ain't
I'm
going to do
saying
nothing
Bud.
when
I'm
you
just
get
saying
clipped."
conditioning. I'm saying conditioning. Bud be down behind him. You got somebody good conditioning. It's different, bro. That's why I'm
Yeah,
trust me. It's the conditioning is key. You could be
yeah, but
sharp as fuck, but if you start getting tired, you start looking sloppy. That ain't
yeah,
got
but
nothing to do with trust
you
me.
can have good conditioning and get clipped. I seen fighters who had really good conditioning and get clipped one punch.
Exactly. But you're easier to get up. Like man, if you tired to get clipped, it's harder to get up.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
That's
But
what I'm saying.
Bud's a great finisher though.
The name of the game. The name of the game is you get knocked down, you get up and see what the fuck you gonna happen. Okay, they say Bud got knocked down. I think he got after that shit happened. What the fuck he did?
Oh yeah, he in great shape. But no, I'm saying what I'm saying is he in great shape. But that's what I'm banking on. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Like I know who I like, but it's like I'm going off who I think is in the best shape. That's me being honest with you, and the best skill. And I look at it for the one the package.
We seen Earl now. Earl in a fat camp trying to lose some weight.
We ain't in no damn
Fat count.
That man in a fat camp trying to lose weight. He trying to cut weight.
The man he's in excellent condition right now, man. We
That
talking
man in
about?
no actual condition.
Yeah,
Now
Crawford is still.
you can tell he cutting weight. You can see on the interview, like you can tell he cutting weight. Like you can tell he irritated. You can just tell the whole interview when.
Yeah, come
What
on,
up,
Golden
bro?
man. Hey, don't hate
It's time
like
for me to
that.
give up the test. It's time. Who needs the test right now? Who
Yeah,
needs the test?
hey, before we do that, hey, Sean T, let's go ahead and up that bid, bro. Well, let's do one rack.
Ooh, talking filthy.
One round.
He
No,
talking
one
rack.
rack. 1,000.
Oh, 1,000. Oh, that's cool. That ain't
All right,
shit.
that's a
He said
bit.
thou wow.
He talking
Go
heavy.
ahead, bro.
All right, who is the person who needs the test? That's the question.
Sante.
Oh, Sean T needs the test. Gas Network, and who else? Yeah, I think that's about it for right now.
All right,
Earl
what tests are
Sexton.
Earl sexual tests? All right, so who are the two gentlemen that need the test?
Oh wow.
Because I need to know.
Wait, who needs the test?
Sean T and Gas Network.
Oh, hey, look, man. I'm confused and full of questions, man. Here's my thing, right? Like, if you have two great fighters, which I would say that Crawford with his skills, he's a great fighter, right? So we all can't go for the same goddamn fighter. You feel me? So because this is a sport, like I tell people all the time. So if you go for one team and I go for the other, that don't mean that hey, I'm a Golden State sexual. You dig what I'm saying? It's just that, man, I prefer this team over the other team.
No, that's okay.
Break it down for him, Brim. Hold on,
No,
y'all. Mute
okay.
the audio. Brim, go ahead and explain it to him, bro.
Okay, so the
Please
difference,
do.
you can root for one fighter and believe the other fighter is going to win. There's nothing wrong with that. The thing is, this is about being ultimate fandom. So that means lower accountability for the fighter that you're rooting for, and or a hate towards another fighter to build the other fighter up, which leads to you being a fandom. So that means if you're on the Bud side, that means if you have no accountability for Bud and you big up Bud, and you hate Errol to big up Bud and stuff like that, you're probably going to be a Bud buddy, and vice versa. That means you would be an Errol sexual. So just so you know, I'm going to have a total of about 15 tests. I have 6 already. I have the ADD, which is acting donkeys for Devin. I have the Errol sexual test. I have the Bud buddy test. I have the TFT, which is thirsty for Tank, and then I have the new one I created, which is called kicking shit in the boots, which we'll have Boxing Nerd take that test in a little bit. Okay, so Sean T,
What's happening?
are you ready, sir?
Man, let's go. Do it.
All right. First question:
Mhm.
Did Errol Spence ever move the goalpost in regards to making a Terence Crawford fight?
Move the goalpost.
Simple. Keep going.
Man, I haven't seen it, but go ahead.
You said no. Okay.
No, I haven't seen it. Go ahead.
Got you. All right. Question number 2: Has Spence been in more than one? Has Spence been in 50-50 fights?
No, and this one is not 50-50 either. So, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. Can you please explain on this? This one's not 50-50. Can you
I
explain
mean,
that?
I don't see it being 50-50. I just think that, man, he's going to come out too fast and too strong, and shit, he's going to win.
So you're
I
saying
think that
okay?
I think he's going to stop Bud, but let's
I do
continue.
too. My dream.
Okay, so you think he's gonna stop Bud? So you say it's not 50-50. So what? So what percentage would you give it?
I give it like 60-40.
Okay, got you. I just wanted to let you know that you did get a little bit of extra credit on that question based on the last part of your answer, sir. All right, continuing on.
All right.
It's clear that Spence is the best welterweight.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer, sir. Next one.
Number 4.
There is no problem with Spence saying 70-30, 80-20, or whatever we give him.
That is a problem, but that's only if he was being serious. That was what you're describing is somebody that was talking shit in front of the girl. But okay, but that's nothing that I truly don't believe that he would try to make Terence Crawford get 80-20 or 70-30. But go ahead.
Okay, so just to get clarity, that means you don't think it's cool, but you don't think he was serious.
Exactly.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. All right, cool. Did Spence do all the heavy lifting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Can I explain that?
You're more than welcome to. Please,
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
if you go out and you get a belt from Kell Brook, and then you get another belt from Sean Porter, and you get another belt from your Danish Ugas, and Terence Crawford got his one belt from Jeff Horn, but to become undisputed, he can become undisputed in one fight just by there it is. You don't have to go and goddamn it fight 3 or 4 people. You can become undisputed with just one fight. But continue.
Okay, gotcha. All right, next question. Is Errol Spence a disciplined fighter overall?
Now, yeah.
This is overall.
But overall, no. No, I would say no. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
After the car accident, I would say, yeah, he got back to what he was supposed to do. But before that, no, he was fucking off. But he admits to that. But go ahead.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, this question will be the last question, and then from there we'll determine if you qualify for the bonus round.
Let's do it.
Okay, Spence
Man,
clearly
you'll be
has
a good ass witness, boy.
Big Fish. Let him speak, please. All right. Does Spence clearly have the better resume?
Absolutely.
Okay, so just to let you know, you have qualified for the bonus question. All right, so let's go see what the bonus question is. Bear with me.
I get a bonus question?
Yes, you do.
All right, let's go.
Could Spence have done more during the first set of negotiations?
Spence have done more. You know, that I can't answer that. How would I don't know. I can't say that.
Well, and your feeling based on what transpired, do you feel like Errol Spence could have done more in the first set of the negotiations?
No. Go ahead. Nope.
So you don't think he needed to do anything more?
Answered you, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just clarifying. I'm just calling.
I would say no. I would say no.
Perfect. Okay, bear with me 1 second as I tally up the scores.
Go ahead and tally it up, man. Hey, I'm entertaining them though, but it's all good.
Appreciate you for being a great sport, Sean. T. Appreciate it. For that.
Yeah. I don't mind the fuckery. It's all good.
Hey, son, T, you answer those questions just how I do, boy. You good?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to let you know, congratulations. You have definitely qualified as an aerosexual.
Salute.
Before you give your acceptance speech, your score was 87.5. So
I
Big
think
Fish
that's
will.
small. I think it's
So
small.
Big Fish will definitely welcome you in after you do your acceptance speech, and you are definitely a capo for the aerosexual
My
faction.
man, my
Give
man.
your
Hey,
acceptance speech, please.
hey, much appreciated, man. You know, I want to thank everybody who came out. You know, family, friends, whole 9 yards. You know, hey, I'm holding this motherfucking award up real high for all the Aerospence fans out there. You feel me?
Oh man.
Thank you for your participation. Now, Cast
Congratulations.
Network, it is your
Hey,
turn.
bro, man.
Let's do it.
Hey, bro, hold on, man. He like a 98, bro.
Man, I was just gonna say you gonna be made off a curve or something.
Yeah, I'll be shocked when you said 87. I was like, that's
Hey,
kind of
man.
low.
Hey,
Because
you can't blame.
there was one question that he clearly answered.
Hey,
There was
every
no
question.
points,
Hey,
No,
bro,
he was
every question.
consistent.
but
It
he did
wasn't
get
about
extra credit on one.
it wasn't about the extra
Nah,
credit.
he made
consistently
sure Earl
answered those
Spence looked
questions.
great on
Every level.
One question he answered that was
everything
the
looked good
opposite
on
of an
Spence's
aerosexual
behalf.
question.
Everything.
Listen, do not undermine my test, Big Fish. Go back to the background, sir.
Oh
Thank
God.
Man, he made
Those
everything
questions were
look
kind of
good,
loaded,
bro,
though.
for Spence.
They're
I
baked
damn
potatoes.
turned to
They're
a
supposed to
Smith
be
fan.
loaded.
I mean, they were
I didn't
kind of
know
loaded
Smith
because
fan.
I mean,
It's supposed to be. It's a baked potato. It's supposed to be
like
loaded.
listen, the same question you asked if Earl could have done more. Shit, couldn't we ask the same thing about Crawford?
Well, don't worry about that. That's what the butt buddy test.
Oh, okay. Say less.
It's the
My
butt
man.
buddy test. To
You
be
need to
fair,
mind your
yeah.
faction.
All right,
You need
my
to
man.
mind your faction.
My man. Hey.
It's a loaded test for you to take.
I'll stay in my lane. No worries.
You gotta stay in your aero lane.
Yeah.
Okay. Gas Network.
It's a loaded test for entertainment purposes.
Definitely.
Thank you.
All right, so who next? Brim Gas Network, right?
Gas
Is he
Network,
still on
yes,
with
sir.
it?
Gas
Yes, he
Network, what
is.
test he get? The Bud Buddy test?
Nah, he getting a
No.
sexual test.
Oh man, he's gonna score in the 90s.
Definitely. Go ahead,
Gas
Brim. My
Network,
bad.
I do appreciate your time, sir. So as we proceed, the
Let's do it.
first question: did Errol Spence struggle versus Sean Porter?
Yes, extremely. But he fought him at his style to prove a point. Stupid, but he definitely struggled.
Okay. 2, Errol Spence never hated on Bud Crawford, right?
That I'm not sure of. I can't. I plead the fifth.
You get extra credit just for pleading the fifth.
Fact.
All right, hold on 1 second, please. Is Spence a pay-per-view star?
Absolutely. Oh, wait. Compared to who?
No, just period. Do you believe that Errol Spence is a pay-per-view star?
Out of both of them?
No. Just
in
do
general.
you believe Errol Spence is a pay-per-view star?
No.
Huh?
No, there's bigger fighters.
So you don't think he's a pay-per-view star?
Do I think he's a pay-per-view star?
Yes.
That's a stretch. A star? Nah. He will be after this fight.
Okay. Does the YouTube boxing community favor Errol Spence?
YouTube is all over. I just found this channel today, so I can't tell you the scale on both fighters.
Alrighty. Your non-answer is going to be considered an answer.
Okay.
Did Errol Spence ever move the goalposts?
I do not recall.
Boy, are you a lawyer, sir?
Something simple, something similar.
Sir, can you ask how many times he moved the goalpost? Can we ask that? Can we refresh that?
Yeah. I don't have a lawyer on my side. Where's my representation?
This boy's
You are representing yourself.
Moonwalking,
Representing myself? Yeah. So how many times has he moved the goalpost?
No, just do you think he ever moved the goalpost in regards to setting up a Terence Crawford fight?
That's a loaded question because
listen, man,
you consider moving the goalpost? Him sending a contract to Crawford and Crawford only have to sign it?
Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna move on from that one there, sir.
Okay.
Spence did all the heavy lifting, right?
All the heavy lifting.
At 147, he did all the heavy lifting.
Well, he got all the belts. He is the man. Bud is chasing him around.
Okay, last question, and after that last question, we'll determine if you get the bonus question.
All right.
Spence is too strong for Bud Crawford.
We won't know until they step in that ring.
Do you feel that Spence is too strong for Bud Crawford?
I can't say strong, but I can say he is the bigger fighter for sure.
Okay, that's a partial answer, partial points, and you do qualify for the bonus question. The bonus question is, I know which one. I gotta figure out which one not to ask because the way you don't answer, I have to change up the questions here. Okay, does Spence clearly have a better resume than Terence Crawford?
Absolutely not.
So you don't feel like he has a better resume than Crawford?
No, Crawford, hell no. We talking accolades. We're not talking nothing else. We talking straight accolades.
Better resume.
Resume is accolades. If you put something on your resume, you put in your accolades. I went to Harvard. I went here. I did this. Now, who's the better fighter? We don't know. But accolades,
Okay, gotcha.
resume is spot perfect.
Okay, so now let me grade your test now. Bear with me one second.
This is gonna be interesting.
It's very interesting because the thing is, I have now tallied up the score, and congratulations, you have qualified as an aerosexual, but barely, You're closer to being just a Spence fan than an aerosexual. Your score was only 55%. You meet the minimum threshold of 50%, but we reserve the right to come back and re-question you if needed.
I like that. 55%. That's how much I got on a percentage of Errol beaten, but that's how close the fight is. 55-45.
Respectable. Now, boxing nerd, it's your turn to come to the circle.
I shall step forward.
And congratulations, you will be the first participant in the kicking shit with boots test.
I already know the outcome to this.
Okay. Oh no.
Are you ready, sir?
As I'll ever be.
Okay. So, question 1. Is Boots' resume better than Virgil Ortiz?
No.
Okay. Question number 2. Is Boots the most avoided fighter at 147?
Yes.
Okay. Question number 3. Boots has been calling out all the best, and that's no cap.
Yes.
All right. Question number 4. Boots will dominate the welterweight division moving forward.
No.
That's taking too long to answer, bro.
No, I said no.
You said no?
Yeah, my bad. I said no.
Okay, I'm sorry. We didn't hear you. My apologies. All right. Number 5. Boots is clearly the better fighter compared to Virgil Ortiz.
Yes.
All right. Number 6. Boots is proven in his championship caliber.
No.
All right. Last question to determine if you qualify for the bonus round. Boots has a real shot versus Bud and Errol if they were to fight.
No.
So you don't think he has a shot versus either fighter?
Can I get half marks if I say Errol?
You can say who you feel like he has a shot against and
Okay,
who he doesn't.
I feel like he has a shot against Errol.
Okay, so all right, so just so you know, you barely qualify for the bonus question.
Okay.
All right, bear with me, please. Let me speak, please. Hold on. All right, the bonus question is, sorry, I'm just looking to see which one. Boots did not look bad versus Karen, despite what people say.
he did look bad against Karen.
All right, let me tally the score up now. I would like to let you know that you do not qualify as a person that kicks shit for boots with a 45% score.
All right, y'all go ahead and rock, man. Panel back open, man.
Hold on. I want to take my test. You ain't never given my test.
No. You talk too much junk to me.
I
I'm
want
making
my
you
damn
wait.
test.
I'm
Nigga, we
making
know
you
you
wait.
went for Wilder. That's a
I
waste
want
of
my
time.
test. That ain't fair.
We making
I
you
want
wait.
my damn test.
I'm making you wait.
See,
I'm
guys,
being spiteful.
Boots is my favorite fan, but I'm not gonna cap for him. You know, I'm an objective fan first.
That ain't fair. You feel it? That ain't fair.
Oh, I'll cry more.
Right, bro.
Hey, Mr. Golden, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Earlier, you said something about Bob Arum still wanted to do business with Crawford, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like, do you really think that it's the business that he wants, or do you think it's that WBO belt? Meaning that had he made that fight with Josh Taylor and it went the distance, and say it was overseas, do you think seriously that he was going to let Crawford retain that belt?
Hell no.
Okay, my man.
I keep it. One thing about me, I keep it 100 with you.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you, Bob want to rob him now. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. So a lot of people don't think Bob robbed Lomachenko, but he robbed his ass, even though he thought Loma would win. But Bob robbed that motherfucker, man. I'm telling you, because Bob really wanted to sign Devin ass back. But Devin just ain't sign with his ass. See, Bob a dirty motherfucker.
Yeah.
But even now, Bob still will do business with Crawford. Like I said, that was in the pandemic when he said that shit, because like I said, Bud didn't want to take no pay cut and fight your motherfucking Cal Brooks. No, I don't give a fuck. No, that's what the contract I ain't saying. So Bob got in his feelings like a little bitch and said what he said. They came back and beat him in his ass. If Bob was losing so much money,
I see you, Dre. You can cut your camera on.
and when Bud told him, when Bob said, and Bob said, "Let me out my contract," he would have let him out his contract right then and there. But Bob didn't let him out the fucking contract, now did he?
Not at all.
Okay. And when Porter and Bud got ready to fight, he using all this motherfucking money. Why the fuck he paid Bud $6 million? So Bob not losing no fucking money. That was just some shit. He was pouring salt on Crawford. He tried to make so no other promoter will fuck with him. He figured Crawford had no other choice but to come back and sign with his ass, but Crawford shitty. He shit the hell out of Bob ass. And see, Crawford, to me, he played smart on Bob ass. He let Bob say all that shit. Because he know Bob had him by the balls really on a contract. Because Bob don't give a fuck. Bob would have put his ass on a shelf and gave him no fights. To put his ass on a shelf.
Like he did with Mikey Garcia.
Thank you. Put his ass on a motherfucking shelf. And Bud just would have been sitting there until that contract ended.
You know what, man? I feel like I'm in the twilight zone because it's the first time I'm agreeing with your ass. You feel me? Yeah.
I told you, I talk shit, but every now and then I come out to reality and say some real shit every now and then.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna tell you like this, and this was real. Like, I know guys like to say that aerosexual stuff and whatever, but most of us, Spence fans, like, we didn't appreciate the way that Bob Arum was treating Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Giving more attention to Tyson Fury, Lomachenko, and Teofimo Lopez. You know what I'm saying?
But see, it's not only that. See, y'all got to fella realize that's what killed HBO with Bob Arum. Bob Arum killed HBO. You feel what I'm saying? Because what the fuck
That might have been Larry Merchant too, though. Larry Merchant had a lot to do with that too.
Yeah, but not only that, but I'm talking far as when they stop promoting black fighters and say they're gonna go to the Mexicans and Latinos and all that shit there.
Yep.
And we're boosting their ass up until black fighters don't sell. As long as he had Mike Tyson, all the other black fighters over there, HBO was booming. But when he started shit on black fighters like he did Floyd and all the motherfuckers, that's what HBO went down.
Yeah, he lost that contract. Floyd showed
they lost that contract because Bob was fucking up. You feel what I'm saying? And see, Bob fucked up at when he allowed Floyd to buy out his contract for that little bit of ass money. Look what Floyd happened with Floyd. He told Floyd, "You don't sell. You ain't gonna be shit." You feel what I'm saying? And look what the fuck happened. And that's why he took all that shit about Bud, but he didn't let Bud out that fucking contract.
Well,
Bob ain't no
I
fucking
mean, it
dummy.
would have been tough to let Bud out his contract, though. I mean,
No,
part
he
of
could.
part- no,
But
no. That's not accurate because that money he got that he paid Bud was from ESPN.
Thank you.
ESPN is way bigger than Bob Arum.
Thank
So
you.
he can't just go in there and say, "Oh, Bud, you said let me out. I'm gonna let you out." He got it. Regardless, it don't matter what you say. Regardless of what you say, Bud Crawford lost. He lost their money.
He ain't
So
lost no
did
money.
Tyson
No,
Fury, sir, but we don't say anything about
Listen,
that.
we're not talking about Tyson Fury. We're talking about
But
Terence
I'm
Crawford.
talking about Tyson Fury,
Yeah,
though.
but
listen, Bud
it
didn't
ain't
lose the
it ain't
fucking
around
money.
Tyson Fury.
Bob lost the money. If Bob would have did his fucking job and promote Crawford the proper way, didn't stick Crawford on no fucking app.
Yeah, they was hoping Crawford gonna lose though too though. That's why Bob that shit failed. He said they was playing hoping gonna lose, but he didn't.
Yes, and Bob fucked herself.
Hey, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Gardner, can I ask you a question?
No, I'm talking.
How long did it take you to figure out Bob Arum wasn't promoting him correctly? When did you find that out?
I've been knew he wasn't.
But Bob Arum doesn't promote almost anyone.
Listen, hold on. Listen, let me tell you
Did
something.
you know before Bud knew? Did you know before Bud knew?
Bud knew.
Yeah. Did he re-sign with him? Did you know that before he re-signed?
Listen, know why he re-signed with him?
Oh, he made the most money. That's obviously he made the most money by resigning. He made
More
more
money,
money.
and then he say we signed with him out of loyalty, something that he should not have done.
Yep. Yeah,
he signed because he had been
are you
loyal to
asking?
Bob Arum.
And they poisoned the well too. They poisoned Bob Arum poisoned the well against PBC.
So I'm gonna take your answer as no. He wasn't being promoted properly, and he still resigned, right?
Right. The reason listen here, he was signed, but they'll say he made him the highest paid welterweight as a guaranteed money.
Yeah, he's making guaranteed money. That's why he's making guaranteed money. PBC wasn't paying guaranteed money. That's why he went.
PBC wasn't paying the guaranteed money. And then I wouldn't have signed with PBC neither because the way they do shitted on me.
He still made more. I mean, for the business standpoint, he made more by him doing it with Bob, even though it wasn't a good decision. He made more money than PBC.
He made more money.
Yeah,
he
so
made
it
more
matter.
money for us. That his money was guaranteed. So everybody was hollering about that back end money. That back end money ain't guaranteed that you're gonna get that make that much money because it all depends on what you do as far as your pay-per-view buy.
Well, I mean, with all that being said, when you look at the fight, it does say for the first time Terence TBC Promotions. It never said that with Bob Arum because he was a fucking employee. And regardless of what you say, you know, if you're the best, you're betting on yourself when you get in the ring. You have to learn how to bet on yourself in business too.
Yes, of course. You do.
So
like me every day.
No matter hold on. No matter what you say, no matter how you try to spin this shit, regardless, it was a bad move. After it all played out, you can say he got guaranteed money, but you don't know what he would have got over with PBC. Because
PBC,
the reality
like
of
right
the fight. Hold on, the reality of the fight building with Crawford-Spence, it would have been more of a reality. And also, he would have fought better competition over there at PBC.
We can't say that though. We can't say that.
I disagree with that, man. I totally disagree.
You can't say that. Gary Russell and Tank Davis on PBC's 5 alone. They never fought.
But Gary Russell
how
and
doesn't
Al
that
Haymon,
make
there's
sense?
a beef there. There's a beef there.
Chief Thurman and Spence never fought.
Never fought.
Spence was chasing Keith Thurman for like 2 years.
Exactly. Keith Thurman was avoiding
on a 22-month layoff, so don't even come with that.
I know that, but the fight still never transpired. Is what I'm saying.
They tried to make this, but they tried to make the fight now.
If Bud
Keith
would have
Thurman
signed
was
with
never in a
PBC,
position to take
Bud
the
wouldn't have
fight.
been a fucking champion. Bud wouldn't have been no fucking champion.
If he's as good as he is, why wouldn't he? I mean,
because
hold on. I got it, Mr. Noda. Because it was designed for Errol Spence to collect all the belts.
Belts.
So why would they
Yeah.
allow Terence Crawford to come into their place of business and even the score? That doesn't make sense.
No, that's not true. It was
It
designed
is
for
true
it
because
was
it
no,
goes
it's not because it was
plan, bro.
designed for Errol Spence
It
to
is
get all the
true.
belts.
It is
Hold
true.
on,
The
because you're
plan
leaving
to
something
get
out.
all the straps, right?
Listen,
Strap season, right?
but you're leaving out a major part.
What's
It's
that?
designed for Errol Spence to get all the belts because Terence Crawford was with Top Rank.
Stop
If he wasn't
No.
with Top,
So was
listen,
Tyson
if he wasn't,
Fury, and he's
listen,
still Fort
it's a,
Wilder.
listen,
moving
they
the
can make
goalpost.
more fights. Listen, PBC can make more money and more fights, especially off a fighter who knocks people out. They can make more fights making fights with a person like that. The truth,
That
Errol
listen,
still
Spence
the
was
doesn't
truth
take
already
is,
away from the.
designed.
Hold
Terence
on. That
Crawford
still
came
doesn't
up
take
at
away from the
welterweight
fact
before
that it
Crawford.
was designed for Errol Spence to collect all 3 belts before he fought this man last. This is what y'all always say, right?
yes, but
Hey,
So whether he
again,
went over there or
but
not,
but
who's to say he was going to
Earl
be able to
Spence
get
said it
that belt?
himself, though.
but again, so you really don't think you really
I'm gonna
don't
head
think.
out.
I
Hold on, real
appreciate
quick.
you,
I just
man.
want to
Appreciate
Appreciate
respond
you
to
guys. Love
Salute,
you guys.
nerd.
All right,
Salute.
man.
All
Talk
right,
to you
man.
guys
Salute,
later.
bro.
Please, I just respond to you three.
All right,
So
nerd.
you really don't think that if Terence Crawford was with PBC, he wouldn't have got a fight like how Danny Garcia got a fight for
No, he
a
wouldn't have got
fucking
it.
vacant belt?
No, because that
No.
go against
really
that will go against the
They
plan.
was
Loyalty
offering
to
them
the
chump
game.
change too. They was offering them chump
Come
change
on,
for that
man.
contract.
Y'all, that's being delusional now.
No, it's not because nigga
Earl
Earl Spence and
Spence.
Keith Thurman never fought, bro. What are you
Exactly.
saying?
Errol Spence and Keith Thurman
Charlo
of
still ain't fought Benavidez. Like, come on,
let's
bro.
stick to the facts, not
We
narratives.
all sticking to the facts, nigga. I'm
Earl
speaking
Spence
facts.
didn't
Am I
fight
lying?
Keith Thurman
Can
because
somebody on the
Keith
panel tell me
Thurman,
if I'm
when
lying?
Errol
Have
Spence
these
got a
niggas
belt,
fought? Yes or no?
when Errol Spence got a belt, his first and only belt with the
They
You
ain't
IBF.
don't want
answering the
to answer
question. They can't answer the question.
No, I'll answer your question. I'm gonna ask. Then I'm gonna respond. What was your question? I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
I said have them dudes that I just mentioned ever fought each other. Yes or no? And they was on the same side of the street.
Half of what dudes? Keith Thurman fought.
Charlo, Benavidez, Charlo, Plant,
Plant
Yeah,
Earl
Charlo.
Spence, Thurman, all that shit. That shit wasn't
I'll
happening,
break
bro.
it down. I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. So it has to do with the way boxing turned as soon as PBC got their budget money from Showtime and Fox, and because Al Heyman changed the boxing game, and those other promoters were scrambling to catch up because the game changed. Bob Arum went and got his money with ESPN. Matchroom went with the Zone and the app. What happened was these different promotional companies were grabbing the best fighters at one weight class and making a whole bunch of shit in house. Jamal Charlo had nobody to fight on PBC. If you wanted to fight a good middleweight, you had to go to the Zone. That point blank period, they were all over there. Even Daniel Jacobs was smart enough working with Al Heyman to get some type of deal with Eddie Hearn to get those fights. So the same shit happened with the welterweight division with PBC.
Was
Same
Charlo
thing.
not offered to fight and to come to the Zone for one fight deal? Was he not offered that?
What was your question? I didn't hear the beginning of it.
Was Jamal Charlo not offered from Eddie Hearn a one fight deal to come over and fight Demetrius Andrade on the Zone?
I'm not aware if he
Nah,
did
that's
or
a fact.
didn't.
Yeah, he
I'm
did.
gonna be honest because I ain't paid too much attention to Jamal Charlo. I'm not aware if he did or didn't.
Well,
And
the
it's very
answer is yes, sir.
listen,
He was.
okay, so it's very possible. But what we do know
Now
is
you
that
contradicting yourself.
most of these guys who signed with Al Heyman, if Al Heyman says no, they don't do it. Most of these guys, let's just be honest about that. Most
Right.
of these
So
guys,
who's to say that he wouldn't say no when Terence Crawford would have went over there, bro? That's what I'm saying. You making my point.
Exactly.
No, I'm not. But because
He's going to be more loyal to Errol Spence than Terence Crawford, bro. That's a fact.
Listen, if you being Jamal Charlo being signed to PBC and trying to make a fight with DAZN is completely different than Terence Crawford when he got out of his first top rate contract. He would have just said, fuck it, I'm going to go over to PBC. Those are two different situations. He would have been the top pound for pound welterweight fighter in the world over there with a deep roster of top welterweights with multiple belts. That's
How long was Gary? How long was Gary calling out? How long was Gary calling out Tank? How long
And
was
Leo Santa Cruz.
Yeah, how long was that happening?
he
Yeah, how
never
long was
got the
it?
fight. He never got the fight, bro.
How long?
Listen, that
we using your logic.
that absolutely happened for a long time.
We using your logic.
However, most people know that Gary Russell Jr., Al Heyman, and Floyd Mayweather had a problem because he see one of the things you do with a guy like Al Heyman is you don't talk about him bad in public if you work for him. One of the first things all these fighters say as soon as the fight is over is, "I want to thank Al Heyman." Al Heyman. If you're a fighter, if you go out on social media and talk against Al Heyman, you a fighter, you're gonna get fucked. Point blank. Period. Don't matter what you're saying. So there was
wait. That's in wait. That's a PBC contract. When they signed that contract, they agreed to that. That's in the PBC contract. That's no problem.
Listen, I'm not saying they didn't. But what I'm saying is he talked bad about them and shit got fucked up. Before that, he was doing this thing. Before he talked shit, before he talked shit, it wasn't that bad. People were seeing him give fights. After he talked shit, he got put on the shelf. All I'm saying is, Bud doesn't talk shit in house. He's a company guy.
Man,
when Bob
all I
Arum
hear
all
is a
that
bunch
shit
of
to Bud,
excuses.
Yeah, I know. A lot of
Bro, you dancing
excuses.
around a simple question.
You know,
Bro.
hold
Hold on. We let you go on your little soliloquy for about 10 minutes. It's cool. Let me say something real quick. You said that we wasn't being realistic, but I'm being very realistic and honest about what happened. Keith Thurman and Errol Spence never fought. These other gentlemen on the panel gave you several other fighters who never fought on the same side, bro. So what did you say?
So I went to answer to Keith Thurman. When Errol Spence asked for that fight, Keith Thurman, as soon as Errol Spence won his belt, he posted that shit about his elbow and stayed out the ring for 22 months. And then he himself, when he came back, said he wasn't fighting Errol Spence. That was a get back here, and then he lost. So it wasn't that they wasn't ready to make the fight, because that's bullshit. Because we saw multiple times where Showtime was forcing Keith Thurman to sit next to Errol Spence at fights, in interviews. All the time they were trying to make the fight, and Keith Thurman was the one who did the bullshit that he did. So let's not act like the PBC was like, "Oh, we're not going to make the fight with Keith Thurman and Errol Spence."
But you're making our point, bro. That's the point.
But they still never fought, though.
If Errol Spence didn't want the fight, Bud, if he came over to, as a hypothetical, to the PBC, then Al Heyman wouldn't have been able to make the fight. That's what we saying.
How do you figure that he wouldn't? How do you figure he wouldn't?
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
When has Errol Spence vocalized that he never wanted to fight with Terence Crawford?
He ain't never said that, but
okay,
that's not
then.
what I'm talking about.
So your point is moot then.
No.
You know why it's not mute?
Don't do that. Hold on, because Errol Spence was the same nigga that said to his face, "I'm gonna clean up my side before I fight you." Last.
Yeah, but you twisted. Hold on. But that's not what that's not what loyal to the game is saying. What he's saying is, he's saying if Crawford was over there at the PBC,
period,
then the fight would be made. But if the fight, listen, the fight is not going to be made as long as he's with Top Rank.
No.
What about Tyson Fury and Wilder? Tyson Fury was with Top Rank for two of their fights.
Hold on. I'm glad you said that, because Tyson Fury wasn't with Top Rank in the first fight.
Right.
Top Rank.
I know, but the subsequent. But the subsequent fights he was.
Top Rank wanted Tyson Fury after they saw that bread that they made off that first fight.
And
okay, so let me ask you this, Sean T, and then I'm gonna let y'all have it.
Go ahead.
Right. So you're of the mindset. I mean, somebody fucking mic fucking up, bro. Fix your audio. But Sean T, you're of the mindset that if Terence Crawford would have left Top Rank with that belt, he would have went over to the PBC. You think they would have made that fight right away? That's what you're saying?
No.
I don't know if they would have made it right away, but he would have fought Earl sooner. Yeah.
I don't know they wouldn't have made that shit right away.
That's my point.
They're gonna build up, but you know what we would, but you know what we would have got. But you know
that's my point.
They would have definitely made that fight right away.
We would have got at least Terence Crawford.
All in-house money.
We would have at least got Terence Crawford against a prime Sean Porter or a prime Danny Garcia. We would have at least gotten that.
Danny Garcia that had 2 losses when he fought Spence already.
We was talking about him fighting Earl. I said that Earl, it was designed for Earl to get the belts. I didn't say he wouldn't have been able to fight a Danny Garcia or a Sean Porter or a Keith Thurman. I was talking specifically about Earl having it being designed with this mysterious plan that came out of no fucking where that, hey, I'm gonna clean up my side before I fight you. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but dig this, E Thriller. Let me ask E Thriller this.
Go ahead.
Okay, look at it right now. You dig what I'm saying? The fight is made, correct?
Correct.
And he still can, if he beats Earl, he's going to be undisputed, correct?
Yes, sir.
The only difference is he signed something to say that shit, he's going to help PBC make some money, even in the rematch.
2-fight deal.
All right, there it is. So that's all, loyal to the game is saying. He's saying if he would have signed over there by the time they made the bread, it's all about this. man, listen, if you over there with Top Rank and Bob Arum doesn't want to invest in your goddamn career, why do we want to break bread with Bob Arum, who doesn't even believe in you?
So y'all don't think Bob Arum invested in Crawford's career?
The man didn't want to invest in it. No, he turned it over to his son-in-law or whoever the fuck it was.
So hold on 1 second, bro. 1 second. Let me ask this question real quick. So it wasn't confirmed. What Keith Thurman confirmed it to Fight Hype himself that he received a contract from to potentially fight Bud, and Danny Garcia confirmed it as well when he was over there in Top Rank. My point is that they weren't like, you can't really say Bob wasn't investing when he sent Danny Garcia a potential contract for 3.5 million plus pay-per-view upside. And Keith Thurman admitted that he turned it down. He said they tried to entice me, but I don't want to fight him. So they both admitted it.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you're Danny Garcia and you're looking at a guy who you knocked the fuck out make twice as much as what they're offering you, you dig what I'm saying? Like, shit, he's still a prize fighter, correct?
Yeah, but he to this day he's never received 3.5 million guaranteed.
That don't matter. That don't matter.
Wait. He turned that fight down to fight Adrian Granados, bro.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is this.
For 1/4 of the money.
What I'm saying is this. Did he, meaning Danny Garcia, knock out Amir Khan? Yes or no?
He was getting his ass whooped post to pillow to post for that happened too. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep that 100.
Okay. So he knocked him out, correct?
Yes.
Yep, they ain't got nothing to do with
it does have something to do with it. Like, how are you going to pay a motherfucker who I knocked out more money than you were paying me?
Hey, can I say, was Danny losing that fight before the knockout?
What does that have to do with the outcome? That's like saying, was Terence Crawford losing the fight when he was fighting Sean Porter? According to
Danny was getting his ass beat.
corner.
But still to this day, Danny has not made 3.5 million yet. Plain and simple, he still hasn't made close to it yet. Is what I'm saying.
Listen, they offered him that. What did they offer Sean Porter originally?
What, like $1 million, $2 million?
1 million. 1 million. 1 million.
Yeah, 1 million.
Yeah, right.
1 million.
Yeah,
that's how you
what I'm saying.
negotiate.
You're not investing in your man's career if you're not willing to offer these guys what they think they're worth. Just like
Porter got his highest payday fighting Bud.
Hold on. Just like Crawford. If Crawford thinks that he deserves a guarantee, you feel me? Then goddamn it, and he don't want to fight until he gets his guarantee. You guys gonna say, yeah, he's right. But the Spence fans, we're like, hey, fuck that, man. Just make the fight. You're gonna make some money on the back end.
Sir, did Sean Porter not receive his highest guarantee fighting Terence Crawford ever in his career?
He did.
Yes, he did.
Okay, so how can we say Bob wasn't investing in the man when Sean Porter got his highest guarantee to fight him?
Out the door, buddy. He was leaving.
Okay, wait. Let me say this real quick. He forced Sebastian Formella, man, and threw damn near 100 punches per round. You cannot say that man was out the door when he did that. What he did to Sebastian Formella.
I'm not talking about Sean Porter.
No, you're talking about Crawford leaving.
I'm talking about Terence Crawford being out the door.
And my man, hey, and you're talking about investing. Why did Terence Crawford leave?
I don't know. Didn't he say because he didn't get the? Well, I know what he said at the press conference.
In
the disrespect, I would say that.
The thing is, if they were treating Crawford right, he would still be over there. If they were investing in him like they were investing with Tyson Fury, Lomachenko, and Teofimo Lopez, and they were promoting him correctly, the man would still be over there.
But the same thing happened with PBC. Go ahead.
I said this last show. PBC promotes fighters. Top Rank promotes fights. That was the problem. Terence Crawford had no opponents for fights to be promoted by how Top Rank promotes. There was no good fighters because Top Rank, they know how to say Devin Haney versus Lomachenko, two top hardcore for the hardcore shit. But PBC promotes the actual fighter, and that's what fucked up Terence Crawford.
Now, and to piggyback, hold on, and to piggyback off what Kwame is saying, how in the fuck is Terence Crawford having a fight with y'all commercials? You promoting Lomachenko fight?
Facts.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree. They said when the people went buying, it was up to the boxing fans to buy the fights. When we get through talking, it's still up to the fans to buy it. And you know what most people doing? Most people streaming it.
Yeah. So one thing Sean T said, because I'm gonna just open up another can of worms, because a lot of you bud buddies, I call y'all bed buds, but a lot of you dudes were real hype off that interview with Gilly and Wallow and the whole Jerron Ennis thing. And Sean T brought up a good point. When Sean Porter said it was an insult to take $1 million a fight, Boots Ennis came straight out and said, I'll take the $1 million to fight you. And we heard fucking crickets from Bud. And he was ranked high in the WBO. But see, the problem is Boots ain't a shit talker like Bud know how to talk that street shit and it gets y'all niggas hype. But if we look at
Wait,
the
no,
facts,
hold on, lawyer to the game. You mixing up shit, bro. Hold on, you piecing up together timelines. Wasn't Sean Porter his mandatory?
Yes, he was.
Yes.
So how the fuck was he gonna fight Boots, bro? You gotta make it make sense to me, my brother.
I'm gonna make it make sense to you.
Go
real
ahead,
quick.
because that's
Real
not making
easy.
any sense to me. Go ahead.
Sean Porter wasn't his mandatory. Sean Porter was #1 in the WBO. He never activated a mandatory.
Ortiz
They mandated the fight, bro.
Yes,
There
exactly.
was 2 rounds, bro.
on this shit. I can pull it up right now.
There
They
was 2 rounds. They
mandated that
couldn't
fight.
make the fight, and they switched Virgil Ortiz.
Loyal to the game. You're not listening, bro. It was about to go to purse bid because they mandated the fight,
Sure.
which is
You're
why.
talking about the
hold
second
on.
go
Let me
around.
finish. Bob Arum had to negotiate and give both fighters what they wanted because, again, he was trying to sway Terence Crawford and keep him there by giving him that $6 million, and he gave Porter $4 million. That's what happened, bro. It got mandated.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question. And that whole time from the beginning, when they started talking about the fight between Terence Crawford and Sean Porter majestically going to #1 in the WBO, was there ever a point in time when Sean Porter left the #1 spot and Virgil Ortiz went to the #1 spot before the fight was made?
Yes, because Sean Porter was upset. I did a show on that as well.
Okay. So what that means is that the sanctioning body, the politics, put someone else in place because they thought the fight was not going to get made and offered Terence Crawford another option, a top rank, another option. And what we know is that De La Hoya was not going to put his prospect in there with Bud and get ruined. So they didn't do that. Let's just keep it 100.
But you have to keep it 100, bro. Hold on. Let me make this quick point. Hold on.
Let's just keep it 100.
Loyal to the game. Context matters. What fight was Terence Crawford working on at that time?
He wasn't working on shit at that time.
He was trying to get a Manny Pacquiao fight, bro. You lying, bro.
Listen,
you trying to get a Manny Pacquiao fight, bro.
Listen,
I did several. I can pull this shit up right now.
We talk about context. Did he get a Manny Pacquiao
That is the context.
fight?
He had it.
Hold on. Let me rebuttal you. That's why he told Sean Porter, look, you testing my patience. I'm working on something big right now, but if this falls through, you next. And what happened?
You know what's funny?
You ain't gonna answer my question?
He always does that.
Correct, but
you ain't gonna
what's
answer my question.
You know what's funny about that?
I guess
You might be an attorney, man.
This nigga never ever had a chance at fighting Manny Pacquiao. Bob Arum had lied to this dude so many times about Manny Pacquiao.
Manny confirmed. Manny confirmed it too.
Hold on. Bob Arum came out and said it himself that it's a really big deal. It's a surprise fight. He wouldn't name who it was, but everybody put 2 and 2 together. It was Manny Pacquiao.
Manny confirmed it too.
Manny Pacquiao was in negotiations also with Ryan Garcia, right?
Not at that time, sir.
But still, the point is he was negotiating with Terence Crawford. The only reason why the fight didn't happen is because they failed to show proof of funds, right? 40 million and the 10 million. Tell me what I told a lie, bro.
Well, if you've been negotiating for that long, right? Because the amount of time they were talking about it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it takes you at the end to realize there's no money for the fight. I'm just saying.
So is that Terence Crawford's fault? Because Manny Pacquiao was looking for the investors,
the master
bro.
of negotiating with PBC and BLK Prime at the same time, couldn't do the same thing.
You going all over the place, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not going all over the place. You're making it seem like Terence Crawford could only negotiate with one person.
Or is it not a fact that Manny Pacquiao approached them and said, I have investors. I'm going to give 40 million. Crawford, you're going to take 10.
Why Terence Crawford couldn't be negotiating with someone else the same way?
I asked you a simple question, bro.
I'm answering the question. Why?
You got to move on first.
I don't need no backstories, bro. Yes or no?
No, I'm answering your question.
You got to move on first.
It's a simple yes or no, bro. Did it or did it not happen?
Did what happened?
Did Manny Pacquiao approach Bob Arum and Top Rank and Terence Crawford and say, "Look, I
Oh
found
my
investors.
God, man.
I'm gonna take $40 million, and Bud, you getting 10."
Yeah, there was a fictitious offer.
There ain't no
Hold on.
shit,
There
bro.
was
It's the yes or no.
no. It wasn't Manny Pacquiao. Y'all acting like Manny Pacquiao came with the
All right, I'm gonna pull
finances.
up the article.
Bob,
Okay.
what y'all?
You said
No,
it
no, no,
wasn't.
no,
I
no, no,
got
no. This is very simple. But what y'all trying to do is y'all trying to
you. You
make a
making it
narrative.
complex, bro.
No,
You
it's
making this
not.
shit
But
hard. It's a
if you
yes
let
or
me,
I
no.
don't even know why you talking about Boots when Bud about to fight Spence.
if first off, if you just let me explain, because you keep
He was
just
talking
interrupting
about.
me and
Hold
asking
on.
a
He was
question.
talking about Boots because he was
You keep
trying to create
moonwalking,
a
man.
hold on.
Listen,
He was
Hey,
trying to
let
create
him
a
speak.
narrative that
Let him
Bud was
speak.
Terence
taking him,
Crawford
but
at that
Sean
Terence
Porter was his
Crawford at that
mandatory.
point was
So
already.
how is he gonna fight Boots? He would have lost the belt if he would have fought
I
Boots.
got a question because this is all pieced together. The brother right here that's right under you with the M, he was talking about this earlier. Like how can you state that at the time when Terence Crawford had contract issue and he's suing right after the Kavalauskas fight that, hey, you know what, you promised me a big fight, right? You're supposed to give me the Earl Spence because there's a clause for that, right? And now all of a sudden Bob Arum pops up with this fictitious shit about fucking Manny Pacquiao and there's no money. And you guys just ran with this shit. He did this shit before. There's no fucking there's no money there. And all I'm saying to you is this: why couldn't Terence Crawford, the same way he was
And them
negotiating
receipts
with
are different than light.
the same way he was negotiating with PBC and BLK Prime at the same time, how come all of a sudden now he can only be negotiate with somebody where there
You
was
know
never no
why?
proof of
Bro, you
funds?
saying a
You know,
whole
I
lot
can
without
easily
saying
answer that
shit, bro.
question
Look at
though.
this. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me say this, and I'm done, bro. I'm just gonna present the facts. We ain't got to go all across the world. Look, it says Terence Crawford. I would like to fight somebody who has a title. Pacquiao told the Daily Tribune. We told Bob Arum, I get 40 million and Crawford gets 10. I will fight anybody. Tell me where I told a lie. Is that not what I said?
I'm not saying you told the lie in this part. What I'm
You trying to
saying to you
moonwalk.
is
So what are we
what
talking about? You going
can
all
I
over the
explain?
place, bro.
Can I
You trying to
explain? I heard
moonwalk.
what
You
you
trying to
said.
moonwalk.
Now hear my piece. I'm not negating any of this. What I'm
Sound like
stating is he told Bob Arum I get the 40 million, but there was never no money. This is all gaslight. There was never no money at the
Oh,
end
so
of
you
it. At
saying,
the
so
end of
wait a
it
minute.
all,
So you saying
Bob
Manny
at
Pacquiao was
the end. Let
capping.
me finish. At
You
the end
saying
of it
Manny
all,
Pacquiao was capping.
at the
Just
end of
sum
it
it up
all,
like that, bro. Just real
bro,
quick.
you don't let me finish, bro. You just keep asking me a question while I'm speaking.
Because you're not answering
I
shit,
am
bro.
answering the question. The same way you asking a question and saying what you saying, let me just say what I'm saying.
Bro, these are simple yes or no questions. We
I
don't
already
need no
said
10
yes to
minute
your
soliloquy.
question, and then I was saying something else. I
Go
already
ahead,
said
bro.
that what you have on the screen is correct. Did I not say that? I said that's correct. I answered your question. All I'm stating to you is that there was never any money. This is true. All this is true. But at the end of it all, after all these long negotiations, it fell apart because there was never proof of funds. And the reason being is because Bob Arum had to spin this story because Terence Crawford was on his motherfucking ass because he was supposed to have gotten him a big fight already. He had already promised him in the contract with the whole Sean Carvalho mean machine shit. After that fight, he was supposed to either get Earl Spence or a big fight. And this is what Bob Arum said, but he really just made the shit up. There was never any fucking money. And that's a fact.
Hey, can I piggyback off that too for 1 second, real quick? And what Loyal to the game is saying is factual and is true. And all you got to do is just look at this. If you look at the PBC, right, and you got Floyd Mayweather, you got Adrian Broner, you got Keith Thurman, you got Yordenis Ugas, Earl Spence. All of them had a chance to fight Manny Pacquiao. 4 out of the 5 fought Manny Pacquiao. So when Errol Spence said blame Bob, that's what he was saying. He was saying Bob lied to you.
Right. And all I was saying in that regard is when they was over there negotiating with never any proof of funds, and Sean Porter was the other person that he said, oh, whatever. Why couldn't he have said, hey, I'm gonna fight Boots Ennis? Because Boots Ennis came out in social media and said, I'll take the $1 million to fight Bud. Let's not act like that ain't true. Is that not a fact?
Bro,
Yeah, we gonna do
Is it a
that there.
fact?
We
Are you
gonna do that
you
there.
asking me a question?
Boots
I'm
just
asking
jumped
you
out
no.
the mandatory, so we ain't worried about that.
Yeah, Boots said it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Boots said it. So for Terrence to be sitting up there talking about win, go to sleep, win. Boots Camp came out on
2018,
social.
Yeah, but wait.
Boots
But
Camp came out on social.
a call out,
2018
and a
was a lie.
negotiation process are two totally different things, sir.
Ain't
And if
that
the
what?
man
Ain't that
had a
how it starts?
mandatory
You don't
again, how
negotiate
is he
until
going to
someone call
fight
you out and
Boots?
say,
I don't
"Hey, I
get it,
have
bro.
interest in fighting you."
No, but
He
what
can
we're
tell
saying,
Boots
bro,
called him out in
if Sean
2018.
Porter
Bud
was
wasn't
his
even welterweight
mandatory,
in 2018.
But you could call out a person all day. Keith Thurman said he wanted to fight Thurman, and then Thurman said he wanted to fight Bud, but then he turned it down. And according to Bomac, Thurman asked for $10 million. Fighters can call fighters out all day, but when they go to the negotiation process, a lot of these dudes price themselves out.
Yeah, but Bud didn't say that. Bud said you did it. Win. Boots Camp came out multiple times on social media and said, "Bud ain't no real switch hitter." Boots came
Hey,
out
but hold
multiple
on, hold on,
times and said, "I
Terrence
do
Crawford
everything
dug
better
Boots.
than
Boot
Terrence
camp.
So
Crawford."
Hold on,
I
wait.
just want a simple. Hold on. I just want a simple yes or no. You're saying that Terrence Crawford dug Boots.
I'm not saying that. I can make an argument for it, but
Yeah, you can't.
I can.
Oh, it's
I
crazy.
can because when
It's
Terrence
crazy.
You
Crawford
can't.
took that,
I'm
hold
just
on,
asking
because when
yes or
Terrence,
no.
I can make an argument for it
You can't.
because when Terrence Crawford, after he fought Sean Porter, and he took that long ass layoff, and he had no opponent, neither did Boots Ennis. That whole long when he fought Sean Porter, he took that long layoff from November, and Earl Spence. The thing that was going on with the WBA was Earl Spence was supposed to be fighting Stanionis, and all that shit happened. The Ugas fight happened. Fucking Terrence Crawford had no opponent. Boots had no opponent. Boots. That's when Boots was saying he wanted to fight. Terrence Crawford said he was taking a
Okay, I
vacation.
got a rebuttal to that, sir. I got a
Rocha was on the
rebuttal to that.
boots. Rocha was on the boots, and Rocha got the mandatory because Ortiz vacated. So Boots would have been the mandatory, and he vacated the WBO. So there,
Yeah,
so that
I have a rebuttal to that though. Like the problem is that when Terence Crawford was off after he fought Porter and left Top Rank, at the time he had no market to fund the money. Now he found the market in BLK Prime or whatever. Hold on, let me finish this real quick. He found the market in BLK Prime, and people were saying, "Well, why didn't you fight Boots? Why didn't you fight Virgil Ortiz?" He said their names never came up. Now, fast forward, we had now this is what Boots' father, Bozy Ennis, said himself. He said, "I never signed anything with Showtime, but I'm loyal to Showtime." But it's a hole in that story because if you're loyal to Showtime, but you never signed anything, Steven Espinosa is an executive. Cameron Duncan is the one that's tasked with making the fight. So why are you telling BLK Prime to talk to Steven Espinosa if Boots will have to come over to BLK Prime and not Showtime? That doesn't make any sense.
You're making that shit way complicated. Bozy's his father and his
no,
trainer.
he making it simple.
He said, listen,
Sir, no, let me finish, sir. Let me finish. You talk for like 15 minutes. Let me finish. What respectfully, this is what I'm saying. It's simple. Cameron Duncan is his manager. Only time Steven Espinosa has a play in any fight on Showtime is if Showtime has a stake in it. If Bozy never signed an exclusivity deal with Showtime, then Boots could have literally went over to BLK. Bozy is saying, "Oh, well," he literally said out his mouth, "Well, you know, they wanted to have it all their way." Of course you have it all their way because BLK Prime is the one putting up the bread, not Showtime. So this is what I'm saying to you real quickly. If they really wanted that fight, just like Bud told Bozy, he said, "We talked to Steven Espinosa," and Bozy said, "Oh, well, you know, they never told me you talked." But Steven Espinosa doesn't have anything to do with it because BLK was the ones that would have primarily been putting the bread up. So Boots never wanted that fight. It's clear to see.
Did he say BLK Prime? BLK Prime?
They weren't putting the bread up. Who paid David Evans?
Hold on. Listen, dig this, man. That's all smoke and mirrors, man. For the simple fact, if BLK Prime really had all that bread, don't you think Crawford would have stayed over there as well as Adrian Broner and the rest of these guys?
But that's a non sequitur. Who paid Terence Crawford? Who paid Terence Crawford and David Evanesian for their last fight? Who paid them?
Man, listen, man. We really don't know.
Them, sir? It's a direct question.
Hold on. First of all, it came out that Crawford was making $10 million. All this other boy, I've never seen anything so secretive until it came to BLK Prime. We don't know the numbers. We don't know the actual payment. We don't know
You say you never saw anything secretive till you saw BLK Prime. When's the last time PBC released a pay-per-view talking about nothing secretive? Come on, man. I've been quiet this whole time until that bullshit came out.
But nobody answered the question, though. Who paid Terence Crawford and David Evanesian for that fight? Who funded that money?
BLK.
Okay, so if they had the money to pay Crawford and David Evanesian, why wouldn't they have the money to pay Boots to come over? It's simple.
Okay, then why couldn't they make the fight? Why couldn't they make the 3 or 4 fights with Adrian Broner?
Like a motherfucker. Hey, Big Fish.
Man, we seen
Because people kept pulling out. Because they kept pulling out. That's
And you know why
why.
they hold on. You know why they were pulling out? You know why they were pulling out? Because BLK Prime was trying to deal with the fighters instead of dealing with the fighters' promotional
Nope,
company.
that's not true, sir.
That's
I'm about to
very
debunk you right now. That's not true.
That's very
The
true.
reason why the first bull pulled out, who's
bro. I'm gone.
Who's the
all right,
first
take
fighter?
it easy, brother.
All right.
The white boy that
Lundy?
lost to
Hank
Danny
Lundy?
Garcia.
Red catch.
Red Catch.
Oh, Red
Red Catch
Catch,
said the
right.
reason why he pulled out, he said it wasn't a problem with BLK. It was a problem with his management trying to take an exponential amount of his percentage. That had nothing to do with BLK, sir. That had to do with his
BLK
management.
Prime was trying to do business with them without their management team. What are you talking about?
No, he said that's not what Red Catch said, though. Red Catch didn't say that. Red Catch said that his management, the people who were supposed to be brokering the deal on his behalf, tried to take too high of a percentage. He never said nothing about BLK.
Man,
that was his management.
Listen, man, dude, they got that other channel over there, and BLK Prime. What they want to do is they want to build that motherfucking company up without splitting any bread with anybody else, and that's not how it goes.
No, but you got to realize Desmond owns BLK Prime, and a lot of them fighters like Jab Judah and them have private stakes in there, so it's money behind it. It's just they trying to keep it where it's all in house to the fighter. They're trying to get the fighter the lion's share. That's the whole reason why they came up with that fighting company. They feel the fighters should get the lion's share instead of the promoters and management.
And the other fighter poured out on Adrian Broner because he got injured, and that's when they were going around saying, "Why did Roy Jones have him sparring the week before the fight and all
The
that?"
fighter in between that, Hank Lundy.
So what? Yeah, his management, Hank Lundy's management, right?
Yeah, it was management. I mean, I think the point is BLK Prime is it's just not stable. Even if they paid Terence Crawford, it's just not stable. So
No, it's really not, because you got to realize a lot of them people that's trying to sign them independent, and you come there independent with nothing, you can't really ask for a lot. I mean, that's unfortunate, but you can't really ask for a lot from them.
Y'all remember the dude that was supposed to fight the African boy? I'm horrible with names right now. The boy that got dropped by the Cuban dude, the African boy. Okay. So y'all remember when when the bell rung and he hopped out? He literally hopped out the ring. He said he hopped out of the ring for the same reason: management trying to take his money.
Yeah.
So it's the management a lot of the times, not the networks.
I mean, the point. I mean, the point is where Bud is acting like Boots never wanted to fight him. That's not real.
It is real, in my opinion.
Okay, so hold on, going into the game. If that's the case, bro, can you give me a valid explanation as to why he decided to forego the WBO route and go the IBF route?
Absolutely, I could tell you he was ranked in actually all of them: IBF,
Right.
WBA, and WBO.
Right.
After Terence, go check the dates. After Terence Crawford got up and walked away from the negotiations and made the fight with BLK Prime, after that is when Jerron Boots Ennis dropped out the WBO. That's after that is when it happened. So they figured they were never even going to do business with the dude, and everyone was hot. You sitting down at the table with a dude for 6 months, and then he just get up and walk away. So it's like, why are we even going to waste our time over there fucking around over there? You a Showtime fighter, Showtime's with PBC, you got an IBF mandatory. We just don't focus over here.
Wait one second. Virgil Ortiz vacated. Wait. Virgil Ortiz vacated.
You can win three
that.
belts instead of one.
Wait. Before y'all saying that, Victor Ortiz vacated, that meaning Boots was up next as soon as Victor Ortiz vacated. So
Keith Thurman was the mandatory for Errol, bro. So he wasn't gonna get that fight with Errol next anyway. Jerron. So you should have stayed at the WBO.
Yeah, but that's absolutely a fact.
That's called
but Bozy goes on TV. No, Bozy goes on there acting like he didn't acknowledge. We didn't know what rank it was. You were highly aware that Ortiz was over y'all, and by him passing up Bud, you know he was next.
And they were fighting IBF eliminators instead of WBO, man. They didn't want that fight, man.
They could have stayed put, bro, and filed a petition to the WBO to try to position themselves to get the opportunity. But
hey, listen. I'm about to ride out. Thriller, if you serious about betting $1,000, man, we could do it. Bro. You did that serious, for real?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool.
Yeah, make sure we get your information too, man. Make sure you get the information through. I get it from you or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Yeah, just Jay. I can look up your email. We can make it happen for real.
I ain't hard to find, Sean T.
All right, man. I'm gonna be looking for you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. Peace and love to the panel, man. The chat. I'll be back around. You know, I'm gonna spin the block, and I'll catch you guys later.
Appreciate
Much
you tapping
respect.
in, my guy.
Yes, sir.
Peace out.
All right, man. Hey, Green, I see you backstage, bro. I said it earlier. Cut your cam on, and I'll bring you on, bro.
The only problem is it's going
All right.
back down.
I can't see you, bro. Cut your cam on. Want to make it? All right, that's a bit. You can turn it
Nah,
on.
but did y'all notice how Bozy act like, oh, we didn't know what rank he was. Motherfucker, you knew you was under Ortiz, and Ortiz vacated.
Yeah, exactly.
That's because they're not calling him out though.
Hey, we got somebody new on the panel, man. Shout out to Green. You're live on the chat with the pack. Holler at me, man. What's popping, bro?
What's good, E Thriller, Black Picasso? How you doing?
I'm doing well, my brother. It's Friday. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I just was scrolling through and chimed in. I see y'all saying if Jerome Boots Ennis duck Terence Crawford, or if it's the other way around. It's definitely the fact that he ducked fighting Terence Crawford without a shadow of a doubt. Reason being, this is the thing. He could petition the IBF to become a mandatory challenger. The thing is, he fought for an interim belt in that sanctioning body, an interim belt that they only give when a champion is injured. To my knowledge, Errol Spence was never injured. He never Errol Spence never filed any paperwork to become injured. So him taking that interim title is what took him out of the WBO rankings. But when Virgil Ortiz petitioned the WBA to fight their regular champion in September, Team Ennis, they could have petitioned the WBO and became the mandatory challenger, just like Sean Porter did when they offered to fight to Virgil Ortiz while he was sitting at the top of the number one position in the sanctioning body. Because here's the thing: they petitioned every sanctioning body but the WBO. They didn't petition the WBO whatsoever. That's the sanctioning body that they stayed away from. So they can say in the media, oh, we want to fight this person, we want to fight that person, we want to fight the top guys, we want to fight the top guys. You've done nothing as far as from a political standpoint to fight Terence Crawford, and then they got the opportunity to fight him again after Boots fought January 7th with an offer from BLK Prime for him to fight. So the whole he doesn't want to fight us, or we've been asked for this fight, whatever the case may be. You had two keen opportunities to make that happen on your own behalf, and you didn't do that. So who's the one that doesn't want to fight for real? Is it Crawford, or is it the supposed to be most avoided contender of the 21st century, Jerron Ennis? Because if a champion gives you an opportunity for a belt, and you say on a Fight Hype interview previously that you'll fight him in his living room, and you don't step to the fold, then what does that say about you as a supposed avoided contender? That means you really don't want to fight because you're not contractually obligated to the Showtime platform. You're on a fight by fight basis, and just to make it make sense, he said, I believe he said he's been trying to fight Crawford since 2018.
2018, yep.
You had just got on Showbox. You were fighting on Showbox. So how are you going to be in position to fight a WBO super champion, and you're fighting on Showbox? You're fighting on Showbox, the startup boxing promotion on Showtime.
And Bud didn't move the welterweight to 2018 anyway. So he basically saying he was calling out Bud when he was at 140. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Which doesn't make a lick of sense.
The 2018 was cap.
But yeah, here goes his resume.
But we're not going to sit here and act like Boots Ennis never called Terence Crawford out.
Yeah, I mean, you can do Fight Hype interviews or whatever the case may be, but you're not putting yourself in position to fight. And then just like someone was saying earlier, when I believe he petitioned the IBF
Twice.
October. He
Yep.
petitioned the IBF October 28th of 2022, and then right after that they seen a representative from Errol Spence team and the PBC asked the WBA for permission to skip over Stanionis, because Stanionis was supposed to be the next mandatory challenger after Spence beat Ugas, and they couldn't get the unification with Terence Crawford fight done. It was supposed to be Emmanuel Stanionis, but they petitioned the WBO so they could fight Keith Thurman at 154 pounds. So you already seen that you weren't getting that fight anyway. So why would you fight for an interim title in January, knowing that's what's going to take you out of the WBO rankings?
And you don't think it's a coincidence? You don't think it's a coincidence that belt, the IBF, you got a weight clause on it? So Spence got that 10-pound. You don't think it's a coincidence they took that route? Well, Spence can't come in there super big.
The IBF they did away with that second day weigh in most recently. They don't have that anymore.
They say it's unhealthy, but I didn't see, the motherfuckers. That's why I say it's crazy.
Yeah, because
The fact of the matter is,
if you know anything about boxing routinely before, that they used to make the fighters weigh in, hours before the fight, but that's extremely unhealthy, and a lot of fighters started dying.
Yeah, there's certain weight. Yeah, certain belts. Like certain belts didn't have it at all. Like you know what I'm saying. Some certain belts you don't have any. But I'm just saying I know that one Pacific. I know they used to have a 10-pound weight because a lot of people wanted that belt if they was like fighting somebody that had like a bigger side. Like you was fighting a bigger opponent. That way there's no quality to B side.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is they thought that, in my opinion, that Errol Spence was going to vacate the belt, and that's why they were going for it. They probably thought he was going to 154. Because we came out and said, this fight may not happen with Crawford, and it's not getting no easier to make the weight and all that. So they thought they were going to get a vacant belt, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's an article with Cameron Duncan saying that they went the IBF route because they had the interim title, and they know Errol Spence was going to move up to 154 pounds, and he wasn't coming back down, so they were going to get a vacant title. That's the actual fact. The article, Cameron Duncan saying that, and I do remember Crawford saying on multiple media platforms when he was doing interviews on the cusp of his fight against David Avenese, and telling them that he knows Cameron Duncan. He was managed by Cameron Duncan. He knows.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah.
And he understands the way that Cameron Duncan is moving, and basically saying Jerron and his team, they're not making him fight any dangerous fights, and any fights that they don't feel like he is a significant favor in, so to speak.
Yeah, they build him up too much. Yeah, he works. I mean, as much as they doing, they moving him good because like that's too bad of a loss. If you take, I know it won't be bad because it's them, but it's like for his brand. He's looking like the next team right now.
I mean, you got to look at he has more fights than Errol Spence, and the best name on his resume, since everybody want to do the name picking, the best opponent on his resume is Sergey Lipinets. Sergey Lipinets is a kickboxer,
a 140 pounder.
Yeah, same guy knocked out Peterson, the same one that EJ fought. Yeah,
I think it's interesting that Terence Crawford fans will sit up and say everyone avoided Terence Crawford, but you could clearly see that it was super hard for Boots to get fights.
Never.
It was hard. Come on, bro. It was hard for Boots to get fights.
Hold on.
He was high risk or low reward. Sean Porter, it's amazing to hear you guys say this stuff. Sean Porter.
Let me ask you a question though. Ain't he kind of like on the same side of the street, being that he fights on Showtime only?
Yes.
So why is it so hard for him to get the fights, bro? Explain that.
Because he's not signed. He's not signed to PBC.
Right.
He's not signed to Al Heyman. He signed to Cameron Duncan, and he was just good enough that Showtime said, "Hey, we'll invest money in him, and we'll invest money in him, and have him fight exclusively, on our network."
So
but he's fighting Al Heyman fighters, though.
You think he would get more fights?
He's not an Al Heyman fighter.
Sergey Lipinets is an Al Heyman fighter.
Yeah, Sergey Lipinets is an Al Heyman fighter, but Jerron Boots Ennis is not. Al Heyman fighter.
No, but I go to Ether's point though. Why, if he's practically on that same, virtually on that same side of
Same
the street.
network. Yep.
So why can't he get the upper echelon guys? Why everything got to be on Bud? Why?
I'm lost how this goes to Bud. My initial question
So
was
now we
the same way that you guys say Terence Crawford, people didn't want to fight Terence Crawford. We have to keep the same energy for Jerome Boots Ennis. Even to now, it's hard for the guy to get opponents. Let's just I mean, if you're just a boxing fan, you take the Bud emotion shit out of it. If you're just looking at boxing, it's hard for Jerome Boots Ennis to get opponents.
Villa stepping up, bro.
But
It's
wait
his
a minute.
sport in January.
But hold on. That goes to my point earlier, though, loyal to the game. As the hypothetical, if Bud would have went over there in 2018, I believe, in my opinion, it still would have been harder for him to get those fights that we wanted to see.
But
Al more loyal to Earl than he would be for Bud coming in there getting them belts.
but
that's what I said earlier,
again,
bro.
you guys are doing it again. The difference
How we doing what again, bro? That's my opinion.
I'm
I mean, it's a valid opinion.
The difference is Boots is not signed to Al Heyman. So if Bud went to PBC and signed with Al Heyman, he'd be in a completely different position than Boots. And he was also a champion. Keith Thurman was also a champion. He would be put into the same fray as those guys. It would only make sense.
Can I ask you a question?
But that argument that has no validity. Reason being, because Errol Spence didn't get his first belt on his side of the street. Who did Errol Spence fight for his first world title?
Well, Errol Spence fought Kell Brook for his first world title because Kell Brook, he was his mandatory.
Right. Exactly, but if we
this 6 months between
if we're going with the idea with the ideology that that I'm on this side of the street, I only fight for Fox and Showtime, which came out of Errol Spence's mouth, then there was no problem with you going across the pond or to the other side of the street and fighting the Eddie Hearn fighter
Guess
for
what?
your first title.
You know what matters in real life? Timing and timelines. What I'm talking about, what you're talking about is going over to Kell Brook. At that time, PBC did not have all the belts. At the time Bud would have signed, PBC would have had 3 of the 4. So he would have been there would have been no choice. Terence Crawford is an undisputed world champion at 140 and was also world champion at 135. So basically you're saying Al Heyman would have signed a world champion like Terence Crawford, and in all those years he would have never put him in a championship fight.
No, I didn't say that because
I'm saying it because it was designed for Errol Spence to be the A side. I'm saying it.
I mean, I just keep it 100. If that's your opinion, I just have to respect it as your opinion because it's all hypothetical because it never happened. So I can't say he would have because it just never happened. It's just opinion. Right? But I haven't seen any of those 147 guys that were champions that moved up like Danny or Sean Porter or Keith Thurman not get championship fights when they were with Al Heyman.
True.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. I gotta make this point real quick, bro, before we shut this shit down. Can we really say that though? I mean, eventually Earl got the fights, but I vividly remember Earl with a belt saying, "Man, I shouldn't have to be a champion begging for other champions to fight me, and we on the same side." Which is why I'm fighting Lamont Peterson.
Correct.
He was crying about this shit.
Correct. But that doesn't. Correct. But again, that goes to a fighter saying, "I'm not going to sign a contract." Not Al Heyman not trying to make those championship fights. If one of those guys would have said that,
so what the hell we been saying?
I agree. That's
what I've been saying. Oh my god!
That's what I've been saying this whole time.
What you're saying is that every single champion at PBC would have said, "No, I don't want to fight Bud."
I believe so. Yes.
Keith Thurman didn't want no smoke.
They didn't want to fight him, bro. Keith Thurman said he wasn't even interested in that boy.
Yeah, Keith Thurman wasn't even recognized in the WBO.
He talking about he can beat Jeff Horn with one hand behind his back and shit.
As a major belt, and to add to what E Thriller was just saying, the top of 2017, the top of 2018, when Errol Spence fought Lamont Peterson. He clearly said in that press conference, the only reason Lamont Peterson is sitting here because the other champions didn't answer the call. Keith Thurman and
Exactly.
Keith Thurman didn't answer the call. Sean Porter, Danny Garcia. That's the only reason why
Facts.
Lamont Peterson is sitting. He said that at the top of 2018. Fast forward November 2018, that's when he runs into Terence Bud Crawford.
Nah, but
Backstage,
Bud already wait. Bud already had a belt June.
backstage
Bud already had a belt June there. Bud
You
already
said
had a
what?
belt that June. He told him to get a belt. Bud got a belt that June against Jeff Horn. He just moved up to what?
Bud had a belt, but then that's when Errol made the comment of, well, why don't I take the easier route? So if the easier route is because everybody wants to put their own scenario on it. So if the easier route was meant, oh, it's easier to make fights on my side of the street, then why are you fighting Lamont Peterson instead of
Wait.
unifying?
You said easy right, all that stuff, right? Correct. Now he said it was like strap season, correct? Correct. Now did Mikey Garcia have a belt?
No, he did not.
Okay, wait now. Did he also ask Bud? He said, who have you beat at 147? Which I agree. He didn't beat nobody, correct?
Correct.
Who did Mikey Garcia beat at 147?
Nobody.
All right. What was Bud ranked at that time, pound for pound? Was he ranked like either 2 or 3?
Yeah.
What was Mikey? What was Mikey? 4 or 5? He was
This
under
is
him.
so easy to debunk, man. This shit is
What I'm saying when it comes down to what I'm saying is everything he was saying it's gonna be man that everything it became a contradiction. It all became a contradiction.
Agreed.
And for example, perfect example. As soon as not to show you video of this, Ellie Setback had posted a video out. If I'm not mistaken, I wish I can post it. Basically, as soon as Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao, you have EJ even on his Twitter saying, "Hey man, ain't nothing to talk about. We need to go and make that fight happen. There's nothing to talk about."
He said he was
cap.
food.
He didn't
He
say
said he
that.
was food,
That's
bro.
not
Hey, that's
cap.
in my 19-part series.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
Yeah, he said
That's
food.
cap. He just
He wanted to win.
up and said
That's what he
food.
said.
Yeah. He said that man pretty much food. Basically, that man says ain't nothing else to talk about.
He didn't say
Hey,
let's
I
go
do you
make
one
this fight
better.
happen.
Hey,
So
hold on. I'm gonna let you
don't
make your
put
point,
words in
lawyer,
his
to the
mouth.
game.
That's not
I do
true.
you one better, Mr. INTJ. Danny Garcia also called out Jeff Horn too.
Yes, he did. And Thurman.
But go ahead, lawyer. To the game.
Thurman didn't call him out. He did an interview and he said he could beat the guy with one hand. He never said Jeff Horn, let's fight. That never happened. So
Who never said that?
Keith Thurman, he never said let's fight Jeff Horn.
I didn't say. I said Danny Garcia, bro.
Oh no, the other brother over here.
Oh,
said
okay.
that.
My bad.
You know.
No, I was saying Keith Thurman alley want to smoke. When everybody came in 140, Keith Thurman alley want to smoke. When Bud came up, it changed.
No, so you guys went over your whole thing with Mikey Garcia. I mean, it's really easy to debunk this stuff.
Go ahead.
I have a question. I have a question. Who was Mikey Garcia signed to?
Nobody then.
False. When Mikey Garcia made his rounds to fight Adrian Broner, Robert Easton Jr., Lipnitz, and the other guy he knocked out
Al
cold.
Heyman, sir.
Who was he signed to?
Al Heyman. Go ahead.
No, he wasn't signed to Al Heyman. He was signed to Richard Schaefer. He was signed to Richard Schaefer. My point is, who was the guy that Al Heyman did business with and made billions of dollars with Floyd Mayweather?
Richard Schaefer.
Richard Schaefer.
Yep.
So if Mikey Garcia is signed to Richard Schaefer, that's not that side of the street technically. What you're saying is.
But did he have a belt?
It was.
We thought he had a belt.
He didn't have a belt.
Wait. We actually didn't have a belt. It was strap season.
You can't keep wiggling out this shit, bro. Did he? But my man's point was he didn't have a belt, fam. If you're promoting strap season,
when Bud moved up to fight, Bud moved up to fight Jeff Horn, did he have a belt?
You said what? Repeat that.
Bud moved up to fight Jeff Horn, his first fight at 147. Did he have a belt?
No.
What's any different with Mikey Garcia?
Can I?
No, but EJ the one said he ain't did nothing at 147.
No, I'm asking about boxing, not about what EJ said. Because you guys are making it seem like, Mikey didn't have a belt and all this stuff. When you move up to fight somebody and use a champion in the previous weight class, you don't have a belt.
But you can't tell the next man. You can't tell the next man that you got to do that. Prove that to him first, and you give him another man who don't have a belt. He ain't proving that a shot. That's what we're trying to do.
And also, I've never heard Terence Crawford say it was strap season and all this extra shit like girls.
Oh, man down, all this. Then you can get him out there.
Jeff Horn, bro. But go ahead.
Yeah, what did Crawford tell Spence to his face? What did Crawford tell Spence to his face when they met up at Oklahoma? He said, "You told me to get a belt." He said, "Now that I got a belt, you want to go over there." Keith Thurman want to go over there, but I got a belt now. And then he said, Sean Porter got a belt too.
He said, no, I hear things too. You said get a belt. You guys want to run with this narrative that
It
Terence
ain't,
Crawford
bro.
said.
Why you keep saying that, bro? We saw what we saw,
You
fam.
guys
Yo,
running
wait,
with
wait,
the
wait, 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 wait,
narrative.
wait. Earl Spence clearly
We
said,
ain't
hold on,
Guys,
hold on,
guys,
hold on.
let me
bro.
finish it. You guys say your stuff, then I say something.
All right, go
Then
ahead,
y'all
go ahead,
just
go ahead,
talk
go ahead.
over me and then make
Go
it
ahead,
seem
go
like
ahead.
you all are talking.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So you guys clearly know that that's not how it happened. He was asked in an interview by ESPN, and it was it was in Ring Magazine. They reported an interview, and they were asking him about Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford hadn't even taken a fight at 147 yet, and what Errol Spence said was he needs to go get a belt because his goal before Terence Crawford ever even moved up to the weight class, he was stating the same thing, that he wanted to be undisputed at 147. That's why he was going after Keith Thurman. That's why he was trying to get Sean Porter. And all
Yeah, we
those
know.
guys, all
We know
those
that.
guys are guys that he called out to fight years, maybe 2 years before Terence Crawford even moved up to 147.
Am
That's
I
a fact.
tripping when I say this? Y'all, the panel, y'all tell me this because we all seen the video. Am I tripping when I say Crawford say, yeah, you told me to get a belt? And as Crawford was talking, Errol Spencer was like, yeah, yeah. He was literally saying, yeah, he was agreeing to him when
He
he
was
said, you told
agreeing
me to
with
get a belt.
everything.
Yeah, because he said it in an interview. I'm not saying he didn't say that Crawford needs to get a belt. You guys make it seem like Crawford said, "Oh, I want to fight Errol Spence," because I could tell you, I bet you guys any
He
amount
did
of
say it at
money.
140. He said it,
I'll
brother. He
bet
said
you
it.
guys any amount of money. Any one of you guys, I bet you any amount of money. Pull up an interview where Terence Crawford was at 140 and he said he wanted to fight Errol Spence. Pull it up in one place where Terence Crawford was at 140
EJ didn't have a
anytime
belt
before
then. EJ didn't have a belt
anytime
then. EJ
before
got
Bro,
the
he
belt later.
listen,
Yeah,
hold on. We ain't even got to do that because they was all calling out Keith Thurman, who was the man at the time, bro.
exactly.
He was calling. He wanted to fight the best, and Keith
but that
Thurman at the time was the best.
that helps
Then once
make
it
that help
shifted
but
to Errol
that
Spence,
strengthens
that's
my
when he.
point though.
Okay, go ahead.
That strength is my point. The fact is that when Errol Spence said that, Terence Crawford never called him out, and he didn't even have a fight yet. So when he stated Terence Crawford needs to get a belt first, he there was never no fight. And then also because someone else, I remember, I can't say other people's channel, someone else with another channel just read the interview yesterday in Ring Magazine, and in the same article Terence Crawford said that fight needs to build in the same exact article. It's just
Now you got to
interesting to
quote
hear
that.
you.
I can't just take your word on that. No offense. You got to quote that.
You need to go research it.
No, I don't need to
Because
do
if
that. You
you
the one
guys,
saying it. You
what
the one
Terrence
saying it.
Crawford
I've
fans do
A
is
lot of the stuff that you
you guys
speaking
take a
on,
soundbite and a
he's
narrative
really
and you
serious.
run with it. And what you guys don't do is look at the truth and the context or the timeline of when the person said what they said.
I
That's just a
vividly
fact.
remember. I vividly remember Crawford arguing before when he was going up to fight Jeff Horn, when he was going up to fight Jeff Horn from 140 to 147. I vividly remember him arguing, telling Danny Garcia and Earl Spence he was coming from them while he was going into that fight with Jeff Horn, bro. He been saying he wanted to fight them dudes when he was at 140.
Yeah, he was in that hotel room. I think
And
I
he,
know what you're
and he
talking
did it
about.
on the Stephen A. Smith interview. Stephen A. Smith said,
Bro,
And they were
he didn't
arguing
even
on
take it.
Twitter.
That's
They
my
were
point.
arguing on Twitter as well.
He never,
Yeah, Stephen A.
bro,
Smith
he
had an
never
interview too.
called out that, and that Stephen A. Smith interview that you brought up. He never called out Errol Spence. They
No, he
kept
said if
trying.
Earl get the belt, he said, well, then he gonna have to step up too, because
No,
Stephen A.
he
Smith
said,
said,
but
but
no,
Earl
he
get the
said
belt.
if Earl calls you out, then he said I'm gonna have to see him. But he never one time before he took a fight at 147 said that he wanted to fight Errol Spence. And to be quite honest, one of the first interviews when he was asked when Errol
Earl
Spence
want the
was
man
going
though.
into
He didn't either.
when
Earl want the
Errol
man
Spence
though. Then either.
when Errol Spence was going into the Kell Brook fight and they asked him the first time they asked him at 140, Terence Crawford said, "Hey, he moving up to 154." So it's interesting for you guys to act like at 140 he was saying, "Oh, I want to fight you," and then Earl said, "You know what? Get a belt," and then he switched up.
So are
Because
you?
that's
Wait a
not
minute. So
how it
hold on,
happened.
bro. Hold on, bro. So wait a minute. I just want to be clear. Hold on, y'all. I really want to ask this, and I'm done, bro. Because I got a 19-part series on this shit. I'm pretty sure it's in
I see
7
you cook.
videos. Are
I see
you
you
trying
cook.
to sit up here and tell me that Errol Spence never told Terence Crawford to go get a belt?
No, what I stated is that statement was made in an interview. Wasn't from Terence Crawford saying, "Hey Earl, I want to fight," or calling him out, and Earl said, "Go get a belt, and we could fight." What happened was when he was at 140 in an interview, he was asked about fighting Terence Crawford, and he said he wants to be undisputed. Terence Crawford doesn't have a belt. He needs to go get a belt, and we can make that fight in the future.
Yeah,
That's what was said.
I know exactly what interview you talking about, and you know who the interviewer was that asked him that.
If I may quote E Thriller, because I remember E Thriller did in his 19 series, he pulled the video up when
Yes.
Crawford became the champion in 2018, and Max Kellerman emphatically asked Errol Spence, "Okay, what fighter? Who do you think is the best at welterweight, and what fighter should you want next?" And Errol Spence said, "Well, I know what you're saying. You're trying to say Terence Crawford." He said, "But I don't know. It could be Keith Thurman. It could be Terence Crawford." Why was Max Kellerman alluding to Spence fighting Crawford and trying to get an answer on it if Crawford wasn't trying to fight him when he came there in 2018?
This is very easy because the gentleman before the old head with the M, it was business at that time when that question was asked was when Bob Arum got his contract with ESPN. And as he said, Terence Crawford was the main focal point on Bob Arum getting the contract with ESPN, and they were going after making the super fight between him and Errol Spence. And all ESPN was doing was trying to build it. They tried to do it when Terence Crawford was on First Take. They said, when you see someone special, when there's a special dude, who's that special dude? Terence Crawford gave the same answer that Errol Spence gave. They both talked about Keith Thurman because he was the guy with the belt. So let's just keep it 100. The whole reason First Take or ESPN did that is because they got into the boxing business, and what they were trying to do was build a fight between those two guys, and they matched it the same way. Who's the special guy? That special guy. Who's that dude?
What year are you referring to,
So
sir?
that's ain't that what they supposed to do, bro? I'm confused now because
I'm
you
not
bouncing
saying
from
that's
point.
not. I'm not saying that's not what they're supposed to do. This guy asked me why did it happen, and I'm explaining to him why it happened. It had nothing to do with the fighters' egos. It had to do with ESPN going to try to build that fight because the corporation invested money. They gave Bob Arum a big ass budget for a reason. I work for a big major corporation. You got to go through executives and stuff to approve budgets. Yeah, and you have to go to them with a plan on why do you get $100 million budget for this year? What's the plan? How do we get our money back? It's not emotional with them and narrative. It's about I'm gonna give you money. How do you flip the money? And it was Terence Crawford and Errol Spence was supposed to be the flip.
So
And
when
that's
when
Hey, go ahead and
what,
make your last point, Dre, and then I'm gonna shut this shit down, bro. I gotta wake up early in the morning. Go ahead, Dre.
all right, so basically, this is my whole thing, right? My thing is, we know that Terence Crawford was trying to fight Errol Spence as early as 2018 because when they met up in Oklahoma, that was in the latter part of 2018. And when Spence said he that guy and he's the boogeyman, Terence Crawford said, "How are you the boogeyman when I'm chasing you?" That was in 2018. So my point is that Terence Crawford been showing that he wanted to fight Errol Spence as early as 2018. That's all I'm saying.
And
okay.
he just moved to welterweight too. He had just
And
moved to
and
welterweight.
and didn't somebody ask Bob Arum 9 times in the same interview, when are we going to see these two guys in the ring? And when Bob Arum answered the question, he said, "We're all brothers and fraternity brothers and boxing. And this is our sport."
Yeah, he said
He didn't
that.
say that.
No, he
Hey,
said
So
that.
who he taking on the phone? Hey, who he taking on the phone when he says who was his own promoter? I was just confused. Who's EJ get on the phone? Loyal to the game. Who did he get on the phone with?
I mean, they was. That's not how fights are made. I mean, he was
No, I'm
styling
just
and
asking. I'm
profiling.
confused. I'm
I
just
mean, he was
asking.
styling and profiling, but that's not how
Oh,
fights are made.
okay. I was confused. My bad.
All right,
So
fellas, man. Hey, man, I appreciate everybody for tapping in with me, man. Let's go ahead and get to closing thoughts. Going out the green.
I appreciate you for letting me on the panel, man. I just want to
Anytime.
say in closing, man, July 29th, we dine in hell. I just want all Errol Spence fans, especially if you're located anywhere in the Oak Cliff, close to Dallas, make sure Errol is inspiring any Southpaws named Jacob macaroni that will potentially that will potentially hurt his eye. Like we just need him to get there. If he needs his meals prepped, I think anybody in the surrounding Dallas area that's an aerosexual should make sure that he gets all his meals prepared, because Terence Crawford is ready to fight next week, need be, because he's already on weight. We need car details. We need a crossing guard out there to make sure that nobody's running red lights, et cetera, and make sure that that the big fish gets there on July 29th so we can make history. And I'm out. Appreciate it.
Already grain. All right, man. Going out to Mr. INTJ. Closing thoughts, kind sir.
Oh yeah, shout out, appreciate you, Thriller. And I promised you a while back, I said I'll have you a flyer. I just got back in the country or whatever. But anyway, I do need to get old boy information from him. I'm probably gonna hit you up in the bottom of the chat or whatever.
Okay.
But I'll send you the information or whatever. But yeah, I appreciate you, and I appreciate your boxing knowledge, because a lot of these dudes be talking, but I like to see when people have facts and data, because like a lot of stuff, opinionated stuff, you'll go in circles. And I appreciate everybody in the chat, and good chat with everybody.
Appreciate you, man. Don't be a stranger, my brother. All right, going out to Dre the Southwest from Philly. Talk your shit, man. Closing thoughts, my brother.
No doubt, man. Definitely want to thank you for, affording me the opportunity to come in here and bust it up. And I also want to thank you for your mediation skills and, keeping everything respectful and diplomatic. And shout out to the panel as well and the brothers for arguing their opinions in a respectful manner. And the past is the past. I had choice words for Errol Spence, and I'm definitely a Bud supporter. But Bud and Errol Spence showed that they ain't ducking smoke when they signed that dotted line for the 29th. So let's get the fight. Regardless of who win, both of them dudes are warriors. But of course, I'm pulling for Bud, and that's all I got.
Appreciate you, my brother. All right, going out to Lawyer to the Game Boxing. Talk your shit, man. Closing thoughts, my brother.
Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel. Definitely appreciate you having me back up on here. Yeah, I hear some good weed at the end of the show. That had me too talkative, but my bad. It was some strong shit. But
you've been on point, man. You've been on point, man.
Yeah, definitely appreciate you. You run a good panel, good show. Definitely appreciate that, man. And hey, look, man. I stick to what I say, and we could talk about it again on another day about Boots and Crawford, and Errol Spence and Crawford. But at the end of the day, these two warriors got in the ring and they're fighting. And I can't agree anymore with the brother before who said they both warriors. So respect to both. Whoever wins or loses, it's gonna be a big deal in the sport of boxing. But if we want to have these great fights, boxing, so-called this new era boxing fan, we can't be disrespecting fighters when they take a loss. And then say you want the best to fight the best. So both of these guys are warriors. May the best man win, which would be Earl Spence by a ref stoppage in the 10th round. But however,
reaching for the stars.
Salute to both of those guys. And who does deserve trolling after one of those fighters loses is that extreme fan base that's been talking shit for years. So I know the shit talk is gonna be at an all-time high after this fight, and I can't wait to be a part of it.
Hey, who all going to the fight? I catch y'all in there if y'all going in there. I'll be in there.
Man, I'm straight up ordering the fight, fam.
Yeah, I get 20% on pay-per-view. I'm ordering it.
I appreciate that. Loyal to the game, man.
Appreciate
shit.
you.
All right, going out to Gas Network. Closing thoughts, my brother.
What it do? Thank you for having me on. You run a good channel. This is actually my first time ever even being introduced to your channel, so I'm grateful. Thank you for the panel. Much respect goes out to the chat and everybody else. It was fun and it was good hearing y'all perspectives. And I think a lot of people are really, really not giving Spence the credit when it comes to his boxing game. And on the 29th, we're gonna see how good of a boxer Spence Crawford is when he's up against a real opposition, and it's gonna be fun. And I'm gonna be right back here again. I'm coming back, and I'm gonna bring more facts and data because I see that's what y'all like, and it's gonna be fun.
That's a bad, bro. Where you from, bro? If you don't mind me asking.
Brooklyn. I'm from Brooklyn.
I can tell. Shout out to my dogs in Brooklyn, man. I can tell.
It's Brooklyn in the house, without a doubt.
Appreciate you tapping in, my guy. Don't be no stranger, man. You're welcome anytime.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And last but not least, is that Stephen Brimley? Take us home, man. Closing thoughts, my brother.
Hey man, listen, shout out to you always running a very tight ship. You know, it's definitely not the Titanic over here. It's a well-built ship. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate so many people pulling up today. Hopefully next show we can get 200 on board. Listen, at the end of the day, we're talking about the fight we wanted to see, and we're getting it, and we're having civil discussions from both sides of the coin, and that's what it's supposed to be about. And that's why this is beautiful. So, end of the day, appreciate everyone, but just remember, I don't want any Spence fans to duck and hide. I don't want anybody to be on suicide watch, because July 29th, you're going to find out why this fight took that long. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to hear about Terence ain't fought nobody. He gonna do him just like he did Porter, because Spence ain't crazy. Spence ain't finna run up in there and just try to swing, throw to the fences. He ain't dumb. It's gonna be a good fight, but it's the shots that you don't see that's gonna do the damage. And we know who is the fighter that does that. With that noted, I'm gone.
Appreciate that, Brim. Hey, man, shout out to everybody that pulled up on the panel. Shout out to Brim. Shout out to General Big Fish, Sean T, Dre from Philly, Loyal to the Game, Boxing Nerd, Goldie Loke, Mr. INTJ. If I'm missing somebody, I apologize, man. Shout out to all my dogs in the chat. Shout out to the Playback Gang. Run them likes up to 200, man. Also, make sure y'all go sub up to my new channel. That's Goat Thriller, the Black Picasso. Try to get them numbers up to 1,000 so I can get monetized on that channel, man. And with that being said, until next time, we are gone. Holla.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it.
Goat thriller, back better, iller, pound for pound, killing these topics with analytics, silencing all the critics, trying to bite the style they get sun like children. YouTube villain, podcast killing, so antagonistic and prolific with the swiftness. Make sure you make weight before you trying to debate. Yeah, I said it and I never hesitate. Hit them with hooks cause these rooks took the bait. Start the show cause goats never hesitate. Ducking smoke, got them sweating at they toxins.
Yeah,
Goat thriller, cleaning up the sport of boxing. Aight then.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. I fucking wait.
I am the greatest.
Yeah, I said it.